morning, peoples of the interweb. I'm just grab a cloth. My glasses are not as clean as I would like. Okay, welcome to this very special TrampCast Hangout. I guess I was going to say celebrating, but I don't think that's the right word. Are we celebrating? Are we commiserating? We are marking. Let's go with marking. We are marking 4 years of being homeless in Torrevieja and all that that has brought with it. 4 years, folks. It is 4 years ago today. Where do you start? Well, the full story, if you want to see the full story in a more compact version, probably. I'm probably going to rabbit on and go off on tangents and things. But the more compact version of this will be available via TrampCast 001. In fact, let me go and get that. Oh gosh, I've just left my tablet sat in the sun for 5 minutes and it's fucking red hot. That's probably not a good idea. Do I need to adjust the brightness? I believe I do. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Can I find TrampCast 001 easily? I can. I go into my channel. I go to live and I arrange by oldest first. Because it was my very, very first live stream. I'd never live streamed before TrampCast. So in the weeks running up, I'd been promising people I was going to tell them the full story, and they left questions. And I arranged those questions in an order such as to tell a narrative, to tell a story. My story. So now let me see if I can copy, share, copy link. And I will post that into this stream as a link, but I'll also add it to the description afterwards. Hold on. I'll tell this guy to shut up. Don't listen to him, he's an idiot. Hold on. Here's the box. Paste and post. I can't pin it though because I've got the grift on. I have my donate link linked above. Therefore, I can only pin one comment, so I can't pin this one. But I will also, if I can, can I edit the description from here within YouTube? I don't think I can do it from here. Can I? Here's the description. There's no edit. Hold on, I've got another way. I'll find a way, folks. Tech used to be my thing. Used to be. YouTube Studio app. The app is very limited, but let's see what we can do. It doesn't know about the current live stream. Hold on. Neither does that. Well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Where would I edit that? There is a separate live.studio thing, but I've never used it, and it appeared to be only for when you were broadcasting via your browser from when I looked at it. But let me just take a look and see whether there's anything I can do here. I might have to add it afterwards. It's there in the chat. Afterwards, you can come back, watch the chat replay, and you can follow the link to TrampCast 001 for a full 2.5 hours, I think it is. And that's probably going to end up being more potted than this one, more condensed. Because, I don't know if you've noticed, I like to twitter and twatter on a bit. Have I got anywhere that's in the shade where I can put this tablet? I've got 2 cups here. I'm going to make some coffee shortly, cold. If I can find the right pot of coffee. Do I not have a pot of coffee out here? That's a pot of coffee. I can do this. Let me do this, folks. There's a spoon here somewhere. Or at least there should be a spoon here somewhere. And today, not so much, obviously. Do I have to just pour it in? Give me a second. Whoa! Tip one of them over. It's okay, it was empty. Excuse man flesh while I stand up and look. Use my eyes. Here we go. Right under my nose. It was right under my bloody nose, of course it was. Should put the sugar in first, but I'll put the coffee in. One. Split a 3rd spoon between the 2 cups. Oi! Fucking flies. Okay folks, bear with me. Good morning Uncle Mike and Tina. Hello and happy Friday. Happy anniversary is the word you're looking for. I don't know whether it's a happy anniversary, but it is. It is an anniversary of sorts. Do I not have water within reach? What kind of fucking tramp am I? Oh, technically, it was within reach once I stood up. Near enough. Near enough. I haven't put the sugar in yet, have I? Let's do that. I'll put the water in first. And then we'll get the sugar. There we go. There we go. That one's a little bit over full. Only a little bit. You can never have too much coffee, can you? Which one's the... Are you the sugar? You are the sugar. It's been a while, hasn't it? So even it's 11 in the morning, folks, and this is what I was wanting to say. It was like I was due when I became homeless, when the friend I'd been staying with for a while decided enough was enough. Either sort your bank out or fuck off. 11 o'clock on this particular morning was the deadline, and even then, like, just in character, we were 10 or 15 minutes late getting up and out. So it's not a rarity. Am I a silhouette to you, or is this just my screen? Let me add on my screen brightness is up full. Am I a silhouette, folks? Because I guess the sun is kind of becoming behind me. Not a lot I can do about it. I could rearrange the whole table, but that'd be a fucking faff. If you look, let me show you my table, and then you'll see. Here's my table. Here's 2 coffees I've just made. Cold water, coffee, sugar, etc. But look at all the detritus. Tupperwares, roasting dinners, box graters, jars and cups and I don't know what that is on top of that piece of Tupperware there. Doesn't look nice, whatever it is. I don't know if it's like a big rotted insect, or if it's a splodge of something from cooking, or if it's fucking bird shit. I have no idea what that is. We won't talk about that. Flat surfaces, folks. If ever you're homeless, flat surfaces become a what would you call it? Like premium property. You're just looking to put shit down, and you don't want to put them on the floor if you can avoid it. So any tabletop, on top of chests of drawers, even a chopping board balanced precariously on top of something else. Flat surfaces just become a thing, at least for me. So we got Gary, we've got Zami. Hello, happy anniversary. Thank you, my friend. Gary said happy anniversary. Good morning, Uncle Mike, Tina, etc. And his computer tube. I'm working backwards. Looks nearly as hot as the UK today. Yeah, as I understand things, you guys have actually outdone us on some days. There have been some days where you've been warmer than us here in Spain. Let me do my intro, folks. We're on 10 minutes now. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That would be my made-up name. NATO phonetic alphabet for my initials, DM. But I respond to Mike nowadays. I'm so used to it, don't worry. Along with me, I have my glamorous co-host. Down here. Hey, babe. Can we get a look today? Last night you didn't want to talk to the peoples. Tina, what if Uncle Ismo was here? Uncle Ismo. Then you'd look, wouldn't you? Or Auntie Karen. Auntie Karen. Then you'd look. Yeah. But he's not. That's how I get her to look at us and talk to you guys. That's my glamorous assistant. So the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps on the streets. Or in my case, whoa, I missed the button. In my case, in a fucking field. In a field nowadays, which isn't much different from living in a field when the roof blows off, as mine has. But you get the idea, folks. Homeless guy, living in a field, donations accepted, got the grift on with the pinned link. Did I do sugar in the end? I picked it up and moved it around. Did I add any to the drink? If I did, it wasn't enough. I'm leaning towards no, but I'm not sure. You tell me you were watching. I wasn't watching. I was just in it. I didn't fucking watch it. One in each, one between the two. That's 1.5 sugars per cup. I've lost the lids. They've blown off the table and onto the floor somewhere. Oh, and I've got a crack in that particular plastic jar. And I've got a fly down the middle of my back. Fuck off, you little shit. Sorry. Anglo-Saxon came out. Scrolling back, okay, the only messages before that was that was me. 4 years now. Tony! Akadaka as was. Hi Mike and Tina, wow, 4 years now. Looks like a good day there to catch some solar. I try and stay out of it, mate. So many Brits come out here and end up with skin cancer. You got to be careful. Although this doesn't stop the UV, so I am, even though I don't know it, I am baking right now without knowing it. But good to see you, mate, and thank you for the donation of a couple of days back. I don't think did I respond? I think I did respond in the end. I'm hiding in shade in between watering garden. That's Andy. Remind me where you are, Andy. I know you're in the UK, but where in the UK? I struggle to... I used to keep notes of where people... It's not that I'm a stalker. It was so that I could appear more responsive and, you know, if you were in Lincolnshire, I could say, hello, Lincolnshire, and whatever. But North London, okay, mate. Ish. All right. So you're not in the centre, just above the river. You're on the outskirts. Probably what? Just above the M25. Okay. I got an approximation. I'm not stalking you. I'm not wanting you to give away your exact location. I don't want your postcode and house number. Gary's still in bed. Must get up now. Yeah, do you know, I was laying, I've been out and about, obviously. I've been doing some doing. I got on the bed, I'm watching videos, and I suddenly thought, shit! I gotta go. I promised people I was gonna go live at 11. It's the anniversary. This was 10:30. I had to make the image, create the stream, fill in all the fucking details on the YouTube form, and then do the logistics. Bring the phone and, you know, EcoFlow and everything out. I had to shuffle the solar panels around. Yeah, no, I had half an hour to do everything, and I wasn't really, I'd totally forgotten, which is weird. Weird. Let me, hold on. I just got to scroll back to what Tony said. Wow, 4 years. It looks like a good day there to catch some solar. Oh, you meant for the solar panels. Okay, mate. Yeah, okay. You have to watch the skin cancer. Had to. Oh gosh, no. Oh yeah, I'm in Australia. Yeah, that's going to be a risk permanently, isn't it? Slip, slap, slop, my friend. Slip, slap. Is that all right? How does it go? Slip on a hat, slap on a t-shirt, and slop on some gunk. I never use this stuff myself. This is another reason that I should be particularly careful about it. I don't like sunscreen, sun lotions, potions, whatever. I did once put some on, and anyone will tell you. Ask an Aussie, they'll know. Ask an Aussie, they'll tell you. That's Croc Turnbull. Ask an Aussie, they'll tell you. Everybody, subscribe to Croc Turnbull. C-R-O-C and then Turnbull as you'd expect. T-U-R-N-B-U-L-L. Croc Turnbull. He's like Crocodile Dundee, but real life. He's not just a comedian stroke actor playing at it. He is a wildlife ranger. But he's also funny as fuck. Me and Jasper enjoy him at least. Jasper hasn't made it in so far, no. Looks like you're in the Sahara Desert. Everything's very dry. In winter it got very green around here. We had heavy storms. The field almost flooded 2 or 3 times, and got very lush and very green. It is now very brown. A lot of these berries and things on the tree they've withered, and oh, you can't see my hand. You can't see that. I picked this berry. Oh, I picked this berry up. This is it's like a blackberry, but when you pick it up, it explodes into individual little pods. Each individual bauble, droplet. I think they're called drop sacks or droop sacks on things like strawberries, blackberries, raspberries. Those little round bauble bits. I think they're called drop sacks or droop sacks. These ones they've all shriveled up and died and withered. I don't know whether that's part of their normal life cycle or whether there's something extreme going on. I don't think it's too much different from, yeah, if you watch, who's the guy I follow, Carl, Weary Wolf, weary as in tiredness, Weary Wolf. He went on holiday to Devon, and he was looking out over this area of what should have been grassland, this park, and it looked like a desert. The grass was still there, but it was fuck off brown. It was, yeah, not a semblance of life. Okay, folks. I think grassing a local park is just dirt now, yeah. Slip, slap, slip, slop, slap. Okay, I did have them in the wrong order maybe. And they have added seek. Okay, seek shade now. Slip, slap, slop, seek. Okay. It's not go. There's something about, in phraseology, there's something about threes that work. It's been noted since Plato, Socrates, Plato, and the one after him, Aristotle. They all went with the rule of threes when it comes to oration. Oration, yeah, oration, speaking, and debate. What's the other word for debating? There are words. Oh, look at you. Thank you. Cunt was staring at me. I waved and he looked away. And so I kept looking and he looked back, so I waved again, a bit more aggressively. And he gave a minor acknowledgement. Otherwise I'd have been shouting at him maybe. Ignorant people get me wound up. I get I'm just a lowly tramp in a field, but don't be fucking discourteous, otherwise I'll get fucking annoyed. I wouldn't have done, you know, it wouldn't have gone any further than just shouting. I'm not going to chase him and hit him over the head with a hammer or anything. Not this week. Maybe next. Oh, by saying hitting over the head with a hammer, have I just put myself in the frame for the Ann Widdecombe murder? Could it have been me, folks? Maybe I snuck into the UK on a rubber dinghy, hit the old bird over the head 28 times with a hammer, and snuck back to Spain. What a perfect alibi. No, I liked the old girl. I wouldn't have. And I'm not that violent anyway. I got sun damage on arms. I have to monitor. Fuck. Okay, Andy. Wow. Is that from misspent years of just lobstering in the sun? I was always a one for literally lobstering. I would go out bright white and come back bright pink in the same day. Me and the missus one day when we went to Tossa del Mar with some friends, I think there was 6 of us, 3 couples. We went out one day and we just laid on the beach and just baked for 6 hours. Flipping, it's like cooking burgers, flipping every half hour. Putting a bit of butter on halfway through just to baste. I got up and went to the loo and I walked past this bunch of Spaniards, locals, and they just burst out laughing when I got there. And I couldn't see it. And then I looked in the mirror. And of course, that was only halfway through the day. I carried on. So we got back to the apartment, and when we laid down at night, back was agony, but the front was even worse. And then I looked down and I've got this golf ball sized fucking blister pop up. Like stick it. I had to pop it. Not pus, but full of, like, is it plasma? I think it's plasma that your blister's filled with. Let's check that. You come for the education, folks. Is it plasma? What's the liquid inside a blister? It could just be water for all I know, but it feels more sticky and gunky than that. What is the liquid, especially when the blister's like a golf ball size? Maybe I'll ask that specifically. Inside a golf ball sized blister. Ah! Some other shit popped up. I was typing in the wrong place because something got in the way. What is a liquid inside a golf ball sized blister? Serum. What did I say? I didn't say serum, did I? I said plasma. Are they the same? The clear part of your blood. I think that's the same. It leaks out from tiny blood vessels when the skin rubs too much. Let me ask, serum versus plasma. We might be just using synonyms. Plasma versus, I'll do equals. Plasma, 2 equal signs, equals serum, question mark. Hold on. Plasma is the upper part of the blood collected after the addition of anticoagulants and centrifugation. Serum is the upper part of the blood after centrifugation when no anticoagulants is added to the blood. Did you catch that? I don't think I did. Hold on. Upper part, so you take the blood, you do the centrifuge, and the clear stuff on the top is plasma, but so is serum, but there's a difference to do with anticoagulants. Are these anticoagulants natural or are they added by the scientists doing the thing? I'm going to say they're the same thing with a slight addition. Who fucking knows? You came to talk to a tramp for the education, folks. I know that's why you're here, really. It's my mind you're after, not my body. This is why the ladies leave me alone. That and the fact I'm a fucking tramp. I don't know, Mike. Looks like you're okay. I think I went back as far as I needed to. Grass in local park. Hannah, hello Hannah. Mike and Tina, how you both doing? We're okay, darling. Pat, hello. Pat is homeless. Whereabouts are you, Pat? And is this a Pat Patrick or a Pat Patricia? Male or female? The @ name doesn't give it away, but let me know. Talk to me. Talk to me. You can contact me in private, folks. If anybody wants a chat, advice, information, my email address is in the description. You'll have to expand and expand. You know how that works. More. Billy Idol, right? I didn't know he was British until the other day. And that song, she cried more. Yeah, that's a little bit near the bone, isn't it? What do you think she wanted more of? Let's not discuss that here. We're on YouTube. We'll get banned. Let me show off my girl again for anyone arriving late. Here's my glamorous co-star. You're always turning your fucking back on me. There you go. Talk to the peoples. We're trying to earn some pennies. We want PayPal donations so that we can afford to fucking live. We need foods and waters and beer money. There you go. She's actually looking at us, folks. She's talking to you. Here we go, Tina girl. Oh, you've got some slobber hanging off your fucking bottom jaw. Can I get that for you? I can. Let me get that, sweetheart. Let Daddy help his girl out. You're not very photogenic when you've got slobber hanging down, which is rare. Here we go. There's my girl. That's why you have a daddy. That's why you have a daddy. Help you out with the complicated stuff in life, because you don't have proper hands. Oh. Eh? Whoa, shit. I dragged the chair forward, but the front legs didn't move. The back legs came up. Hold on, I'm squashing myself. Give me a second, folks. I just need to make sure I don't kill myself just with the fucking chair. Oh, that's... Okay, that's better. Hooks it forward, but actually don't just pull the back legs forward. Actually move the front legs as well. Wow, that was a bit hairy. That was a bit awkward, folks. That could have gone bad. Did you have something nice to eat or drink to mark the occasion? Today, I've got some pork steaks that need using. If I finally get around, so the last time I cooked was when I did the rabbit, I think. And, no, they're talking about me, they're not to me. I cooked rabbit. Surprisingly, so everyone says that there's no fat in rabbit, it's very lean meat. My pan was absolutely like coated in kind of lard, kind of, thick white fat. And I keep putting it out, I keep putting water in and washing up liquid, and I give it a quick soak and a quick, I'm moving my hands, but you can't see because they're so low. I gave it a quick rinse through the water, put some more water and some more washing up liquid, dish detergent if you will, depending on what country you're in. I put some in, I left it out to soak without actually finishing the job, and it's been fucking weeks, hasn't it? So I've got these pork steaks that I bought about 10 days ago now, folks. They have lasted surprisingly, I guess because fridge and freezer. Sometimes I get into the realms of being a freeze, but not often, not in the middle of summer at least. But now I've got these pork steaks and I've got this bread. I've also got some hot dog sausages. When Karen was last here, she gave me 2 cartons of red wine, Vino Tinto, and I've got one of those left somewhere in the TARDIS there, but I've got no clue where. I might dig those out. Oh, I've also got, if anyone remembers, if you were here that long ago, it's about 4 or 5 weeks ago now that she left, she did give me 2 or 3 like half bottles or third bottles of vodka. I do still have vodka and there's Coke in the fridge. Tramp in a field, folks. Fucking fridge. Oh yeah. I gotta be the most fucking spoiled. Thanks to you guys on that PayPal link. PayPal link, folks. If you wanna treat a tramp on his anniversary. Oh no, now they're going past keeping their eyes down in case they anger the tramp. That's the ignorant squad. Don't look at the tramp! Don't look at the fucking tramp! Where was I? I got sidetracked. Ignorance does annoy me. I don't often shout after them or whatever, but very occasionally I will get into a bit of a heated discussion. I just ran after them from at a distance. I'm no threat to them. I don't want anyone to think that I'm going to come and like I said before, I don't want anyone thinking I'm going to come and hit them over the head with a hammer. Bearing in mind that the police did me for punching a man in the chest through his bulletproof vest and bruising his ribs. So I am Mike Tyson apparently. Or the Hulk, I'm one or the other, I'm not sure which. And I did not, let me just clarify, I did not raise a hand. That's just the shit that they tack on when they charge you with stuff. Because police. Scrolling before I get called a conspiracy theorist. So did you have anything to eat or drink? Not so far. But I will probably have something nice at some point today, as long as it doesn't get too crazy hot. This week the temperatures have been like 32, 33 degrees, feel like 40. And you know, the heat index I think is what the Americans call that. Over here we don't have that terminology, but I like it. But we get this, the weather forecast says, hey, it's 32 degrees, but feels like 39. Okay, because of the humidity or whatever. Last night it got wet through out here. When I went back inside, so after we finished at, was it 2:30, something like that last night, my time. I think we did 4.5 hours. And I'm starting at 10, my time, 9 UK. But I decided to sit here and relax and just watch a couple of YouTube streams. I fell asleep in the chair, woke up at 5 o'clock and had to deconstruct everything, do the logistics, take things back in, hook up the EcoFlow and the solar panels. In fact, I'd not even moved the solar panels back from across the field. They were all over the place. So I had like half an hour of fucking hard work to do before I got back into bed. Or before I got into bed. 5:30 in the morning. Start to get light shortly afterwards. Yeah. But everything was wet through. In fact, if you look at the top of the EcoFlow now, here's my EcoFlow. I don't know how well this shows. Do you see the colour? It's brown. Even the view has the Saharan sand in it. So whenever it rains here, there's a 50-50 chance that it contains sand from the Sahara. And everything ends up red. People's cars end up covered in fucking dust. And it's the same here. It's not that I'm some sort of slob, and, I mean I am, but if you look at my solar panels, same thing, look. Those were clean the other day. Oh, can I zoom in? Maybe I can zoom in. Those were clean a couple of days ago. After it rained, when we had the thunderstorm. Well, it thundered and light rain. But look at them now. They're covered in red dust. Saharan sand, folks. It rises in the air. It gets caught in a circulation. It gets the Saharan dust. It's full of minerals and what have you. This is the reason that the Amazon is so fecund. So verdant, so green, so full of life. It's the minerals from the Sahara. if ever they solve the Sahara and turn it back to lush, there's lots of plans and things to transform the Sahara, to stop this stuff washing away and you know, undesertify it, desertify, whatever the right word might be. But if ever they do that, the Amazon will lose. It's a zero plus sum. One gains, one, you know, one. If the other one benefits, if they manage to turn the Sahara back to productive land and stop the desertification. I've got to say desert, not dessert. It's not ice cream. But then the Amazon will lose, because it will lose out on a lot of those minerals that get swept up and carried away in the wind and rain. Anyway, I've gone off on one. Pat is male in Florida. She's a nice dog. My dog is a lovely dog. She is unfortunately on her way out. Her back legs don't work. Her front legs are almost gone. Hey Tina, talking about you, not to you. Don't listen. I said about 5 weeks ago that she had 2 or 3 weeks left. She did stabilise after that. But we're at the point where I can't walk her easily. I mean, I can literally carry her, but I've got a belt around her waist, which I wrap around my arm a couple of times. I lift the back end. She walks on her front paws, and I'm now having to lift the front end up. Her legs are, and every now and again she'll face plant on the ground anyway. So I've got the lead attached to a collar. I'm picking her up. We do have a doggy wheelchair, but without her front legs, it's when you take her out for the ablutions, you know, the pee and the poo. I need to do that first before I put her in the wheelchair, because she's going to be resting. There's a bar goes across her stomach. Should be straps, but the straps aren't there, so we've had to put a bar there. So she will pee and poo, and it will make a mess of the back end of the trolley, of the wheelchair. So I always had to walk her before putting her in that anyway. And now she's going to be strapped into a mechanism with metal bars around her, and then she's still going to try and face plant on the floor every now and again. The left leg will go or the right leg will go, and we don't use the wheelchair anymore. It was a nice idea. It worked well while it worked. Fuck off, wasp. It worked well while it worked. It's now no longer suitable. She can't, even if I could get her in it, and if she could walk, we couldn't go far. She gets tired too soon. And because now I'm kind of carrying her, I get tired too soon. Having her off to my side has knackered my back. Imagine you're carrying 35 kilos, isn't it? 77 pounds we worked it out as. You've got that, and you're carrying it at arm's length off to the side, and then she staggers further to the right. Or, worse, she staggers under you and you're standing on her fucking legs. I have to be careful. And it's knackering my back. And I'm not young. I'll be 60 in a couple of years. I'll be 58 in 3 or 4 months, won't I? Where are we? We're in August, September, October, November. 3 months. I'll be 58. Homeless folks, homeless in Spain, living in a fucking field when you're almost 60. No support from anywhere. Nothing from the UK government, nothing from the Spanish government, nothing from the local governments. The one time that the local government tried to fucking intervene, they got me arrested, kicked shit out of my dog, and got me an €850 fine, which so far I've laughed at and not paid a single fucking penny. That'll probably come back to bite me on the arse one day. I'll end up doing 3 months inside, probably to pay that off. We'll see. I don't know how that works. If you get locked up for non-payment of fines, does that annul the fine? Or is that on top? Do I still come out owing the money? I've no experience really of law and order. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy. Until I was homeless, I had a pretty clean record. I think I had a clean record. Oh, no. There was that one time I was... Oh, fuck, okay. Here's one. I think I've told this one before. I think so. I was working at Customs and Excise in the management consultancy kind of department. And I got a train home. I'll tell you another story actually afterwards, because that also... Now I'm looking back. When you've got 40 years to look back on, you forget things. I went to a retirement do, and I got on the train from Manchester going for Lancaster and woke up in fucking Penrith. And that was the end of the line. Or the end of the service anyway. Got kicked off the train. Last train of the night. Drunk. I'd lost the top plate of my false teeth. And I tried to walk home from Penrith to Lancaster, which is only, 100 miles or so. I don't know how far it is. Look it up, tell me. There was no way I was going to do it. But I went down onto what I thought was a dual carriageway and I'm thumbing a lift. Turns out it was a fucking motorway. It was only 2 lanes. But, yeah, no, that got me in a little bit of trouble. And then there's the famous one that I've told you about many, many times. The time where I saved a policeman's life, got beat up by the police afterwards, and they spent 3 months trying to prosecute me. That didn't result in charges in the end, but not for the fucking want of trying by them. Folks, never save a policeman's life. It's not worth the fucking effort. Cunts will turn on you. I don't know whether that story is in the TrampCast 001, which I linked. Did I post that link earlier? I think I did. I don't remember actually seeing it in chat. It's a sign of your character what you've done and continue to do for Tina. She's I never had kids, so maybe I've got a closer attachment than other people. I know a guy who had dogs all his life, and then he had a kid. He had, he got a real child, and he said there's no comparison. I can't see why there isn't a comparison. Why they're not very similar. It's a family member. Now, admittedly, when you get a dog or a cat, when you get a pet, you know this day will come. With a kid, obviously you hope it never will. That they will outlive you and outlast you is what everybody hopes and expects. And in general, that's what happens. With an animal, you accept on day one. I did anyway. Maybe this is just me and my outlook. What's that branch of philosophy again? Where you accept things before they happen. You know they're going to happen. Marcus Aurelius, can't get the word. Hold on, let me go get the word. I'll probably get the word before I get the search typed in. Or one of you will tell me it before I get there. Marcus Aurelius, A-U-R, meditations and all of that. Tell me about him. He was obviously Roman emperor, yeah. But what's his philosophy? Stoicism. I never remember that fucking word. I am quite stoic on things. If you're setting off on a journey, like let's say you're travelling by train, tell yourself beforehand, there's like a fucking 50% chance that the train's going to be delayed or something's going to go wrong on the journey. Just accept that. Don't get angry when it happens. You told yourself, you knew that was going to happen before you set off. When you're in a car, you know that on the way to work, you're going to get cut up by some bastard who, can't wait, doesn't indicate. don't get angry about it at the time. Just say, oh, there he is. I knew that was going to happen. Are we back? I still need to move the parasol. Are we back? Oh. Hold on. I still need to move the parasol. Hold on. Let me shut that idiot up. Let me get the parasol moved. Because I'm in the shade, Tina's in the shade, the phone's in the sun. And that's not working out very well for me at the minute. Let me see what I can do. Do I just raise it up? Or do I move it? I could pick up the fucking 50 kilogram concrete block. How high will this go? And how's that for Tina? I think Tina's okay. I'll be in the sun, but I think that works. For now anyway, until the sun moves around a bit more. I think the phone's now in the shade. I'm probably a total silhouette. Looks like it to me, I don't know. Hey babe, water. Tina's water. Go on. Agua para Tina. Agua para Tina. It's water for you. She looks at me and says, shut up, you daft twat. Oh yeah, she says, you can't even keep your phone cool. All right, I'm actually in the shade. That's okay. Sorry folks, I did, let me scroll back. Okay, I'm in Florida, nice dog. That's Pat. Hi Pat. A sign of your character, what you'd continue to do for Tina. Listen, oh, she's drinking. I made her a promise. I will fetch her and carry her. I will do what needs to be done for as long as I'm physically able, and I'll be there with her to the end. What else can you do? It's a family member. She's my daughter. She's my girl. Hey babe. She thinks I'm a funny shaped dog, and I just think she's a funny shaped little girl. I guess that's the best way I can put it. To her, I'm just the boss dog. I guess alpha is what a lot of people would say. I'm not really a big believer in all of this alpha stuff, but I'm the leader of the pack. As long as she'll stick with me, as long as I'm providing the food, keeping her safe and dry and warm, or cool, as the case may be. That's how being the leader of the pack works, isn't it? You're the leader while you provide and take care. And as soon as you're not... See, that's what a lot of people get wrong. That's where what's that guy, those two brothers that keep a harem of women and keep raping them and getting in trouble. Andrew somebody or other. That's what they get wrong about. Alpha isn't about, oh, I'm dominant, I'll beat up any man. It's not about that. It's about being a provider. Keeping people safe, secure, fed, watered, cool or warm, depending on the circumstances. That's what being the leader of the pack is about. It's about looking after others. And so, like with a group of chimpanzees, a flange, if you get the joke. Not the 9 o'clock news did a piss take, didn't they, with the gorilla, and Rowan Atkinson and Mel Smith, I believe. And when I found you, you were wild. Wild? I was fucking furious. You kidnapped me away from my tribe. And he called his group, he called it a flange, which was, I mean, it's an engineering word, isn't it? It's a piece of equipment. It's a join with 2 pipes and whatever. But where was I? I got lost on flange. And it's now become an accepted word in zoology for a group of primates, monkeys, gorillas, apes. It is one of the accepted words for a tribe of gorillas. But back to my main point. I almost had the name of the bloke that I was trying to think of there. You know, they live in, like, not Ukraine, but they live out in the fucking, out in East Europe somewhere. He's just been arrested and possibly set up for extradition to the UK, where he's wanted on various charges. Can't remember their names. But they misunderstand They think that being alpha is about basically being a guy running a set of prostitutes and having your way with them whenever you want. That's not it. I mean, having sex on tap would be nice, but you're not looking after the welfare and the well-being of others, which is what actually being the alpha is supposed to be about. Anyway, I've gone off on one. Even though you're a bloody pom, I know, but I'm not a whinging pom most of the time. Oh, it jumped. I just saw Tara's arrived. Hello, Tara. There was Robert arriving. Okay, Mike, I wish you well, my friend, but where do you see yourself in 5 years? I don't know. I've been in a holding pattern this whole time because of legal, the catch-22. I need to get my money to solve my legal troubles, but I need to leave the country, and my legal troubles prevent me leaving the country, and it's, so it has just been survival for me and Tina. Now, once Tina's no longer here, you see, I've been watching her deterioration for the last 18 months, maybe 2 years. Once that's no longer a factor, I'm not sure. Do I get up and on my Shanks pony? That's feet, for those of you that don't know. Do I set off and walk? Do I head to the French, to the channel and try and get across somehow? Do I somehow contact a lawyer and try and get help with no money down? Like pay on a contingency. If you get this sorted and I get back to the UK, then I'll pay you. But why would he trust me? Once I'm in the UK, what would he be able to do to chase me for the money? I think they would be nervous about that prospect. Also, I've had friends contact lawyers in the past on my behalf, and we were turned down on the basis of they didn't want to go against the Guardia Civil. The Guardia Civil, which is one of the branch of police forces in Spain, the Guardia Civil have a reputation. And even local lawyers, the word that came back was, you'll have to go out of town and contact specialists. This was after they tried to run me over on the top road. I think this was just a few days after. Was this after they beat me and Tina up, or was this after they stole all my belongings from in this field? I don't remember the circumstances or the lead up. But I'm stood at the top of this road with my rubbish in my hands with bin bags, and I'm trying to get across the road. Guardia Civil's parked at the bus stop on the far side of the road off to my right. I got halfway across the road and they pulled out and drove right at me as fast as they could. Not even taking into account, as he pulls out, so the bus stop's an extra lane, yeah? And there is an extra lane where they put bins and things. He comes right at me and he's got another car on his shoulder coming in the same direction as him. He's coming from a standing start and there's traffic already, and he forced another car out wide. Almost killed that driver who had to pull into the oncoming traffic because of the way the cop drove. So we'd had an argument, me and the police, obviously, a few days earlier, and they weren't happy, and they were driving past about 10 times an hour. Oh, this is the same time we had police driving down this little lane. Goes nowhere. There's a few houses at the end, but 2, 3, 5 in the morning, they're driving past and peeping horns and shining lights at the tent. For about 2 weeks after this event, I was being literally harassed by the bastards. That's when I did a video telling the mayor to go fuck himself and that I'm going to go after him. That was a harrowing time, folks. When you've got cars driving past, stopping, pipping horns and shining lights at your tent at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. been a while, but they've left me alone for quite a while now. But yeah. Go on, Mike, it's roasting. It was, I mean, my phone overheated and literally it said, can't run YouTube, phone too hot. I said it for about 2 or 3 minutes. We're all behind you on your journey. Tara sent you a wee PayPal present. It's not much, but hope it helps. Thank you, much appreciated. Trampiversary, I used that word a couple of years ago. It didn't really take on, but yeah. Happy Trampiversary. Hello, Tara, and thank you. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Yeah, that's a big question, Robert, because I'm a big believer that in general, you end up, where you end up is a result of your own decisions, in general, in life. But I'll say in general, because there are times when externalities come in, factors that you have absolutely no control over. I set my main bank account. I opened my main bank account, my Barclays account. I opened it in January of 1989 when I got a job in London. I opened the account just outside North Cheam. Between Morden and North Cheam. So I've had that account forever. But before coming here, I opened a second bank account in case of emergencies. A rainy day fund, if you will. And I thought I'd transferred 15 grand over there in 2 lots of 7,500. It now looks like only 1 lot of 7,500 made it over. I haven't got any way of checking anything. I'm hoping that the other 7,500 that didn't make it stayed in my account, you know, my original account. But if it didn't, I want to know where the fuck it went. And then, because it was a rainy day fund, I never touched it. And then COVID and blah blah, and they weren't sending cards when cards expired. They weren't sending them abroad. And there was all sorts of difficulties, and I finally got Barclays, my main account, to send me a new card, so that was all good. But then that account ran out of money, and so I wanted my rainy day fund. I contacted the bank, asked them to transfer £1 grand over. They said yes, that's fine. And then 10 minutes later they said, oh no, that hasn't gone through. Turns out your account is flagged as, what was the word they used? Dormant, not expired, dormant. You haven't used it. You've not put any money in or taken any money out for a couple of years. I said, yeah, that's right. It's a rainy day fund. I said that when I opened it. And they said, no, that's no good. And I said, it's my fucking money. No, not until you present yourself in your branch with your passport and 3 other forms of ID. Can't get there without money. And then I tried to go. A friend bought me a plane ticket, paid for me a passport. The same friend that I was staying with back in the day, Lorraine she was called. Unfortunately she has since expired, died, passed, whichever, pick the word you prefer. See, no matter how bad life gets, folks, here's me living in a field for 4 years. There's always someone worse off. She was a good friend to me. And then there was a falling out. I was under her feet too much. I was in her house for 3-4 months. You know. I appreciate the fact that I outstayed my welcome. I mean, I had nowhere else to go. What was I going to do? But in the end, she also had other people, what would you say, gossiping at her. Firstly, they were gossiping that we were in some kind of relationship. We weren't. Although There was a time that she wanted to be. So there was all of that. But there was other people saying I was lying. There was no second bank account. Banks couldn't possibly do that. But they do. They will regularly ask you to prove your ID. Now, you might not know it. You might go into the bank, like with your gas bill, and saying, why is my gas bill not being paid? And when you do that, they kind of press a button to say, yes, I've seen. They don't tell you, but they press on their computer to say, yes, we've seen proof of the address. We know that this person is this person. So they do it silently. You're proving your ID when you walk in with those, here's my gas bill and you haven't paid it. What the fuck are you doing? Why is my direct debit not gone through? So they are silently confirming that you are you. But if you don't prove that you are you for a while, you'll get the same thing happen, and you'll get a call saying, come to the bank and bring ID. It happens to the people that were telling me that couldn't possibly happen had in turn been called into their bank in Spain to prove their fucking ID. But because they had a Spanish bank account, not a British one, it was just down the road. They didn't have to travel internationally through an airport that won't let them leave the country because, unbeknownst to them, a bench warrant had been issued because a court date had been issued and you'd never been told, which is what happened to me when I got arrested at the airport. And you get walked through you're in handcuffs, having to carry your coat and your luggage with your fucking hands in handcuffs and everyone looking at you. And I'm sure they walk you around the entire fucking airport so that everybody sees you. I laughed. I knew what they were doing, I knew why they were doing it, and I didn't care. A bunch of people I've never met in my life and who I'll never see again in my life and who won't remember me tomorrow, a bunch of people that I don't know see me in handcuffs, being marched through an airport by armed men. It's kind of funny when you step back. Again, it's that stoicism thing. What do I care if a bunch of people I don't know and who I'm never going to see again see me being marched in handcuffs through every length of an airport, backwards and forwards, every fucking corridor and every avenue? You know what they're playing at? Roll with it and laugh at it. No charges or anything, no extra. This is one of those things, when they do issue court papers to say, here's the court date, they send them to you and you have to sign. And the day before the court case, the Policia Local, the local police, are supposed to come and make you sign something to say you'll be there. If they haven't got any of that paperwork for the initial delivery of the documents, that cop who comes the day before, they're supposed to send a text message at like 9 or 10 that night before the court case saying, don't forget, 9 o'clock tomorrow, be there. If they haven't got any of those, if they can't prove that they've sent the documents, okay, a bench warrant gets issued and you get arrested and you get dragged off and you spend a night in the cells. But there's no extra charges because their paperwork is defective. They haven't served paperwork. If they've got signatures and have delivered the papers and you've acknowledged the papers and then you don't attend, well then you're going to get extra put on your sentence or be in contempt of court or whatever. Never happened. Never happened. During COVID, when I was still sharing a house with a bloke, sharing an apartment with a friend, the police came and made me sign to say that I'll be in court the next day. Even though the court was closed because of COVID. And so off I went into town. I got stopped 3 times on the way into town. Why are you here? Well, I got this letter saying I have to go to court. But court's closed. I said, well, I know that, and you know that. But the fucking Policia Local who came to me yesterday was about to hit me with his baton when I said the court's closed. So I'm going to go to the court. And yeah, I'll get turned away, but I got to go to the court. I have paperwork from the court and from the police telling me to go to court. I'm going to go to court. When I get there, the fucking security guard on the door was looking at me like I was an idiot, because everybody knows the court's closed. I said, yeah, I know. But look, yesterday a policeman brought me this, made me sign it, and when I said, that's silly, I can't go to court, he was reaching for his fucking baton. He got his gloves on and everything. He was ready to. You could see him preparing to go hands on. You know, when you're putting those tight little fucking little vinyl black rubber gloves on, I thought he was getting ready to do a bit of proctology. Come and tickle my prostate. I sound gay now. I'm going to shut up, even though I'm a bloody pom yet. So 5 years. That took quite a walk, didn't it? That conversation, Robert. Where do I see myself in 5 years? I've no idea. I'm waiting for some opportunity or some change in circumstance to emerge. I don't know. I don't know. What time is it, folks? It's after 12 o'clock. I've got to go and lay my, if you look at my solar panels, between 12 and 4, I have to lay them flat for optimum solar. So let me go and do that, and I'll be back with you in a minute. Oh, at 12 o'clock, do you think I can have a beer? Did I leave my fridge running? Oh fuck, hold on. I can't remember what I did. Did I leave the fridge running, or is the fridge off? If I've left it off, I'll need to turn it on. If I've left it on, I need to turn it off. I don't know which way around it is. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear called Tina. Tina teddy bear. Hello, baby girl. Yes, you little sexy darling. Kisses. It's not finding the fridge. Hold on. Let me go back to the eco flows, which are there. Hold on. Changing apps. Look at this. Oh, it's only over there, but I'm doing it all by Bluetooth on the interwebs instead, and you know, on the apps and things instead. Technology, folks. I just said I'm going to go get a beer, so it's ridiculous that I'm sitting here doing it with apps instead of just walking over there. But that's the modern world, isn't it? You're not connected. You're definitely not. Why is... I didn't hear that turn on. Normally it beeps. There it is. Hold on. What's the fridge? What's the frequency, Kenneth? What's the temperature? 13 degrees C in the fridge. It is now turned on. It wasn't previously. Give me a second, folks. I got to lower my panels. It looks like I've got to wrangle the cables a little bit as well. And then I'm going to finish my coffee and grab a beer. A lot of scum on the top of my cold coffee. "30 seconds, and then I will pick up with chat. I'm way behind. My EcoFlow is getting very hot, sat in the sun as well. I wonder if I can move that. Oh, I doubt I can put that on the floor, can I? Hold on, folks. Hold on. Whoa! Fuck. Shit. That was no good. I don't know if the EcoFlow will reach the floor in the shade and still connect to the phone without pulling off the... No. Hold on. I'm going to put the EcoFlow there and unplug it from the phone. I don't know how much power I've got on the phone, but bear with me, folks. 2 minutes, maybe 3. Turn the chair around and never cast a shadow. Whoa, that's no good. That's better. Beer. 12 o'clock already. Have a fucking beer. Plug my batteries in for a while. I've got a treat for Tina. Tina, girl. Just wait there, darling. Tina, wait. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, let me just check where I am for power now that I've unplugged this, because 80%, that'll be fine for a while. I'll bring the EcoFlow back up if I need it. I brought Tina a treat. So yesterday, I don't know if you can read that, or it'll be reversed for you, won't it? You won't be able to read that. Chicken carcass. Carcassa, so pollo, that's chicken. And carcassa y espinazo. I don't know what that means. I don't know that word. Possibly spinach? I don't know why that would be. I don't think it is. But it was a pack of 4 or 5 chicken carcasses. The bits left over that nobody wants after they've dissected a chicken. And look at the price. Can you see the price? 79 cents. And there was 4 or 5 of these chicken carcass pieces. I'm going to give it my go. I'm going to let you watch for a little bit, if I can. Let's have a look. Click there. Turn around. Hey, babe. Oh, fuck. Dropped it. I dropped it on my legs. Here you go. Here we go. It's for Tina. Get it quick before the flies get it. There you go. What do you think, guys? 2 minutes? Sometimes it's 30 seconds. She'll gobble it right on down. And sometimes it's, sometimes it's 30 seconds. Sometimes it's a minute or 2. Sometimes she'll roll it around in the floor and get it covered in a nice amount of dirt first. I figure that won't hurt her. Like, yeah, now, look, she's put it on the ground. When she eats it, it's just extra minerals, isn't it? The soil is basically broken down rock. Come on, get it eaten. You're on camera. Don't show me up. I was telling people how you eat these things. The lady that brings them to us, Colleen, she says her dogs will take like half an hour to eat one. And then she handed Tina one and it was gone in 30 seconds. A little bit like this now, look. Now it's inside her mouth, the main part of it. It'll be gone in no time. When it comes to meat, she basically doesn't really chew meat. She chews bones, obviously. But meat, if I give her meat, she just swallows it. There's no messing, there's no chewing. Look, I've got 2, can you see this? I've got 2 flies on my, oh, one flew off. Flies on my fingers. I'm in a field, folks, and I've just been handling chicken. Go on, get that last bit. Good girl. Don't rub it in the... She's giving it a good dusting of fucking soil. There's my girl. Get that eaten. And then we say thank you to Auntie Colleen. Colleen's a lady that brings me a newspaper every week. Which has turned out handy. Obviously, I enjoy reading the local paper. It's an English language papers. And have you finished? There's that last little bit. Come on, you're a rub... Have you... Oh, did you get it all? Okay. Okay, now she's just double checking whether she's dropped any on the floor. Alright, folks. Yeah, Colleen's a lady that brings me the newspapers, which has proved handy because now that Tina's got this double incontinence thing going on, I have some puppy pads, but I'm trying to stretch them out and make them last as long as I can. I haven't got many. I don't know where to get such things. and I guess a vet's, but I can't get there. Disabled dog. And so I'm using the old newspapers. I always keep the newspapers. So I'll put 4 or 5, I'll open up the paper, 4 or 5 sheets down, and make sure that when I put her on the bed, make sure her backside's on the try and make sure that her backside's on the papers. Good girl. Good girl. Did you enjoy that? Can I get a cuddle? No, you're too far away. I just about reached you, but it's not a proper cuddle. I'll cuddle your bum. Bum cuddles. There's my girl. Hold on, folks. Let me just twist this slightly that way. Put me more centre camera. Flies. Hold on. How do I pronounce that one? Donkey, maybe? Donk. I'm going to go donk. I don't want to be rude and call you donkey. Hi, Mike. Everything will work out in the end. See you November. Tango Romeo. TR. Okay. Donk, says Robert. There are some pet charities run and set up by English people over there. Yeah, we had a vet come out from Big Red. Now, I'm going to criticise, but I'm not criticising the charity. So the charity takes money, and then the vets won't do this shit for free. They take full fees from the charity. I'm not a big fan of I think vets. My vet, the vet that we always went to, she's a cold fish. No connection with the animals at all. She's a cold-hearted bitch, if you pardon the... No, she is. She's a cold fish. There's nothing. She's not, oh, come on, puppy, let's get you up on the... There's nothing. Tina snapped at her, so she made me put a muzzle on her. This is a vet, right? Vet looks at Tina, who is a dog-sized dog. So she's not a little dog. She's not German Shepherd. You know, she's not a horse-sized dog. She's a dog-sized dog. And this vet handed me a muzzle to put. I've never put a muzzle on because it's never been needed. I don't own one. She couldn't gauge the size. This is her job. She gave me the smallest muzzle they had, which it didn't even get halfway up Tina's snout. And so she takes a second guess at a muzzle, still too small. Tina only snapped at her because there's no connection between them. And obviously, whenever you go there, we only ever go there for like the annual injections. So Tina remembers her and the pain. So there's an association. That lady hurts me. And so Tina took one look at her and growled. Right, kind of snapped towards her. No, and Tina doesn't bite people. But when she feels threatened, she will snap in their general direction. It's just it's a warning. She's never, okay, she once bit me. She snapped for some food that I had in my hand. I gave her a clout and she's been soft and gentle. I was just teaching her not to snap. And one tap on the head and she's soft and gentle as can. You don't, people say, oh, you have to give food with a flat hand. And no. You can put your hand right inside Tina's mouth. She's soft and gentle as can be. Because she got it wrong once. I had blood streaming down my finger. Oh, she did catch Colleen once when Colleen was giving her the chicken piece. It's an accident. She's not deliberately biting people. Twice in 10 years, she's caught people and caused a bit of blood. Let me wave at these people. No. He decided to look away. He was looking at me as he drove down, so I thought I'd wave as he went past. But there are some pet charities. There are. Big Red is one. Now, like I said, I'm going to criticise. I'm not criticising that charity. The doctor, the vet who came out to examine Tina about 18 months ago, she was well into this thing with the back legs going, and I was concerned, and somebody helped put me in touch with this charity, and they sent a vet. and the vet couldn't even follow instructions to get here. It's like Repsol, petrol station, garage, whatever you want to call it, right opposite the road. I said, I'm the guy in the tent down that road. Oh, no, it's too complicated. Come and meet us. So they parked at the Repsol, and I was supposed to go to them. And then they were all confused as to why I'd not brought the dog. Where's the dog? Well, the dog's fucking paralysed. What did you not understand the fucking mission? So then they were aggrieved. Oh, and the vet had to have a second person come and drive her here because the vet doesn't drive. And so then they're charging the charity for these two people for their mileage and for coming and doing. And then what she did, she checked under Tina's belly, down the centre, and when I was looking away or distracted, she pinched her. So Tina yelped, "Wah!" And then she ran her hand down the spine, and Tina yelped. And again, probably while I was distracted. Let me tell you, I'm picking Tina up, I'm carrying her. I'm throwing her around. I pick her up by the collar and by the belt around her waist. I'm moving her up and onto the bed, up and around, and there's never, ever, ever been any fucking pain. The only pain she ever has is when I fucking stand on her legs while I'm walking her and she staggers under me sometimes. She has never shown any sign of... When her back legs went, she used to run down the road. When Karen comes to visit and they used to park at the bottom of the road, Tina hoiked herself out of the fucking tent just with her front legs and ran down the road, bum shuffling all the fucking way. There's no pain. That vet rigged that shit. I used to be a lot more diplomatic about it and say I wasn't sure. But the more time's gone on, she said, oh, it's a spinal injury, and she gave him some painkillers and said in 30 days, either this reduces the swelling and helps, or in 30 days, that was 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago now. That vet was a fucking joke, and she was only in it for the money. She wanted the money for the visit and then to put Tina down. Convinced of it. She says it's a spinal injury and gives me 30 days worth of painkillers and some vitamins, for fuck's sake. Not, hey, we better get her back to the vets and get an x-ray and see what's what. Of course not, because there wouldn't be. I'm pretty sure it's a degenerative disease. The way it's started, the way it's kicked off, the way it's gone on. Let me give you the first symptoms. The tickle spot. To one side or the other of the umbilicus, the belly button. Dogs often, you tickle them and the back leg, one of the back legs goes like that. Well, that stopped working. And then, as it progressed, anywhere, you could tickle her anywhere and the back legs gave way. Like they were doing that, but both of them. It got to the point where you could tickle her neck or the top of her head and the back legs collapsed. So that's a sign of neural degeneration, the sheathing, the covering of the spinal cord or whichever nerves was losing it. This was my theory at the time, like MS, multiple sclerosis, but in dogs. There is such a thing, I don't know the name, and then that changed, and as things kind of deteriorated, the back legs just started not being there. And then other things, and just all of that. Now I can't give her a tummy tickle. I've got videos where I used to give her a tummy tickle and she's on her back and the legs are going and it doesn't work anymore. She doesn't feel it. And now the front legs are going and we've got the double incontinence. She's peeing and pooing and half the time she doesn't even know it's happening. And then she's kind of laying in it, hence the pads and the papers and things, because 90% of her time spent on the bed. So yeah, there are animal charities. I don't blame the charity, but some of the vets are mercenary bastards. They're not in it for the love of the animals. In my humble opinion. Honest opinion. So yeah, Big Red. I used to have a link to them because they came out, they sent someone to treat Tina, so I thought we'd try and raise money for them. I don't know. When you make a donation to them, you name the dog, and they kind of keep an account. I guess they're just trying to see whether they're making money or losing money on each call out. I don't know how we did. You never get any kind of feedback for whether my audience helped the charity or not. But I was uncertain about the vet because she said that the dog, I pick Tina up all the time. I'm moving her around continuously. I walk her up to the fucking, I walk her 100 yards that way and back. Very occasionally, we'll do 100 yards there, 200 yards along the main road, 300 yards back to the cliff tops and around. And I'm carrying her. I'm moving her around. Never yelped once. The vet takes one look at her and she yelps twice while I'm distracted. Pretty sure she was nipping her. Pretty sure. Am I 100% certain? No. Otherwise I probably would have clobbered her. But, sorry, talking about violence again, folks. It's a bit of a theme on the channel. Do I have anger management issues? I did have a judge once want to send me for anger management courses. Until it was pointed out to him that he just found me not guilty. He couldn't sentence me to shit, but he wanted to. I didn't beat 3 people up. 3 people jumped me outside a train station. I put 2 of them in hospital. Accidentally. The judge couldn't believe the prosecution went ahead with the case. Obviously, 3 people are trying to mug you outside a fucking train station, and so you hit them. And 2 of them I hit hard. Well, all 3 I hit hard, but 2 of them went to hospital because of it. And the police and the prosecution, fuck off was, wanted to go ahead with the case, and the judge kind of laughed it out of court, and then tried to send me for anger management classes. Until my brief said, hold on, Judge, you might be able to recommend it, but you can't sentence the guy that you just found innocent. And the judge said, oh yeah, sorry about that. I don't really have anger management. Let me scroll back. There are some pet charities. Okay, nobody's Donk, if you're still there. Or is it Don K-E? Don K? Can you give me a pronunciation guide if you're still here? If there's a crystal ball which would tell you when you're gonna die, would you look? No. Or I don't know. Everyone else, chip in. Answer Robert's question. I like these interesting off-the-wall questions. No, I wouldn't want to know such a thing. And it would drive you mad. Like in that final year, if you knew the date and it would drive you mad in the run-up to it. That's a level of stress that it would basically ruin the rest of your life, I think. Now, if you've got, oh gosh, so I cried online last night, didn't I? I cried on the stream talking about Mark Happy Camper and his wife Aurora, who just died. If you get a terminal disease and you know the end is coming, some people can then make the most of the time they've got left. But if you're talking about something in the far off future, like on this date in 10 years' time you're going to die, I think that would ruin the rest of your life. I think it would for me anyway. I admire people who get the news that they're on the way out and then start ticking off items on their bucket list. It doesn't work out for everybody because you might spend that last year in a hospital bed receiving treatment that you hope's going to turn things around and then doesn't. So you've got the agony, not pain agony, but the agony of hoping that treatments work, spending all that time like going through chemo or radiotherapy or whatever it might be, the hair loss and the whatever else, the sickness, chemo, you spend a lot of time throwing up. Radiotherapy, you lose your hair and all of that. Do you know that some of the first cancer treatments came around because of mustard gas? Mustard gas in the First World War. I think I've probably prattled on about this in the past. Mustard gas in the First World War. Soldiers came back from having been gassed, and all their white blood cells and everything was dying off inside their body. And this gave doctors and scientists a clue as to how they might be able to attack cancer cells. If all the cells were dying, if you could do a lesser version, maybe you could just get the, not just get the cancer cells. Chemotherapy does have a widespread issue, but maybe they could tailor it and maybe they could target cells and do a lesser dose. So mustard gas literally was the beginning of chemotherapy. Interesting book. What's that book called? Oh shit, I'm not going to be able to remember. No, I'll look it up. I'll post a link in chat, not in chat, in the comments afterwards. Really interesting book. I think it has a picture of a crab on the front of the book. Crab, cancer, you get it, it's the astrological thing. And cancer's called cancer because it kind of has that look when they start dissecting bodies and pulling cancers out. They do look like the underside of a crab, kind of all gnarly and yeah. So that would you want to know? I don't think I would. If you had a crystal ball that tell you when you're going to die, would you look? I don't think I would. Now this might just be I'm quite aware of my own personality. I would dwell on it, but at the same time I'm curious. So would I be forced into looking? Here's the thing. I wouldn't want to look, but I probably would end up looking because I've got that. You've seen me. When I don't know an answer to something, I'll go and look it up. That's why I joke that you come here for the education. I'm educating myself while we're talking half the time. So, would I want to look? No. Would I look? Probably. It's that scorpion thing again, isn't it? It's in my nature. Why did you do that? It's in my nature. After the scorpion has pricked the frog. In some stories it's a frog, in others it's a fox. Scrolling on. Thank you for the question there, Robert. That's a good one. I think I was going backwards. Can you not contact the bank or get someone in England to help you? I've had my ex-wife go into the bank. Here's my marriage certificate. We're not technically divorced. She's still my wife, actually. She says, hey, I'm his wife. Here's the marriage certificate. Fucking do something. And they said, your name's not on the account. Fuck off. Well, they didn't say fuck off, but in as many words. Your name's not on the account. There's nothing. There was a time when in law, see, this is it again. I talk a lot about the deterioration in trust in British society. Husband and wife are indivisible in law. This is why a wife can't be forced to testify against her husband. She can choose to, but she can't be summoned and made to testify if she doesn't want to. Whereas in other cases, you can be summoned and you have to appear as a witness or whatever. It can't happen with a wife. You cannot force. Husband and wife are indivisible in law. They're the same person. This is why her mother is called a mother-in-law. In law, She is my mother. Because me and my wife are the same person in law, or used to be. Nowadays, data protection. We can't tell you. It's another one that I put down to the Africans. This, bear with me, this isn't racism. This is legit. Here's what happened. Nigerian scammers. Nigerians moved to Britain. And as we know, they're a lot more corrupt in general than Britons. And the ones that come to Britain are probably more corrupt than your typical Nigerian. And so because of this, instead of growing up and just walking into a bank with your parents who were known by the bank manager and the bank staff, and you just, hey, this is my son, he wants a bank account, he's 16, 18, well, he's just started work. Oh, yeah, sure. What's your name? Yeah, sign here, give us specimen signatures, bang, done. Now it's present fucking 5 forms of ID, give us some fingerprints, roll up your right leg, spin around 3 times and rub your left buttock. It's because of Nigerian scammers and Bangladeshis as well, to be fair. That's why all of this, we have to know, where banks are now doing all this prove your ID all the time. Whereas it used to be, the other factor is that banks have become more centralised. It used to be the bank manager and the bank staff knew their customers. And now they don't. The staff aren't there long enough. They get sacked every 2 or 3 years. Layoffs and layoffs and layoffs. Fewer and fewer members of staff. Use machines so you never see the staff. It's all part of the same thing where they don't know you. And so you're having to bring paperwork around all the time. But it's all part of the same thing. But it all started with Nigerian scammers. It's that fucking Nigerian prince thing. It's not racism. I'm just pointing out the fact that some people came into the country who are on average more corrupt than we are, a lot more. And in fairness, the ones that came over probably came over because they're more corrupt than other Nigerians. I mean, I'm not, you know, it's not racism. It's not because of the colour of their skin, it's because of their fucking actions. And the effect, we used to be a high trust society. You just trusted people. A woman walks into a bank, she brings a 16-year-old or 18-year-old son along and says, hey, Mr. Bank Manager, can we open an account for young Johnny here? Young Johnny or young Tommy, whatever he might be. Tom, Dave, Fred, Dick, Harry, whatever. High trust society. You've seen that there are still villages where there'll be a shop with no one in it and a trust box. You walk in, you pick up your shopping and you put the money in the box. And there are videos online where some person of African descent, or Asian nowadays, Southeast Asian, walks into the shop, fills the fucking van and empties the money out of the box. So not putting in the box, and they empty the shop and the money box. Go look them up. I'll maybe dig a couple out and I'll link to them later. Just to show that I'm not being a racist bastard. We used to be a high trust society. And now you can't be because there are so many fucking wrong-uns out there. And they're not us. Typically, I mean, we have scroats as well, don't get me wrong. But that 2 or 4 or 10% of society that's, you know, recent arrivals, they don't have the same honour system that we do. Scrolling because I'm going to get called names. So no, can you not contact the bank? Tried it to death, had people go in. Agadaka need to head off for the night, of course, because you're, what, 8 hours ahead of us, and it is 12, yeah, it's 9 o'clock maybe your time, Tony, Akadaka. But thank you for the donation the other day, mate. Guy sent me money and apologised that it wasn't more. Never, ever, you never feel, folks, Never feel the need to apologise that your donation is not more. I'm getting by. I'm kind of all right. There's no obligation. I've got people that send me money every month. I think they're doing it as like a tithe, like a good people. But there's no obligation. Like I said, this guy that sends me money every month, he realised he'd skipped a few months, and he added up how many months and then sent me a bumper payout at Christmas. Absolutely not necessary. Fucking love you. Absolutely appreciated. No obligation, folks. I'm not gonna look. I've got money for beer. Now, admittedly, I'm in Spain and the beer's dirt cheap. 30 cents a can would be typical in a supermarket. 40 cents at the kind of local shop over the road there. If I was struggling, I wouldn't have money for beer, would I? Recently, I've actually had cash in my back pocket as well. So this PayPal money, my friend Karen, she opened like a post office account for me and gave me the tippy tappy bank card thing. And so when I run out of cash on the prepaid debit card, she'll transfer. I'll send her some PayPal money. She transfers it via her bank to the post office and onto my card. But every now and again, someone will give me an actual banknote. And it was Josie last time, Josie and Peter. And thank you very much, Josie, if you're out there. I am now running low on cash. I went to the supermarket and did a big shop, didn't I? And then various other little bits and things. I went out and aiming to spend 20. I thought to myself, you'll probably go over. Let's allow yourself 30 as an upper limit. I spent fucking 40. Oops. Oops-a-daisy. And I was keeping count as I went around, so it's not like it was unbeknownst to me. I did it knowingly. I think I'd spent my 30. It was the fucking pastiche stuff, the aniseed spirit. Oh man, that is so delicious. It took me 2 weeks to drink it. So don't get me wrong, folks, you know what I mean? I know I get accused of the alky thing all the time. And I spend a lot of time defending myself from methinks the lady doth protest too much. I just have to mention it because if I mention drinking beer or buying a bottle of spirit, it's the first bottle of spirits I've bought since Christmas. I think that's true. I think it's the first time I've been in a shop since Christmas. Oh, apart from the time I tried to go to the shop and the card machine was down. I tried to buy beer over here at the Chino Bazaar. Their card machine was out. I had no money. And the bloke, really fucking, fuera! Out! Really rude. It's like, mate, I'm a customer. I came here. I know I'm good. I'm good for. Why you didn't just let me have it and run a tab and pay in a couple of days' time? Their outage, not mine. You know, I'm fairly regular over there. You know, once a week, sometimes twice. I'll go and buy I buy my weekend booze. Sometimes on a Thursday, sometimes on a Friday. Occasionally, you know, on a Monday or a Tuesday. So that I'm known. I've never been a problem. This guy was like, what? I'm like, oh, well, what do I do? And he just, fuera! He's like, fuck off, get out. Thanks, mate. Cheers for that. Appreciate you. So I went to the supermarket, and when I got there, they must be using the same internet provider. It wasn't like a general internet outage. It's one company, but these two places both were using. So I went to Aldi. Same thing, went around the shop, got a few pieces. I got a couple of cases of beer and some other bits. And when I got to the till, cash only. Oh, that's no fucking good. So I just dumped my stuff and Just put it on the conveyor. Fucked up. It's like, look, you're the one with the outage. Your problem. I'm not walking back around the shop and putting it all back on the fucking shelves. You work here. You're paid to do that shit. I'm not. And I'm not generally like rude or arrogant, but their problem, not mine. I'm not doing the work. I don't get paid to fucking stack your shelves. I used to get paid. Asda, I was paid to stack shelves. I think that's the one job I've been sacked from. It is as well. Oh no, I got sacked from Reebok in the end, but that's just because they're a bunch of bastards. I ended up back there a couple of years later in the office, but that's another story. Stories to tell, folks. I always say you live your life, and at the end of it, you should have some stories to tell the grandkids. Now I don't have any kids, therefore there will never be any grandkids. But you've got to have a tale to tell, haven't you? One day I will be able to tell people about my adventures living in a field, my interactions with the police and with courts and law and order, the times I've been sacked, the jobs that I walked out on. That's happened a couple of times. Just fucking turned around and said, no, enough, and just left there and then. No notice, no nothing. Just left. Chelsea Harbour. There was one. There was one. So I'm manning a barrier. You know, and we block the road and traffic comes through and we ask them where they're going, or we look for a little pass in their window. And if they haven't got the pass, what's going on? Oh, I'm visiting. Oh, okay, mate. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll let you in. And if they haven't got a viable story, you block them and tell them to turn around and go. It's private roads, private residence. You're supposed to do an hour on each. You do like a circuit. I'm on that spot for an hour. Then you move on to this underground car park. Then you move on to the Belvedere Tower. Then you move on, and so on. And relief didn't arrive. I'd been there 3 hours and nobody was coming out. And it should have been my break time. You do a circuit, and at the end of the circuit, you're the guy who was on break for the next half hour or whatever it might be. And then you come out from break, you relieve the guy, and a whole chain of, you know, people walking to the next setup. Never happened. And I stood there, and it's baking hot. 1989 was a particularly fucking warm year. It's almost on a par with 1976, or with, like this year, with the heat waves. Very nice at times, because as soon as it gets hot, all the pretty ladies are walking around with more or less no clothes on. You're in London, so it's 3 or 4 degrees warmer than it is up north anyway, but it's summer, and then it's a nice summer, so all the clothes come off. It's no good when you're in an underground car park, but when you're up on top, it's great. You know, sorry for the testosterone ladies, but it's a man thing. We like to look at the ladies. Some of us, most of us, 95, 96%. Anyway, I'm stood there in the baking. I'm the one that's in the baking heat with a fucking cap, peak cap, and a fucking blazer and nylon trousers and fucking crappy uniform. I'm sweating my fucking balls off. 3-4 hours, and I'm not doing the circuit. I'm another 3 or 4 hours. Even if relief came and I go to the next station, I'm still 4 hours away from a break. So I rang up to the office and said, come on, what? Oh, such and such has gone ill, and I'm like, okay, you're part of this company, aren't you? Get your ass down here and relieve me. Let me go on to the next. Get your ass in gear. Management problems. Okay, someone's gone ill. That's fine. Cover. Send some fucker down. Oh, no. So to put the barrier up involved sliding a pass, an electromagnetic card. You know, like a credit card with the stripe, you know. And I just put the fucking card on top of the post next to the barrier, and I just fucking walked up. I had them all shouting after me. I just said, no, it's not happening, guys. That's not how this fucking works. That's not how the game's played. Your management. Manage. We've had one guy go off sick and suddenly everybody has to stand there for 8 hours, not getting a break. We did 12-hour shifts. I had an hour and a half travel into work, an hour and a half travel out of work after, and a 12-hour fucking shift. And I'm not getting a break. Fuck that shit. Pardon the French. You see why the judge wanted me to go for anger management courses. That was Akadaka Tony heading off. Is there anything we can do to help Tina? I guess a local vet can't help. I think at this stage we're biding time until I take her for that final trip to the vet. My expectation is that I'm going to arrange to go to a vet with her for the, for the final injection. And they're probably going to refuse on the first visit. They're probably going to try and suggest some course of tests or course of action. I wanted to try ivermectin, just as a last ditch. She has had ticks in the past when we lived at never in this field, but opposite the. Oh, my ear's gone funny again like the other night. It's been clear ever since we finished last night. And now I've got that underwater sensation again. There was a field opposite my last apartment. We only had to look at that field and Tina would be covered in ticks. So there's a chance that this could be from something like that. So I wanted to, just as a last ditch, but I can't get, I assume you go to the vet to get ivermectin. But even if I walked in, I don't think you can just walk in and just buy it over the counter. I think you'd have to have a dog with you and show that there was a need. I don't know. Maybe I could buy it online. But then we've got the whole delivery address issue. Delivering drugs to a man in the field opposite Repsol. The man in the big blue tent in the field opposite Repsol on the coast road in Torrevieja. I don't know. But I suspect that when I do finally try and take her to the vet, if I haven't communicated the situation with them beforehand, again, I would be going to the nearest vet, my vet, the one I don't like and that Tina doesn't like. See, that's not good, is it? You're taking her for that final journey and she'll be confronted by that lady that she doesn't like. And that neither do I. And she's a cold fish. And so when I'm in tears and cuddling Tina those last minutes or after, this woman's probably going to be a cold-hearted bitch still. I don't know that feels right. We might have to go to a different vet. You saw me last night just talking about how Mark lost his wife, Aurora. I was in fucking tears. I cried for a quarter of an hour yesterday when I heard. And imagine a soft-hearted me like I am basically after I killed Tina. This is the thing, folks. It's going to be me deciding when. And I desperately want to hang on to her. And now if she was like screaming in agony all day long, you know what I mean, then we'd have to do what we have to do. But this isn't that. She's never ever given any sign of pain apart from that one vet visit. I don't know. I don't know I can handle it. Go on, Mike, it's roast. I'm working backwards, folks, because it's jumped on me. We're all behind you on your journey. Thank you, I know you are. Tara, sent you a wee PayPal present. Not much, but hope it helps. Again, never kind of apologise for the size of donations. Everything helps. That was me. Give me 2 minutes to move the parasol. After the phone got got too hot. In fact, the shade is moving, isn't it? The sun's moving. I have to check. Tina is still in the shade. If I show you, I've got to keep an eye on the phone's on 60% charge. That's no problem. Let me show you. Tina's still in the shade, but the sun is going to move around. Can I get my hand in the screen? The sun is going to move around this way. So she'll end up in the sun. Like her water is. Let me move her water. You've pushed that away, you bugger. Oh, also clean up on aisle 2. Give me a minute, folks. I've got a couple of quick jobs to do. I've got to move her water out of the sun, and I've got to do a quick clean up so that she's not in any danger of lying in it. Laying. Do you say laying or lying? I'm not sure. Shall we check? I guess I've asked myself the question, so now I need to know the answer. Laying in it or lying in it? What's the correct conjugation of that particular past tense? Oh, look at the flies, darling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at that. No, no, no. Oh, shit. Literally shit, but... No, the flies. Hold on. We can't have that. I'm not having that. Let me get the fly spray in a second, sweetheart. Jesus Christ, there's 20 flies on her ass. Hold on. There's one at least. Oh. Bag of shite. Literally. Give me a second, folks. Another job to do. We are surrounded by a swarm of oh, maybe it's the chicken. Hold on. Let me get rid of that. That won't be helping. Oh, there's a piece of chicken left, a little piece. Here we go, babe. A little piece of Tina. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Let's put the box from the chicken over there. Let's give that a quick squirt. And then let's just squirt. Here we go, folks. I know it's bad, spraying fly spray outside, but I've got to get rid of the little fuckers. She's got a swarm of them around her ass. And there's a swarm of them in our general vicinity. That's better. That's what daddies are for, look. Looking after my girl. Oh, I'm back. Sorry, man flesh. The moobs and the belly. Can you see under the moobs? Can you see how white it is? Because the sun's always fucking directly overhead. Why is the phone so dark? Hold on. Wait a minute now. That's full brightness. I can't see the screen. What the fuck's that about? I don't know what's going on, folks. It's normally only that dark when we're on 5%. I thought we were on 50, 59. What? How's the picture your end? I'm on full brightness and I can't see myself. I think I need to plug. Let me get the EcoFlow back on the table. It'll be sat in the sun, but it's been in the shade for a while, so it should be cooler now. Yeah, fairly cool. Not perfectly cool, but fairly cool. I have to be careful because I need to leave it connected to the solar panel. I also need to check. Whoa, what button did I just press by accident? Are you still here? I can't see. Whoa, what did I just click? I've turned the camera off. Fuck, an idiot. I clicked on the screen, but I tried to close a menu, but instead I turned the camera off. Talk to me, folks. Can you see me? My chat isn't updating. Let me go top live chat. I just noticed my everything is okay on my phone, says Tara. From experience, animals are very good at hiding pain. This is true, and it's something I worried about for a long time. Tina didn't yelp even when I was like standing on her feet. I sat her down once in this. You won't be able to see. Let me show you. Can I show you? Maybe not. Not now I've plugged the phone into the EcoFlow. Where that silver bag is on the floor there, just to the left, by that that pottery, by the ceramic bowl. I sat Tina down over there once. She wanted to get under the hedge, under that, and if you look over there, there's a, to the left of the bin of the laundry basket. There's a hollow that Tina made under the bushes. So she had two places where she would. I sat her down over here one day, and she was sat on a fucking thorny branch, and she didn't let me know. So I worried. I worried for a while that maybe she was in severe pain and just not letting me know. And then one day something happened and she did yelp. But that was, I think I trod on her leg or something. So she does feel pain, and she does let me know most of the time when there is pain. But yeah, I'm aware that there's a chance that she could be in severe pain and just not let me know. But I see no signs of it. When we're lying on the bed together, she's her normal self. She's a playful, cuddly. I woke up this morning. Oh my, again. So I fell asleep in the chair after last night's stream. I fell asleep here and woke up at 5 o'clock. Spent half an hour twatting about out here, moving solar panels around, ready for when the sun came up, plugging EcoFlows in and moving all of the detritus here, the phone stand, the tablet, the EcoFlow, the lights that aren't here, you know, my fairy lights that are normally out here, the lantern, which is now over there in the sun getting charged. I spent half an hour doing the logistics, and then we got inside, and then I fell asleep. But I got her on the bed with her bum on her pad and with her head up the bed. She has a terrible habit of laying across the fucking bed, right in my way. I have to go to sleep sometimes with my legs over her, or my legs curled up in a ball behind her, or in a fetal position because she's in the way. But this time I got her on the bed lengthways with the head up at my end. I got to sleep with the pretty end instead of the arsehole, instead of the, you know, instead of the bum. So many nights I'm just lying there cuddling her backside. But for once, I woke up again this morning. I've got my arm there, and she's got her head on my shoulder and neck. That's how I like to wake up, cuddling my darling. And the thing is, she's the one that's manoeuvred there. That's the nice part. We fell asleep, and she had her head like at my side, but at some point she's wriggled forward a little bit and put her head on me. It's my doggy darling. So I'm conscious that it's not impossible that there's pain and she's just hiding it, not letting me know. But what can you do? You can only do what you can do. I can't just go around assuming she's in pain and just put her down just fucking willy-nilly. It's too big a decision for that. Or I'm being selfish and I just want to keep her here forever. I don't know. Hello, babe. You need to come in to Daddy. You are. Daddy looks after his girl. Best he can. Might not be good. If you were here, it's probably a couple of months ago now, somebody posted, not in chat, but in a comment after the video had finished. What was it they posted? That dog would be better off dead. It was after I discovered that she'd been lying in her own mess on the bed, and she developed a little open sore from laying in her own mess. So unbeknownst to me, she was peeing and laying in it, and I'd not been checking her pads or changing her pads often enough. This was when it kind of first started. So she developed a little tiny, like as big as a 5p piece if you're English. I don't know how that started, about a centimetre wide. Little patch where her fur had stuck to the paper, and then just the urine, the ammonia had kind of burnt her skin a little bit, and she had a tiny little open wound. I spent the next week wiping her regularly with wet wipes and putting a bit of alcohol gel on. It sealed over, And now the hair's grown back, and you know. But I'm really open with you guys. I tell you about my mistakes. I tell you about the good things and the bad. It's been my aim since the beginning of the channel to tell you about my life and my lifestyle. To be open, to be honest. When I fuck up, I tell you. When I shit myself, I tell you. Literally. When I haven't washed my hair for a year, I tell you. Just before Christmas last time I washed it. And it had been about 15 months at that point. So I tell you the good and the bad. I tell you how it is. So yes, Tina started peeing the bed. I knew she was. I'd got pads and things under her. But in the night, maybe I wasn't checking often enough. Or you just get these things where some days I'm awake on and off all night. But every now and again, you get so tired, such a sleep deficit, you sleep 8 hours right through. And that's what happened for a couple of days. Oh, and I announced, I slept all day today. So I slept all through the night, and then on and off all day I slept. And I said I've slept all day. And this person took that fucking literally. Like, obviously I was getting up and walking her, because why wouldn't you? So when in the times when I was awake for half an hour, I was walking the dog. Then I get back into bed wet through, because walking your dog at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, solar noon, when it's fucking directly overhead, 33 degrees, feels like 40, and I'm carrying 35 kilograms of dog up and down the road. 77 pounds up and down the fucking road. And I brush it off as though I've slept all day. And this person was, some people are just too fucking literal. That dog would be better off dead. He didn't even say Tina. That dog would be better off dead than with you. Fuck off. Don't ever talk to me like that, or I'll rip your fucking head off and shit down your neck. And snap your arm off and smack you around the head with the soggy end. The fuck are you talking about? That dog would be better off dead. Fuck you. I don't think I banned him either. I might go back and ban him. Some people. Scrolling, I got angry again, folks. It's that anger management thing. Everything's okay on my phone. From my experience, animals are good at hiding pain. It's true, and it's something I'm aware of and I'm watching out for. Scousers are on. Viagra for your eyes does nothing for your... but it makes you look hard. Thank you, Robert. Definitely wouldn't want to know. No chance. They always try and get what they can. What have you make stuff up? Hold on. They always... I need context. Vets do it on purpose. They tried to say my cat had arthritis, but she never did, just to get more money from meds. But we had to put her down. She was old and ill. I knew they wanted her alive just for money. Yeah. They always try and get what they can put or but. They always try and get what they can out of you and make stuff up. Yeah. Beautiful Tina girl. Animals know who's good and who isn't. She is a very good judge of character. If Tina snaps towards somebody, I take that into account with my dealings with them. Some people can walk right up to some that she's never met, can walk right up to her and stroke her on the head, and she's lovely with them. Other people approach, and she, like I said, she doesn't bite, but she will growl, and she will kind of snap in their direction. And usually, not always, but usually it means that there's something untrustworthy or off about them. I've always trusted her judgment. Some people can walk right past in the middle of the night, nothing. Other people come past and she's growling. How does she do that? What is she pick? Now sometimes it's that they're on a scooter. She doesn't like things with wheels. She doesn't like plastic flapping about. There are some things, she hates the bus on the main road. I don't know what she's got against buses, but she really hates the fucking bus. I think in the 10 months before I got her, she must have had, well, in that period while she was homeless, while she was running loose and starving to death on the streets, she must have had a bad experience with buses. I tell you what else she hates: black men. Well, black people. Now hey, I know I always sound like a racist, but it's the dog. I don't know if she's ever looked in the mirror. Don't tell her, but she's black. Can she be racist? If a black man passes anywhere nearby, she's on the growl. Again, I put it in that time when she was running around starving to death on the streets. She must have had a bad experience with a black man and with a bus. She almost killed a guy once. I was having breakfast at Murph's on Los Locos Promenade, and one of these peddlers, the lucky men, one of the ones that goes from bar to bar trying to sell roses. You know, she's a young couple or whatever, or an old couple on an anniversary dinner or something. He tries to sell them the red roses. And she took one look at him. He's cycling past, and she lurches from the footpath. We're on the terrace outside the bar, and she runs out, and he swerves to the other side of the road, right in front of a big fucking bin wagon. Bad girl. It's kind of funny. Like I said, you've got to have tales to tell, but not one of her best moments, really. I'm trying to tell everyone what a lovely dog she is, but she doesn't like black people. Judge of character, though. I guess it must be specific black people. We've walked down the road before now, and an English black person walks up and strokes it. No reaction. You know, she's lovely with him. I asked, this is a little bit racist of me, I guess. I asked him, how is it like being a black English person in Spain, where there's the lucky men all over the place, you know, selling you the sunglasses and the fake handbags and the dodgy watches and everything. I asked, and he says, yeah, he said, it's not, you don't get a great reaction. People assume that he's a lucky man, unless he's walking along with his white wife. But I'm the kind of idiot who just outright asks. First time I've met him, and within 30 seconds, I'm asking these kind of deeply personal questions. My phone is now in the sun again, and so is the EcoFlow. Where am I for power? I'm up to 60. I don't know why it went so dark before. I'm going to have to move the parasol. Where do I need to move it to? Towards me, I think, but I can't. Maybe I can move it upwards? I don't think I've got much more leeway for upwards. I don't think it's got much more scope. That's a telescope. Upwards. Anyway, pun. Acknowledged but unintended. Or unintended but acknowledged. I'm scrolling backwards. Sorry guys, melting in the heat. We'll pop in and out. That was Andy quite a while ago, probably 12:22. That's 40 odd. That's nearly an hour ago. There's some pet charities. Okay, I'm back to recognisable territory. And now it jumped. Where did it jump? Does the Titanic... Hold on. Does the Titanic hold money and gold on board we will never recover? Okay, possibly. It's too deep, isn't it? That sub wasn't that guy with his homemade submarine he was trying to dive to the Titanic, wasn't he? When they all got vaporized, when it imploded. They all got squishified and turned to mush. That was the Titanic that they were diving to, or trying to dive to. Okay, Last comment I see is Tara saying everything is okay on my phone. That was when I went too dark here and I couldn't see myself. That's one of the ignorant ones. Let me check again whether... No, it's still just... Last message was everything is okay on my phone. Okay, folks. Let me do my intro again, I guess. I haven't done it in an hour or two. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. My co-presenter, my glamorous co-presenter Tina, I will reintroduce in some moments. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. The topic of the day, really. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum. It's an Americanism, really, I believe. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. Do you think I've made the place my own? Look at the detritus right outside. I will excuse that on the basis of sometimes you've got stuff and you just need to throw it out the door. It will get removed shortly. I am in the middle of a tidying up spree. I've got old tarps on the floor over there, and some other stuff. And there's a bunch of empty plastic bottles. I was in the process of bagging those up. I ran out of my biggest bags. I'm sure I've got some more somewhere. The question is, where is somewhere? There's some other detritus over there. Here we've got a plastic bucket we used to use that broke. There we've got a plastic washing up bowl which got blown off the table and got a hole in a corner. And then if you look there, that's the chicken box that I'm in the process of getting rid of. 3 or 4 beer cans from last night. And over there is my main water store. In, on and around that recliner. Every one of those bottles gets shade at some point in the day from there's a lot of bottles on the far side under that what do you call it, that mattress, that sunbed mattress, a mattress off the lounger. It's covering bottles to keep them out of the sun. The police like to confiscate my water and tell me it's a fire risk, if you can believe it. I watched Bear Grylls take 8 hours trying to fucking turn a bottle of water into like a prismatic lens, or not prismatic, that's the wrong word, trying to focus the sun's rays to create. An expert who knows what he's doing had to constantly adjust throughout the day to try and use a perfectly shaped bottle of water to make a hotspot to make fire. The police confiscate my plastic bottles of water on the basis of being a fire risk. The same clowns who took away green garden furniture because it's a fire risk. Pots, pans, knives, forks, fire risk. I could write a book about me and the fucking Spanish police. I've made videos. I can tell you the tale of when the head top honcho of Policia Local was in this field with all his scrambled egg on his, all the yellow stuff on the peak cap, on his sleeves, and on his epaulets. So he's got gold, and gold, and he spent 3 hours walking around this field. Would not lower himself to talk to me. Wouldn't deign to lower himself to talk to me. Walked around the field continuously trying to find out how he could arrest me. And I'm telling him, fuck off, private land, got nothing to do with you. And I assume he was on the phone to the land registry. And when they gave up with that, when they found out I was right and it is private land and they can't move me on without being trespassed by the owner, and they can't trace the owner. When he found out I was right about that, I think there was talk about immigration and similar. 3 hours that cunt spent walking around the road with 5 or 6 of his fucking henchmen here already. If you're paying taxes in Torrevieja, 6, 7, 8 cops here for 2, 3, 4 hours, even after they finished, and I said, I didn't even wait for them to finish. I just said, look guys, I'm going inside. I just went in and closed the fucking door on them. They still stood out here. Even after they said, right, Mr. Surname, we're off. They stood chatting for half an hour in the fucking hedge. There was 3 or 4 cop cars parked up. And all those coppers. What are you getting for your money? What are you getting for your taxes? 5, 6, 7 cops, 3 or 4 hours to try and move a tramp on? That's move a tramp on, not remove a tampon. Slightly different. What are you getting for your money? Where are your taxes going? Every time I've had any incident with them, they turn up en masse. One time they arrested me because there was a warrant, a bench warrant. Again, I'd missed a court date that they'd neglected to tell me about. So this is all the same case. It's not like I'm not running up court cases all the time. It's all the same case, but they don't tell me about a court case. So I end up with 5 or 6 cop cars parked down here. My neighbours, the locals, must be wondering what the fuck's happening. They took me away. We got all the way to the Guardia Civil, which is where the cells are, and then brought me back because the dog warden couldn't get Tina. He couldn't get Tina into the van. They couldn't catch her, so they brought me back. So I had to do them a favour of capturing my dog and getting it into the cage and off to the kennels. And then when they release me the next day, I have to come home, get my paperwork, and then fuck off back all the way into town and back 1.5 miles to go and get my girl and provide paperwork and prove that she's mine. Even though the dog warden was right there. The guy who couldn't get her in the van was there when I collected her, but I still had to prove she was mine. Fuck off. Where was I, folks? I've gone off on one again, haven't I? You should actually write a book. It would be interesting. I used to make daily notes in a book, and then 2 friends got me a phone. I've been keeping notes in the Samsung Notes app. I stopped a month or 2 ago. I just got out of the habit of keeping them because now. So I used to keep these like detailed notes. Took Tina for a walk, went here, went there, went for a walk, went for a walk to Torre del Moro. That's the Morse Tower up on the hill there. As my life has shrunk and shrunk, my notes just became basically took Tina for a pee and a poo, laid on the bed all day, watched YouTube, adjusted solar panels, back to the bed. My life has shrunk. I don't do anything, I don't go anywhere. There's no story to tell. Apart from, did a live stream, did this. You are my life, folks. These YouTube videos, these live streams in particular, I very rarely make an actual video nowadays. One of the last videos I ever made was when my EcoFlow went rogue, when it wasn't working. And I found a solution and I posted a video. It's my most watched video ever in terms of viewers. Not in terms of overall hours. I think my most watched video in terms of viewing hours is the one, when you go and view my channel, it's the introductory video. Homeless for 1 year today or something, I think it's called. Something like that. I keep trying to get you all to watch my first ever video. And my first ever live stream. Those are 2 separate. My first ever video, hello world, and there's a storm coming, let's make some food. Something like that, I can't remember what it's called, something like that. There are links to both my first ever video and my first ever live stream in the description. About halfway down, you'll find a set of hyphens demarking above and below, and that's just a little intro description and two links. Please, when you've got the time, if you've got the time or the inclination, please watch them. If you watch my first ever video, it's worth watching the second one. That's the one with the big hole in the roof the next day. Would you believe, the very first night I did my very first video, we were expecting 10 days of thunder and lightning. And I lifted the roof up because it was sagging a bit and getting water in it. I lifted it up and my arm went through. All this fucking water came in and it was still raining. It was actually thunder and lightning and raining at the time, but it wasn't above the bed, it was just off to the side. So I had all this rain pouring in all night long, all over all my... Is anybody there? Have I lost all the audience? Hello, hello, hello? Hola? Fuck. 0 viewers. Oh, that's no good. Let me give it a minute and see if people come back. My beer's gone very warm. My phone got so hot again, I've had to move the, I had to move Tina, move the parasol, wait for the phone to cool down, and then I just had a visitor, a lovely lady called Chrissy. She's just brought me a bag of puppy pads. That's fantastic. Thank you, Chrissy. You're obviously not viewing because you're back in your car and driving back to La Marina, which is not just around the corner, folks. I mean, for people who drive, it might not seem like that far away, but it's, what is it, like 20 kilometers that way? It's not around the corner. Hello, hello, if you are back, I'm going to wait for people to get back. Like I said, I got disconnected. My phone did the heat. I said my phone was in the sun again. I didn't take action and move the parasol quickly enough. I've had to wait for the phone to cool down, had to move the parasol, move the dog, and then talk to a visitor. Lovely lady. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you. Puppy pads, folks. I'll show you a picture. I know there's only a couple of you here. We're waiting to see if other people come back, whether people can rejoin. I didn't know whether I'd get back on, but down here, look, we've got a bag of puppy pads. Oh, she said she's only bought it recently, and they've only used one themselves. But hey, thank you, Chrissy. Thank you very much. I'll give it 5 minutes, folks, and we'll see if people return. Once I reconnected about 3 times and the screen was just black. There was literally no camera. Now I don't know whether I was live at that point or not. It said I was, but without a camera, what's the point? There's only one of you out there. Come and say hello to a tramp. Let me know who's there, when and where. Last comment is still Tara with you should actually write a book. It would be interesting. I would consider it, but I'm not going to do that while I'm still here in the field. I want to do that once I've returned to normality. Once I can look back on it. You've seen me getting rants and things, even today, talking about the past. I need to do it from a calmer perspective, more rational, less swearing. Still only one person watching. We're on, according to my timer, we're on 2 hours 36 minutes of broadcasting plus outages. I started at 10, didn't I? Shouldn't it be 3 hours and 38? No, I started at 11. Sorry, I did start at 11 because that was the anniversary. That's when I left my friend's house. Is there anybody out there? I've only got one viewer, it says, and no one's talking in chat. Do I need to exit and come back in again? Am I still disconnected? I don't know if I'm talking to myself. I did that once I had a disconnection issue. I reconnected, and for half an hour I was talking to my fucking self, and it wasn't recording. I don't know what to do about that. I'm just trying to pull my EcoFlow forward into the shade so it's not sat in the sun so much. 2 people. Come on, folks. Let me know who's here. Thumbs up. Give us a quick hello in chat just to let me know that I am actually live and you can see me. I got disconnected. My phone got too hot. Things went to shit. And right at the same time as I was moving the parasol, the lovely lady Chrissy arrived and brought me the puppy pads for Tina. That's nice. Thank you, Chrissy. But my beer's getting warm. So am I. This is one of those 33 degrees feels like 40 days. Let me see what it actually is. That was the prediction last night. Let's have a look where we are now. Oh, look at that. Jesus, I've got the fridge turned on and it's gone up to 18 degrees. How the fuck does that work? I've got to check whether the sun's on it or not. That EcoFlow's on 31, plenty of power. There's power there, there's power coming in. The 12 amp socket is on, the fridge is on, but the temperature's going up, not down. I better go have a quick look at that, folks. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear in a dog shape, a Tina Doggy Darling shape. Give me a minute. Tramp in a field, got to go check the fridge. Come on. What's not to love? Solar power, folks. The modern technology. In the 70s, this would have been like a dream, wouldn't it? Electric fridge for a tramp. What's going on here, Dickie? Got you. Oh, let me get a beer while I'm here. Beer while I'm here. Come on. Get one of those. I'm back. Sorry, folks. Manflesh. The screen's gone real dark again. I don't know what that's about. Nobody's talking. Is chat actually working? Is there anybody out there? It says there are 6 of you. Bloody, my app was lying to me. The app said that it was on and it was at 18 degrees. It wasn't running. Bad connection with the 12 volt socket. The fridge wasn't even fucking running. What do you do? Okay, folks, I've got to get rid of this. I've got to get rid of this menu over here. The screen is so dull. Where's my brightness? It's on 100%. I can't see myself. I hope I look okay to you. I would appreciate if someone would let me know that you're here and that chat is on. For anyone who has just bobbed back in from before, I got disconnected because the phone got too hot. And while I was waiting for it to cool down and I was moving the parasol around, I had a visit from a lovely lady who just brought me a bag of puppy pads for Tina's kind of incontinence issues. So that's fantastic. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you again. I'm not getting anything in chat. Popped out for a sec, said Taro. So did I. Stephanie, hello. Getting ready for work. It's been a long time since I've been. Yeah, I haven't seen you in ages and ages. Well, I'm still here. Today I don't know if you would say celebrating or commiserating. I'm certainly marking the fact that it's 4 years since I was made homeless. Technically, I was... that went down the wrong way. I was thrown out of my apartment in the March. Was it the March or the April? I think it was the March. I stayed with a friend for a week. Then I moved in with Ismail for a month. The whole of April that year, every single day, you know the phrase April showers? It was. Ismail came over for 1 month. And I don't think he saw the sunshine. It was grey and miserable and literally raining most of the time, all month. You can ask him when he's next in. Ismo, if you're there, confirm for me. When we lived in that apartment over on, or just behind, we were 1 block back from Avenida Cortes Valenciana, the avenue of the courts of Valenciana. I'm not sure if that's meant to be courts as in law courts, or if it's meant to be like palace, like the royal court. I'm not sure what it's meant to be, but it's one of the biggest roads in Torrevieja. It's like about 8 lanes wide, including like the extra lane where you park and put bins and things. And then it goes on and it just peters out into nothing. It's one of the weirdest things ever. It's a really busy road, and then it becomes a single lane on each side, and then it hits a roundabout and just kind of peters out entirely. It's really weird. They tend to build roads here. There's a, right at the top of the hill, at the crest of the hill, going back up towards, well, just after Avenida Paris, which is another big road. You go past that and there's these plots of land that were being prepared, ready to build apartments and things on. There are some houses and some empty plots, and some of the empty plots have been turned into little parkland things. So there's a big like dual carriageway, 2 lanes in either direction. And if you stand there, you'll see 1 car an hour. It's wild. Such a big road, and nobody knows why. Let me just wave at these people. I'm not sure if they're going to acknowledge. No, I think it's that same ignorant one that left earlier. Been a long time. That's a long bloody, yeah, 4 years homeless. So let me just explain for anyone who's out of touch or just joining, or any first time visitors. Let me do the full intro first. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, not my real name. It's my initials, DM, in the NATO phonetic alphabet. But you can call me Mike, no problem. On my glamorous coaster down here, my dying doggy. Hey old Tina. Hey babe. She's ignoring me. I need to get rid of this menu again now that I've just done that. Clones. Okay. Delta Mike and Tina. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, indigent person, person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps on the streets. Or in my case, in a field. Because why wouldn't you? It's not that I want to, you understand. That's Delta Mike, down and out. In Torrevieja, that's a city on the southeast coast of Spain, in the Costa Blanca south. About 45-50 minutes south of Alicante, 45-50 minutes north of Murcia. If you arrive at Alicante airport and you go 40 minutes north, you end up in Benidorm. You go 40 minutes, 45 minutes south, you end up here. So we're about an hour and a half away from Benidorm. Just to give a little context, 4 years a tramp, 4 years homeless. Tramp, I shouldn't really use the word tramp. A tramp in the proper usage of the word, a tramp was someone who wandered, who tramped around, traipsed, walked, whatever you want to say, looking for work. I'm too bone idle for that. No, it's not that I'm bone idle. I do myself a disservice. That would be illegal. I have enough legal troubles as it is without getting the tax man. You don't want the tax man chasing you. Now everyone says, oh, do some work in the, the black economy. Everybody does it. They do, but they don't have my legal problems. If they get caught doing that, they laugh it off and don't care. And in fairness, it turns out there's now like a big amnesty about it. If you're foreign and illegal and working on the black economy, they're doing a big amnesty and giving you your citizenship and things. I don't qualify. Funnily enough, folks, they put the one thing that they put on there was that no criminal record was the one exclusion factor. And thanks to the police and the council here, Oscar the bastard, who works for the mayor, Oscar the bastard got me a criminal record, didn't he? Papers, please. I can hear my EcoFlow not liking being in the sun. If I've got enough power here, I'm on 64. I can unplug, I think. I'll have to put the EcoFlow back on the floor, folks. Give me a second. It's not enjoying sitting in the sun. Man flesh, I apologise. Beer belly and moves. You get the full benefit. Let me put this back on the floor. Has to stay. Oh, sorry, Tina. Was that standing on you, darling? Might have been. You put your water this side, right? You put that there. Now it's my job to work out how to get over you and your water and back into my chair. That's my job. Here we go. See? Let me take care of the details. Scrolling. Why did you originally go to Spain, DM? That's an interesting question. So, 2016. I'd split from my wife about 2 years earlier, maybe 3. I remember all the dates, like the birthdays and the wedding anniversary and all of that. The one date I do not know is when we split up. I guess it was too emotional a time to think about remembering dates. I split up from the wife. We worked together. We ran a business together even after we split, which was a little awkward. I'd been to Torrevieja in '97 onwards with the in-laws. My in-laws had a place out here and I loved it out here. So when I split from the wife and when the business was... I thought the business was stable. It wasn't in decline at that time. We'd had a couple of setbacks. We'd had a big contract that they wouldn't renegotiate and that forced us to carry on working on it for months and months and months for no extra money or risk a lawsuit. We'd built a system that would track hacked websites, and we had a database of millions of hacked websites that I thought we could spin off a new business with. And even though we had hacked websites, we couldn't convince the owners that their website was hacked. It was like an invisible hack. And we couldn't convince them. We couldn't convince people. And so I had to let some staff go because the business we couldn't tell it wasn't going to work until we'd invested all the time and the money and built the damn thing. We used to get people come to us and say, my website's hacked, can you de-hack it and secure it so it doesn't get hacked again? And so I thought if we could make a big database of hacked websites, we could then email people and say, hey, your website's hacked. Look, here's proof. Couldn't convince them. Couldn't convince them. We built a big fancy system to do it, to contact them, to show them the proof. But people who run websites, this was always my big frustration with websites. The people who are in charge of them don't know what they're doing. For many people, you're a clerk of some description in a business, and you're the marketing manager or something, and you've got our website, and now you're told you're in charge of it, but you don't know anything about it, so you pay other people, or you hire an outside agency. But then you get a contact from someone saying, hey, your website's hacked, and you look at it, and your website looks normal. It's a very clever hack. It only showed as being hacked if you were Google. It would show Google thousands of Viagra and other pharmaceutical kind of links. And if you're in charge of a Catholic girls' school and your website's number 8 in the UK for Viagra, it's probably not really where you want to be listed. So I contacted the Catholic girls' school and said, did you know that your Catholic girls' school is like the number 8 link in the UK for the single word, for the single search term, Viagra? What are you doing looking for Catholic girls and Viagra, you fucking perv? Was a typical response. I got the same kind of response from a fucking race course that I contacted. Di Serrano website was hacked. Dave Stewart, was it Eurythmics? His website was hacked. I spent 3 months trying to chase that bastard and tell him his website was hacked. What's Tom Holland, Spider-Man, his dad? Dominic Holland, the comedian, Dominic Holland. He actually listened. He believed me, and he just said, I'll get my web guy to sort him. So I didn't get any money out of that one. But I told him, the Victoria and Albert Museum was hacked. Same way, told them. They just fixed it internally. Royal Mail, not the main website, but an old decommissioned website that they didn't even know was still live, was hacked. Again, fixed it internally. So after spending 10 months and building this massive system, I had to put 10 grand of my own money into the company to hire extra people, and couldn't get any work from it. So back to the question, why did you move to Spain? I'd been here in the 90s. I loved it out here. Obviously climate and all of that. I had money in the bank at the time. I came out here with 40 or 50 grand in the bank. The idea was, back then, there were studio apartments in the less nice areas of town. You could still get a studio apartment for like 30 or 40,000 euros. So I had half an eye on that, loved the area, relationship with the wife had broken down, business was kind of stagnant, and I wasn't enjoying working for people who didn't know what they were talking about or what they were doing. When a client comes along and says, tell you what, can you add an e-commerce store? I want it to be like half like eBay, half like Amazon, and put some social media in, so make it half like Facebook. And you're like, oh, that's great. What's your budget? 1,500 quid. No, just no. I am not building you an Amazon, a Facebook and a Twitter for 1,500 quid. Just it's not happening, mate. I got sick of dealing with people who didn't understand the scope of what they were asking for. So put all those things together. Breakdown of relationship with wife, business. We'd gone through a rough patch with this one big client who was wanting to take us to court if we didn't carry on working for free. Invested in a system to get these hacked websites, and that we couldn't make any, even though we'd got 1.5 million hacked websites in the database. Couldn't make any money from it. And I'd been to Spain years and years before and loved it. So I thought, fuck it, I'll go out there. Well, I'll leave the company running. It employs people, they can keep coming in, and I'll go to Spain. something breaks down and they need my expertise, I'll be on the laptop at the other side, you know, by the pool. I'll be laying by the pool and the phone will go and I'll jump on the laptop and fix whatever server issue or whatever needs fixing. That was the idea. And when I wasn't there, other people got disillusioned with the company and they started leaving one by one. And so, oh, and then COVID happened and the company folded entirely. We got closed down by, what's it called? Revenue and Customs nowadays, yeah? Used to be the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise. I used to work for Customs and Excise, but the two got merged, Revenue and Customs. We were in default over some paperwork or something. I think we'd not done the annual report because who could during COVID? Yeah, that all came to a head anyway. Shit hit the fan. So why are you in Spain? I'm in Spain because I came here in 1997 when the in-laws had a villa in Casada overlooking 3 golf courses and loved it. So when life went to shit, I came out here. And then while I was out here, life went to shit. And I've now spent 4 years in a field. 2 fields. The park up the road, up the hill, and this. I spent 2 months there. I've been here. It will be 4 years on the 10th of October. Where are we? August, September, 2 months time, isn't it? Less than. 10th of October. Just 4 days less than 2 months. That's too bad, says Stephanie. Yeah, you know, life is shit. And then your dog dies and later on you die. What can you do? Okay folks, talk to a tramp. Give us something to talk about. We are on the 3-hour mark. I brought out that next can of beer. It's not cold because like I said, the fridge is up to like 18 fucking degrees. My apps were lying to me and telling me that the fridge was running. It was not. It could not have been because we've got, so the 12 volt port on the EcoFlow rusts. Can you believe they don't make it out stainless steel? Just fucking normal steel. Fucking corrodes. I get a bad connection, I have to twist it and grind it around a bit to try and make a good bloody connection. So now it says it's on 17 degrees. It is currently using 81 watts. And since the time I went, it's dropped 1 degree while burning 82 fucking watts. 81 again, 83. Not good. This is, and my panels are only producing 30 watts. My 100 watt panels. Let me have a rant about my fucking panels. Let me show you my solar panels. I can do this as long as Tina's not under my chair. I'm going to take you on a journey. Come with me. Come with me and you'll see. Oh, come with me. Hold on. I hope you can see. I can't see a fucking thing. Here are my solar panels, folks. Look at these. 4 months old. Oh yeah, we're covered in red dust because Saharan dust. But do you see that hole there? Where the surface is just peeling off? And there. Have you got, yeah, there. Where are we? There and there. That's nothing. But look at all these other little blemishes. My solar panels don't like being in the sun. Let me give you a better example. Do you see here? Do you see that one? That's nothing. Look at this one. Look at all this. This is, so there's this thinner outer layer, look, just snapped off in my hand, right? Peeled off. But this one's a really thick, this is the next layer down. There's this thin coat in here, thin covering here, but then there's this thicker one underneath. This panel, how old do you think it is? 15 years, 12 years, 10 years. I've had it about 4 months. This thing's 15 fucking weeks old. Not 15 months, not 15 years. And It's bringing it. Look at the weather. It's a fucking spot. Oh, look over there. There are actually clouds. Okay, take it back. I was going to say it's a clear blue fucking sky. I mean, it's not far off, is it? It's a clear blue sky. The sun. We're in Spain. It's August, middle of summer. The sun is directly overhead. It's a perfect fucking sky. The sun is 90 degrees to the panel. And my 100 watt panels are bringing in 30 watts. I said I was going to have a rant. And they don't like being in the sun and they're falling apart. Now, somebody asked if I'd folded it or creased it. Let me show you back. There is not a... There is no sign here. If you look at that, like that diagonal line where, you know, the underside of that, the underside of this crease or this line here, there's no crease. I haven't folded it, stood on it, trodden on it. It just doesn't like being in the fucking sun. It's a fucking solar panel. It's supposed to live for 15 years. It's supposed to survive 15 years and it can't do 15 weeks. They're each 100 watt panels and they're each providing 30 maximum in perfect conditions. Fucking Spain, August, clear blue sky, 30 watts. Let me tell you the make, just so you know what to avoid. I turn the camera back around. Dokio. Don't buy that shit. Don't buy that shit. Just don't. The more I talk about it, the more I want to send them back and get my fucking money back. I'm a tramp in a field. I don't exactly have money to fucking splash around. And it's your money. It's only through your generosity that I can, you know, that I can buy things like that. And it just annoys the shit out of me when I get taken for a ride. When I waste your money. I don't even view it as my money that's wasted. It's your money. And I hate that. I'm going to have to buy new. I said the other night, I could daisy chain. If you noticed, I don't know if you saw, I've got the two flexible panels that are laying there, but under them is a broken aluminium and glass one that I had for 2 years and it worked perfectly. But we had some 90km/h winds and it got blown over and landed on some stones and went. Still worked. That one, the reason I bought these is because that one fell from 100 watts to 30 watts after it got smashed. These aren't even broken and are only providing 30 fucking watts. That one had an excuse, you know. It got blown over in a 90km/h wind, 60-mile-an-hour wind. These have no excuse, they've just sat there. Dokio, get fucked. Not a sponsored segment, folks. This segment was brought to you by Dokio. How long ago did I get that beer out of the fridge? I still haven't opened it. It's almost warmer than the one I already had. There you go. Nice wave from people. Always nice. How bad has the weather been down there? I went to Copenhagen, Oslo and Stockholm in June. Bad. It's been particularly good. That's the problem. It's too fucking hot. We had a couple of days at 38 degrees for real. At the minute it's like 33, feels like 40. When it was 38, 39, it felt like 47 or something. Was my reading of the apps. So it's bad, and I'm not getting enough. I've got a fan inside the tent, so I've got my fridge freezer, my little camping fridge freezer. One's from the car socket, the 12-volt socket. I got that. I've got a fan, but I haven't got enough power to run the fucking fan. Sorry, I'm swearing a lot. Let me stop swearing. No, they're not going to look. Don't look at the tramp. Don't look at the tramp. No, he stops and looks at the olive tree, but doesn't look at the guy in the field. Don't lower yourself to look at the guy in the field, folks. Keep on moving. That makes no sense, says Stephanie. Which part? The solar panel not enjoying being in the sun? I think that's probably what you're referring to. There is a paradox with all solar panels. The hotter they get, the less efficient they get. There is a trade-off. Solar panels technically don't like being in the sun and getting hot. But this, falling apart after 4 months, is absolutely ridiculous. And why that line over that corner? You can clearly see it's not like I've bent it and put a crease in it. It's just fallen apart. Now, was it a deal that was too good to be true from the start? So my last solar panel, the aluminium and glass one that I bought 2 years ago, €85 for one 100 watt panel. Two 100 watt panels of a flexible type rather than the solid aluminium and glass for the same price. Two 100 watt panels for €85. Felt like it was too good to be true, and would you know it, it's too good to be true. I could probably eke an extra 1 or 2% out of them by wiping that dust off. It's from the rain the other day when we had thunder and lightning, and it started to rain but didn't really do anything much. But what did come down was full of the Saharan dust. So yeah, we live with it. It's 16 degrees here, says Stephanie. You have to remind me, where's here? It's been a long time, hasn't it? It is the best part of 30 here, I think, at the minute. I've got the peak temperature predicted for today, but let me look at what it's 32 at the minute. Let me have a read. 32 feels like 36. That's not. Sometimes there's a 7 or 8 degree difference between the actual temperature and what it feels like. And then you have to remember that that's in the shade, and then I'm out in the sun. And then I'm in a polytunnel when I'm inside the tent. It easily reaches 50 degrees in there sometimes. Easily. Kind of fucking sweltering. When you're lying there and you look down and you are wet through, and when you stand up and you can see your outline on the mattress or sheets or on the pillow, yuck. Humidity will make the high feel like 38. Yeah. Christina, Chrissy, I think this Chrissy that was just here. Just subscribe, like I said, what it is. This is Chrissy, folks. There's a lady that just dropped off the puppy pads. When I was off when my phone overheated. There's the puppy pads. Here's the well, she's not really a puppy. Hey babe, you're an old lady now. You're an old lady. You got lots of flies. You got a few. Not as bad as before when I had to. Oh, you are a bit bedraggled here, aren't you? I'll get some soap and water on you after, babe. You've been lying in your own mess a bit much. So how did that work, Chrissy? Were you watching at home in La Marina and then you jumped in the car and came all the way here just to bring those pads? Or were you out and about and listening and you were in the area? I didn't ask while you were here, I should have. Christina with a K. That's kind of unusual. Oh, warm beer. Ah, I still haven't started a new bin bag. Remind me after. When we finish, just say bin bag. When we bring this thing to a close, I will be live again tonight, folks, for the usual Friday night one. You were at home watching and you jumped in your car all the way from La Marina. Give us a distance. 12 miles? 15 miles? Oh, am I going wrong with kilometres? I used to walk to Guadamar. That's about 12 kilometres from here. You're further on than that. And then where? I think you go past and to the right, even though Guadamar's on the coast. I'm not sure the geography, the topology. I don't know how that works. Maybe you're inland a little bit. No, La Marina, you're on the sea. There used to be a boardwalk, yeah? 20-odd years, 97, 98. There's a boardwalk in La Marina. About 12, I think, miles. Okay, so about 18 kilometres maybe. If I'm converting in the right direction and if you're telling me miles rather than kilometres. Oh man, that beer is not... I've only just opened it. I was going to ask what that was in kilometres. Times by 1.5 and add a little bit. It's, you know, you times them by 1.6, but who can do that? Unless it's a night, you know, 10 becomes 16, but that's... Add 50% and then add 10%. Gets you from miles to kilometres. Ish. If you follow that rule, 10 becomes 15, add 10% becomes 16 and a half. It's almost spot on. 10 would be 16.66 roughly, I think. It's a lot like doing the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit. Let me talk you through that one. Celsius to Fahrenheit, double it. Pick a number, let's say 30 degrees. You want to know what 30 degrees is in Fahrenheit? Double it to 60. Knock off 10%, 54. Add 32, gets you to 86. If you do a Google search, 30 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit, you're going to find it's whatever number I just said. What did I say, 86? Let me do it quickly. Not so quickly, I had to jump through, I had to type my 30 degrees C in F. 86 Fahrenheit. What did I say? I think I said 86. Double it. Knock off 10%, add 32. To do the reverse, this is more complicated and less precise. So you take your 86, you want to go 86 Fahrenheit, you want to turn it back to Celsius. You have to knock off the 32, gives you 54. Now you have to add 10%. This is the inaccuracy. It should be 11% really, but we can be asked with that. 54 plus 10%, that'll get you 59 and a bit. And then you subtract. Hold on. No, then you, which way have I gone? Then you halve it. You have 50. What did you say? 58, 59. Where was it? I lost track of my numbers. I can't do it. See, I can go one way easily. Doing the reverse, it's a little bit more complex. Was I on 54? And then you halve it. That takes you at 27 rather than 29 or 30 wherever we started. I think I fucked up. I think I lost track of my maths somewhere along the way. You get the idea. It's more precise going Celsius to Fahrenheit than it is coming back Fahrenheit to Celsius. Only by a bit. Only by a degree or two. But yeah. I'm just used to metric, says Stephanie. Did you tell me, you didn't remind me where you are, Stephanie? Canada, Ontario, Canada. I thought it was. Yeah, metric, yeah. The Brits, we are more of a mixed bag. I grew up with Fahrenheit until I was about 12 or 13. School was trying to teach us metric. It had become a thing from 73, probably when we joined the EEC, the European Economic Community as it then was, it was like that period, wasn't it, 73, 74. We were the first generation, and I think I was still in the first year at school. So we're the first ones who spent our entire school being taught metric, meters rather than yards. Alongside, to be honest, we were taught both cubic centimeters, millimeters, cc's and cc's, litre, kilograms, grams and kilograms. All of that, we were the first generation, and I was in the first year of school as part of that. So I'm that generation that grew up with it for the first time. There were other people that were already halfway through school and that were being taught it as well, don't get me wrong. But I'm saying we were first years in infant school, 5 or 6 years old, whatever age that is, when that first came in. And we still mix and match in Britain. So people's heights, I'm 5'9". I used to know my weight. I used to be 17 stone. Later on, after I came to Spain, I was 100 kilograms. Actually 99 most of the time. I'd go as high as 103 or 104 kilograms after Christmas. Boxes of chocolate. Fruit. Probably shouldn't have put weight on from fruit. Lots of turkey. Roast potatoes. Oh, roast potatoes. Oh, gosh. I love a good Sunday roast or a good Christmas dinner. Stop it. Stop it, stop it. It'll soon be time for un-Christmas again, won't it, folks? Where are we days? It's the 14th. 11 days. The 25th of every month this year, I am celebrating Christmas. Because I didn't get to celebrate it properly. I didn't get to celebrate it properly this Christmas. It rained all day. My friend Anthony, though, my good friend Anthony, stepped in and brought me around a Christmas dinner. Because he knew I couldn't stand outside in torrential rain for 4 hours trying to cook a Christmas dinner on one gas ring. Thank you, Anthony and family. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So many wonderful people, folks. I guess that's the theme for today, isn't it? My reminiscing, I don't know whether to say celebrating 4 years, but I wouldn't want to say commiserating either. So many wonderful people have helped me in so many wonderful ways. Like Chrissy today, while she was here, she was asking, is there anything else you want, anything else you need? I can never answer that question. I don't maintain, in general, I don't maintain a list of, you know, what I want, what I need. On the spot, I can never answer that question. And it would appear to me, it would feel, I haven't got the vocabulary, it would feel wrong to maintain such a list. If someone asked, what do you need? And I just emailed them a fucking big long list. When you ask somebody, what do you need? I guess that what I need is for people who ask to set a price range. I got a tenner in my back pocket, what do you need? And then I can, you know, a guy once asked, what do you need? And what I really needed at the time was a hard drive. I was running out of disk space on my phones and tablets and things. I needed some storage. Fair play to the guy, Owen. He went and got me a hard drive. And some other stuff. A watch. The plastic has deteriorated. Plastic doesn't live long in Spain. The strap went frangible, just like the tents do. They go brittle and stiff and fall apart. A good word, frangible. You come to the tramp for education. Look it up. There are two similar words, frangible and fungible. But frangible is you want for things turning brittle and breaking. I think fungible is more for things that don't exist. things that are concepts. Non-fungible tokens, NFTs. That's tied in with the cyber money stuff, the blockchain and all of that. Frangible, brittle in ultraviolet. Well, just things becoming brittle anyway. Fungible are for things that are less concrete, less real, I think. Let me check. You know, I don't like to feed you a line of bullshit. You come here for the education. I think I've checked this out myself a few times. I've checked frangible out, but I don't think I've ever looked up properly the definition of fungible. Fungible meaning means that one part, unit or item that can be replaced by another equal part or item because they're completely interchangeable. So a non-fungible token is something that can't be replaced with something else. The idea of NFTs, let's say that I've made a really nice graphic on the internet and it becomes a meme and everyone's got a copy of it, but who has the one original? Who's the guy who made it? Who owns? Can I sell the original and all the rights therein? And how does the person who says no, that's my image, I've got the copyright to that, you guys stop using it or pay me a license? It's a way of saying I am the one true owner. I guess that's the basis of it's that intangible no. Which way around do I want to go? The in prefix is a funny one, isn't it? In can mean absolutely something, or it can mean not something. There's two different routes to get the in prefix. Anyway, I digress. Two words that sound similar but mean different things. What were they? Frangible and fungible, or non-fungible. Here we go. Scrolling. Just used to metric, said Stephanie. Miles, but can't be sure. Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. That's right, I remember now. It has been a long while. Where have you been? Did YouTube unsubscribe you, Stephanie? Or are you just not interested in the life of a tramp in general? Or maybe it's when I say the naughty words and I scare some people away. When I say the N-word and stuff. Clarification for YouTube's benefit. Any moderators or whatever out there. I don't call people that word. I just reserve my right to say that word because I think it's wrong that if you've got one skin colour you can use that word, and if you don't you can't. And that's ridiculous. That's racism. If one group has access to something that another group don't, and the differentiating factor is skin colour, that's racism. So I reserve my right to say the word, and therefore occasionally I'll say it. I don't throw it around too willy-nilly. I never call anybody. I did once. Not on screen, but I did once call someone it. And it was an Indian on the phone that was trying to con me. Hello, this is Microsoft support. You have a virus. Mate, we're running Linux in the office. Get fucked. No, it says here on my computer you have a virus. Please install this software and allow me to take control of your computer and read off all your passwords and empty your bank account. Get fucked. No. And I said the word. I reserve the right to call you if you're a scammer lying to my face and trying to con me and my business out of thousands of pounds. Get fucked. I will call you the words. All the words. I reserve my right to use the words. Scrolling. Canadians still use Fahrenheit for baking, pounds for weight. You don't use stones though. Like America. Oh, I'm 120 pounds or I'm 200 pounds. We divide by 14 and call that a stone. That's right, isn't it? 16 ounces in a pound, 14 pounds in a stone, and hold on, 100 and something pounds in a hundredweight, and 20 hundredweights in a ton. The old style ton. What is now called a long ton or a heavy ton. Is that right? Have we got that the right way around? Now a ton is 1,000 kilograms, keeping it all nice and metric. Maybe it's a short ton for the other one. I'm not sure. All of that multiplying by 16, by 14, by 22, by... It was all a mess, wasn't it? When you think about it, it's all a fucking mess. Who knows what's what? Does anybody remember a burger chain? So a quarter pounder's a thing. And a competing burger chain wanted to bring in 1/3 of a pounder. And it didn't sell. People thought it was smaller than a quarter pounder because the 3, the denominator, was lower. But you have to remember, you've got a whole thing, and if you divide it into 4, each piece is smaller than if you divide it into 3. But people aren't that clever. The public, they don't do maths or math. What does Canada do with that one? Tell me this one. Stephanie, how does Canada, is it maths or is it math for mathematics, the short version? What do you go with? I'm going to bet that you go along with the Yanks and you call it math. It's a plural, it needs an S on the end. Canada started converting in the 70s. Andy, as he commonly does, deleted multiple messages. I don't know why he does that. I like Tara's idea of you writing a book. Where's it jumped? It's jumped. Oh, I'm way behind. Oh no, it jumped backwards. I was winding backwards after it jumped, and I'm going in the wrong direction. I like Tara's idea of you writing a book, DM. You could use dictation on the phone and ChatGPT to edit it. Oh gosh. You're going to get me into all sorts of AI trouble there, aren't you? You want to spot whether something's written by ChatGPT. You will find, we were talking earlier about how in, not elocution, what's the word when you're arguing? There's a word for a conversation, discourse. It's that power of 3s in oration. That's, oration isn't the word I was looking for. But da-da, or da. And that power of 3s comes into play. You can spot it a mile off in AI. And also the use of the M dash. In real life, people tend to just use a normal hyphen, which is separate from a proper dash, known as an N dash. It's the width of an N. And then there's an M for mother. So an N for November, M for mother. It's a wider dash. Doesn't exist on any keyboard. You have to type in control codes to get it, or use the on-screen keyboard or the on-screen symbol generator. Nobody in the real world types a fucking M dash. I couldn't even tell you the control code. You know when you hold down the Alt and the control key and you type in a 4-digit fucking number and let go, and you get these symbols. Nobody knows how to type an M dash. That's the extended dash. If you see an M dash, you're probably looking at AI generated content. Now it's possible that you're reading content from someone who just knows what they're doing with a keyboard and is a master grammarian, master at grammar. It's possible. It's just fucking unlikely. Possible but unlikely. I don't dictate. I'm a touch typist. Why the fuck would I dictate? I'd need a proper keyboard in front of me. Not a laptop with a, what do they call those not ticklet. What's the word? There's a word that's like ticklet, nicklet, ricklet. And it's computer tube. You're a computer guy. What's the word? What's the word I want for that type of keyboard? You know, where they're really flat keys with no travel, no real click. There's a ricklet, ticklet, racklet, not raclette, because that's a flat cooking surface. Swedish melted. It's the name of a melted cheese in Sweden, I think, raclette. But that's where the name comes from. They're stone heated electrical. I've gone off on one. I've taken a tangent from where I wanted to be. Raclette is a cooking surface. It's not the name of a type of keyboard. Anyway, a proper keyboard. I'm a touch typist, folks. Used to be 100 words a minute. What year was that? 1990, 91. When I was doing my secretarial training. Black miniskirt, fishnet stockings, suspenders, basque. Shush, no. You're telling your own jokes now. Shut up. I'm going to jump to the bottom and then I'm going to slide back to Andy and I like Tara's idea. I'm going to go to the bottom. Too many typos. Math. Stephanie says math. But it's mathematics. It's lots of different categories of maths. It's a plural. You can't abbreviate without the fucking S. I do like to take, I do like to have a little a little jab at the Yanks and the Canucks every now and again. It's all done in jest, folks. I see a lot of Americans and I guess sometimes Canadians, they take offence when the Brits take the piss. They get all protective and all. We wouldn't take the piss out of you to your face if we didn't like you. If we take the piss out of you behind your back, it's probably that we hate you. But if we do it to your face, we're having a jest, we're having a laugh, we're having a, Tina, why have you got your head right up against the eco floor? Hey, steady, don't kick the eco floor. Let me check the power level on the eco. We're on 44. I have to be careful not to let it get too low, otherwise we'll end up on 1% last night at one point. It wasn't charging. It was plugged in, it showed the lightning symbol, and the power was dropping. Ridiculous. Too many typos, says Andy. That's why I was deleting them. I think typing in... I took typing in school, yeah. At least we spelled colour correctly. This is right. There are O's. You've got the French connection as well, I guess. I mean, we got it from 1066 and all that. William the Bastard. I'm not going to call him a conqueror. It was one of ours that was just coming home. He was British by descent anyway. The Brits had gone over to Brittany, Normandy and all of that. That's why Brittany is called Brittany. It's British. This is why Great Britain's Great Britain. Because Brittany is the other Brit. It's a thing. And we're the biggest of the two islands in the British Isles. The two big islands. But yeah, it's all related. But William the Bastard had grown up and... but he was British by descent. It was our lads coming home. I'm going to stick with it. I'm not going to call him the conqueror. William the Bastard, as he was truly known in his own day. So we've got that French connection. They took over. They changed our language somewhat. If you try and read Shakespeare, the original text, it's almost fucking impenetrable. And if you go a little bit further back, another 100 years back or so, what's that called? Chaucer and Canterbury Tales. In the original text, it's fucking unrecognisable as English. You watch these time travel programs where people from England or America go back to, some previous... You wouldn't have understood a fucking word. You wouldn't have known what they were talking about. English now is not Middle English from back then. Maybe in the 15th, 16th century you'd understand somewhat. You go back to the 12th century or whatever, you're not going to have a fucking clue. I was about to say scrolling, but what I meant was I was about to tip my beer. I'm not sure why tipping a can of beer is scrolling, but that's the way my brain works nowadays. I do that when I'm reading a book. Scrolling! Fuck, idiot. Oh, this beer's warm. Let me check where the fridge is at. I did leave it running, and the danger there is that I'll end up with no power in the EcoFlows at the end of the day. We're on 240. Yeah, look, we're under 20% here. Oh, it's turned off. That means it got down to 10% turned off, and now I'm winding forwards. Hold on, folks. I got two ladies in bikinis walking past. I just wanna have a look. I have no idea what ages they are. Oh, they're older. Oh, they're Irish ladies, speaking English. Oh, they've got the gents walking behind. I guess I'll say hello to the gents as they go by. I'll try. Hello. Hello there. You see, I look at the ladies and I say, oh, they're older. And then I remember, so am I. I'm not going to be chasing after the 19-year-old bimbettes, am I? The little bim, you know. That's not who I've got any chance with. But, you know, I was looking at the fridge, wasn't I, before I got distracted by bikinis. Sorry, folks. Too much testosterone again. Hold on. Look at this, look. One of the EcoFlows is on 51%, this one here, and one's on 11, because it's running at 80 watts. Let me just put this into perspective. Ordinarily, when it wasn't summer, this fridge was running at 30 watts. For the 5 or 10 minutes an hour it was running. It's now running continuously at 80 watts. Until the EcoFlow, it's got a set limit. When it gets down to 10%, it turns off. That's how I've set that one. This one's set to 5. I need to keep a few percent, 5%, 10%. I can charge a tablet or a phone off that, and that'll keep me entertained overnight, and the fridge can go to hell. I used to have enough power to power the fridge, run a fan, and run the slow cooker. Cook a dinner, a stew, over 4, 5, 6 hours. I haven't even got enough power at the minute to run the fucking fridge. So it will be off right now. Let me go check the temperature of it. Oh, it might not even be, it's not even turned on. Hold on, I've got to go back to the EcoFlow and turn the power on. I've got to connect to it. That one. Into there. Turn that on. It beeps. But I don't want it actually running at the minute. I haven't got enough power to be running it. But I want it on so I can at least read the temperature. Give me an idea where we're at. 12 degrees. Look, we didn't even get below 10. Turn that off. Alright. This is how disappointing these two solar panels are, or have been. Not just disappointing, it's actually affecting the quality of my life. Chris said it was here earlier, do you need anything? What if I said, yeah, I need 2 solar panels? No, shush, I need a solar panel. You see what I mean? You see how open-ended that question is, and you don't know where you're crossing a line. Do you need anything? Yeah, fucking solar panel. That would be a lot to just drop on somebody, wouldn't it? That's, you know, that's why I never know how to answer that question. How many solar panels do you have? Technically, Tara, technically, if you look down here, technically you'll see 3. You see the 2 that are on top, but you see the thing that they're laying on? The one they're laying on is my old glass and aluminium frame, my heavy duty, proper real solar panel. That one got blown over and landed on stones and shattered. Still works, it would, if it was connected up, it would still generate 30 watts. See the 2 new ones on top, these are the flexible lightweight ones. Each one of those is supposed to be the same amount of power as the one behind, 100 watts. Ideal conditions in Spain, they generate 30 watts each. In Spain, ideal conditions in the sun. When I first got them, they were generating 80 watts in spring. I thought we were going to be fine 4 fucking months ago. But I'm swearing again. I'm sorry, folks. I try not to swear, but I mean, I do swear, obviously. Any guy who says the N word isn't going to shy away from saying the other words. But no, they're falling apart on me. You can see the back, that crease there in the bottom right hand corner of that one. That's the second layer. The first layer's already flaked off. That's the second layer that's peeling off. For no good reason other than it's been sat in the sun. So I've got 2 panels, they generate 30 watts each, and they're each hooked up to separate EcoFlows. I'm an advocate, I'm a proponent of EcoFlows. Let me explain EcoFlows for people that don't know. I've got a dog in the way, but let me turn this around here. Let me zoom in slightly. I can't lower my arms down there. On the left, over there, that's a 12 volt car distribution port, aka cigarette lighter socket. 12 volts. Over here, USB-A, a standard USB socket. Over here, a second standard USB socket. In the middle, USB-C, which can do, I think it can do up to 60 watts, and you can do power out through that. But apparently, on the right circumstances, if we can get my finger in the right place, there, you can also do power in through that. You can charge it through that. And over here, the pièce de résistance. That's a proper fuck off socket. That's a plug socket. 220 volts. I don't know how many amps it does. Probably not very many. The thing as a whole will store about 1/4 kilowatt hour, 250 watt hours, maybe 260. But yeah, it's about 1/4 kilowatt hour. The entire storage is about the 1/4 of a lead acid car battery. But a lead acid car battery, you can only get half of that out before you start damaging the battery. So, although it's 1/4 of that power, really it's a half of the usable power of a car battery. Now I had this one, this is my original one. I've got a second one. I was offered a second one by a friend who hangs around with some Norwegian drug addicts who have more money than fucking sense. Get this. You're getting either 1,000 or 1,500 euros a month from your home country. Basically, you're signed off on disability for the rest of your life, and you're getting either 1,000 a month or 1,500 a month. And you're not even renting an apartment, you're living rough, or in a tent, you know. That's a lot of disposable income. So these guys, they every month they'll buy gadgetry. They'd never heard of EcoFlows and similar. I told my friend about them, taught him about them. He told them, and they went out and just bought a load. They bought one, and then they said, "Oh, we're moving. This thing's a bit bulky. It's not so good to take with us." And so they gave it to him, and he sold it to me. A couple of months later, after they've moved, they go out and just buy another. A bigger and better one. I've just bought my second one off him, so I've got no money. Then he comes to me and says, "Hey, they've got this thing that's 4 times bigger. It's got 4 times more storage." It was a Bluetti 100, I think, which is 1,000 with Bluetti. That's a different brand. They number things differently. So their 100 is 1 kilowatt hour, 4 times the storage of this. And he offers it me. And I can't buy it because I've got no money now. I've just bought the other one off him. Fuck. So I regret buying the second one, Don't get me wrong, I mean, it's great, but it stopped me buying something bigger and better for not much more. He had a figure in mind and it wasn't that much. For 4 times the storage, but 50% more money. If I'd had 150 euros at the time. But I didn't, I'd only just bought the other one. What do you do, folks? Uh-oh. Someone's car is just grinding out on the road. Bottoming out. No, not gonna look. No, oh, he's bottomed out again. Oh yeah, and stopped. Probably broke the oil pan. Yeah, he's stopping. He's crawling forward. He's probably going to leave an oil slick down the road. Ah, Stephanie, Norway's beautiful. It looks like Canada. Designed by Slati Bartfast. Wasn't it? The Norwegian coast and the fjords. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, folks. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Why is this rocking? That's more stable. Sorry. Every time I was moving, the thing was rocking, and you're probably getting seasick watching me. Slati Bartfast. I've got no idea how to fucking spell that. Middle English, try Beowulf. I did try Beowulf. It's fucking impenetrable. I couldn't begin. I needed a modern translation. English, Middle English, Old English, they're not what... This is, it always gets me when you see like Doctor Who and stuff, you know, any of this time travel to the past. They're not accurate with the language. I wouldn't, someone say Norman times, or pre-Norman, before the French connection. French connection. What was he called? He just died last year, didn't he? That was a sad one, wasn't it? He was the baddie in Superman, wasn't he? What's the actor called? He was in The Invaders as well, in one episode. Fucking huge unit, big guy. Popeye Doyle, French connection. The brain, no function. Maybe if I stop trying to think, go away from it for a second or two. Popeye Doyle. No, I couldn't take my mind off it. I think him and his wife both had Alzheimer's at the same time, and they both got confused, and they both just died in their home, with the dog locked in the bathroom, and the dog died. Ouch. Could have been worse. They could have died in the house with the dog running free and the dog ate them. Because they will, a lot like cats. If they get desperate enough and there's a pile of meat in front of them. Why do I not remember his name? Come on, folks. If you can't tell me, I'm going to have to go search it, because that's just how my fucking brain works. I'm going to kick myself because I know that I know his name. Popeye Doyle. That's all I'm going to type. Popeye? Not olive oil, Popeye. Doyle. Popeye Doyle. Jimmy Popeye Doyle. Gene Hackman. Fuck's sake. Bat 21? 31. Bat. What num... Oh, look. Now I've given myself another question. I've got to find the answer. Bat 31 I'm going to say, but... Hackman. Bat. Bat 20, it was 20, that my first thought was 21, and then I corrected myself to 31. Bat Star 21, war action film. God, he's young there, isn't he? What are you, 88? That's only 40 years ago, isn't it? A little bit less. Then again, I'm only 40 years ago. So if you die age 80, he was about 40. He's younger than me in that picture. Okay. Bat 21. Stop making me ask myself questions, because you know I can't help but go off and find the answer, folks. It's... Do you think it's ADHD? Or the other one, autism? I've always wondered. Are there online tests that are reliable? Me and people don't really get on. I'm no good at maintaining the amount of work involved in maintaining a friendship or a connection. Sounds like autism. Oh, I will not look, I will not look. Don't look at the man in the field. Don't engage. See, my beer's getting warm. The problem is that the beer in the fridge is just as warm. All right, folks, we are, according to this, we're 3 hours and 52. We started at 11, yeah? That makes sense. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. Am I going long? I'm coming live again tonight. Stephanie took Old English in university. Wow. Didn't know that was a thing. It's technically modern English. You've got all that, yeah. I don't know where the distinctions are between modern, middle and old. Technically modern. Just unrecognisable to normal people. Shakespeare's a difficult read. But, you know, for a Yorkshireman who grew up with these and thous and thys anyway, it's not too big a leap. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou? Well, the these, thys, thous, we have all that. We still use it in Yorkshire. Or when I was a kid, I don't know about modern, I'm talking about the 70s when I was a kid, 70s and 80s. We had kids who used thee and thy and thou. Shut thy face or I'm going to smack thee in the cake oil. Thee, thou, thou. Put your coat on before that goes out, says my grandma. Or Nanan, I think that's what we called her. And it's not Nan An, it was just Nanan, it was just a single word. Even my school teachers didn't get that one. But I've met other people who use the term Nanan rather than Nana. You've got Nana, not Italians have Nonna and Nonno, grandma and granddad, the A and the O endings like in Spain. The ending tells you the sex of certain words. Where was I? I got distracted because Tina started brushing my leg and licking me and then drinking some water. Hello, my little chicken. You're not laying any more little eggs for me, no? No more little brown eggs for Daddy. Clean up on aisle 2. No, I gotta be careful, folks. I just want to make a little adjustment. I just have to stand up. My trousers are stuck to me, but with a fold, with a crease in the wrong place. I'm in a little bit of pain. I'm getting a numb bum. Give me a second. Sorry. Man flesh. Ouch. Oh, fuck. Ouch. Oh. Peel the cloth off. Have a little bit of a scratch. Oh. Sit back down. I do apologise. I've got no idea whether you saw the moobs or the beer gut or whatever there. We call napkins serviettes. So do we. We call them diapers. We call nappies, which is derived from napkins. The nap of nappies comes from napkins. Technically modern English, Middle English, tried by, like I said, I did try Beowulf. It was impenetrable to me. I took Old English in university. I answered the solar panels. Norway's beautiful. We had the Slatty Bart Fast. I met Douglas Adams. Really? Oh, wow. How was that? I guess it's probably more boring than it sounds, but Alfred the Great, about the 1000, a little bit before, wasn't it? Late 900s, yeah. Didn't he burn some cakes? Have we got the right bloke? I think so. I got no idea how the guy that unified England, this is why he's Alfred the Great. I think this was the first time that England was united. England or Britain? I think England. Tina, where the fuck are you going and what are you doing? Let me show you her, folks. Look at this, right? Do you see that water there? She was just drinking that water and now she's got her head right Why can I now not move my fucking chair for fear of hurting the dog? Oh, do you know what it is? It's the shade, isn't it? She's trying to get out of the sun. Okay, babe, okay. Wait. Just relax. Okay, now I've worked out what the problem is. If you could have just told me the problem, I could have reacted. She's trying to stay out of the sun, folks. Your only problem now, Tina, is that I have to get out of the fucking chair to fix the problem. No, I need you. It's okay. You're not in trouble. I'm not angry. It's okay. Relax. I know I'm putting you in the sun, but it's for your own good. Give me a second, folks. I just need to move a 50-kilogram block of concrete around and in such a way as to not put it on top of the dog. Give me a second. And I'm referring to her as the dog, which I don't like. I don't know why I did that. Just hang tight, Tina. I've got to get you back in the shade. Oh, I've got to move this, not hurt you, and leave the phone in the shade. I think that's what you... Oh, and you have... Oh, I was just saying about don't lay any little brown eggs, and you have. Chicken. Lay a little egg for me, just not the smelly brown kind. Oh, and you're laying in some wee-wee. Let me move you. Hold on. Can I just move you just an inch? Just move forward and there we go. That'll do, darling. That'll do. I just don't want you lying in your own mess. I didn't know you'd done that. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Do the podcast thing. Bag of shite. I have to carry a bag of excrement. Move forwards. Again, the phone's gone real dark. We're down to 30 something %. How can I plug the phone in? I've got a while. I've got an hour before I need to plug it in. We'll be done before then, I would think. Because like I said, I'm coming back live again now. Stephanie, she's at work. She says, see you later. Robert McIntyre, is Jesus and the Turin Shroud real or fake? Sorry if you've answered already. I think we've had this. I think I have answered this before. Turin Shroud, fake. How it was faked is interesting because it needs a radiation source to do what they did. It's like it's a picture of a person that's been x-rayed onto the fabric. th or 13th century, I think the last time they analysed it is the conclusion they came to. So 12th or 13th century fake. But how? The only radiation source that would have been available to anybody is either certain rocks, your uraniums and so, or the sun. But they can't work out the process. So that's my understanding of the current scientific understanding of the Shroud of Turin. The Jesus question, you'll get me in all sorts of shit, won't you? I am an atheist, so I have no problem saying never existed. But I will lose half my audience if I say that, because there are religious people out there. I will respect your beliefs, folks, and your rights to have those. I would fight and die for your right to have your beliefs. So please allow me the same courtesy. I don't believe. There are people in antiquity from further back than Jesus who we have actual evidence of their existence. Writings from the time. Bones, statues, whatever. We have nothing for Jesus other than a book written 300 years later. Compiled, I guess, is a better word than written. Lots of writing. I mean, you've got the 12 guys, haven't you? You've got the original 12, the apostles. I guess 11 because Judas. Don't think there's a book of Judas in the Bible. But the Bible was compiled at a conference 300 years after his death. And the Matthew, Mark, Luke and John stuff was written typically 50, 60, 70 years after Jesus' death. None of them agree. You read those 4 books, there's no agreement between them. They're all over the place about facts and dates and issues and things that happened in one and the others never heard of. It's all over the place. We got no bones, no grave, no ossuary, it's called. So what they used to do was put a dead body in a cave and then it would rot down over time. Then they would collect the bones together and put them in a small box and put them in catacombs or you know, in a different cave or whatever. We got none of that. Let's say that I'm skeptical. I don't want to be like hard and fast and say no, didn't exist. I don't have the evidence to say he didn't exist. But I've got enough, there's enough of a lack of evidence to say I can't prove he did. I'm uncertain of the fact that he did exist. That would be the scientific approach, wouldn't it? Or the other one is to say I have no need of that hypothesis. I'm quoting, obviously that's not me. That was some rationalist. Hold on. I'm asking myself a question. Who said that? I have no need of that hypothesis. Give me a second. French. Mathematician and astronomer. Laplace. Pierre-Simon Laplace. Mathematician and astronomer to Napoleon Bonaparte in 1802. Laplace. I thought it might have been, who's the other one with the gamble, the wager? He does believe, he doesn't really, but he says that you should, because it's an unknown, and when you look at what you stand to lose, if you say there's no God, or no Jesus, whichever, and you're wrong, you lose your eternal soul. It's not Napier, no, it was a French mathematician. Somebody's wager. God. Look what you've done to me. Fuck you guys. Somebody's wager, and it's a French mathematician. I'm going to type mathematician. He might have been a philosopher rather than mathematician, but I'm going to type mathematician wager God and see what comes up. Pascal's wager. He stated that reason cannot prove if God exists, but everyone must bet their life on it either way. The reward of eternity is infinite, and the loss of finite earthly pleasures is small. He argued that believing in God is always the most logical choice. I take his point. If you were comparing expected outcomes in the one, if God exists and you say he doesn't, and he's a vengeful God and you get punished for eternity, it's that if he's a vengeful God. Am I going to get my soul damned to eternal damnation? I think there's a little bit of, I think I misconstructed that sentence. Bit of redundancy. If your soul's going to get damned to eternal damnation. I can't think of a better way of putting it. If he's a vengeful God, why would you assume he was a vengeful God? Other than some stuff some blokes wrote in a book 2,000 years ago. Or 3,000 or 6,000 if you're going to go with the Old Testament, whenever the fuck all that happened. Am I going to get damned for all eternity for saying I think there might not be a God? If you've got a God who does that, he's not a very nice guy, is he? It's the same as Stephen Fry's argument. If you've got an omnipotent, omniscient entity that knows everything, controls everything, if he doesn't want it to happen, it doesn't happen. And in that same world, you've got babies dying. This is the Stephen Fry kind of argument. That's not a God I want any part of. Now you can go back to original sin and when she bit the apple, it's all on us now. Except for the odd little intervention when he used to set bushes on fire and talk to people and make poles turn into snakes and shit. Don't know. It's all very... We're getting too deep, too heavy. It's almost political. It's certainly religious. I will lose half my audience and half the people will hate me. I think that was Robert. He asked the question and then left. No online test is reliable. I'm not even sure that real world tests are. When it comes to ADHD and the other one that I mentioned. What was it? Ouch, trousers sticking to my leg. What's the one? The one where people don't connect properly. I've forgotten the word. But I remember the conversation. Robert. Madagascar dig up their dead to celebrate their birthday. Crazy on another level. Would you dig up your dead? I don't know. What's the Madagascans? Is that what you're saying? Madagascar. Well, that's a lot like in Africa with Ebola, isn't it? They insist on passing the dead body around and all touching it. And you're like trying to tell them, look, it's an infectious fucking disease, you morons. Pass the dead body around all you like. Your village will be dead within a month. Just don't jump on a plane and come to the West afterwards, for fuck's sake. They had a riot. They had the CDC or whatever, some WHO. They had one of the big international health organisations putting the body in a special fucking lead-lined coffin and all of that. And they had a riot and tore it away from them and got their spears out and started threatening their spears and machetes because Africa. And they ripped the body out of the casket and start passing it around the fucking village. It's fucking Ebola, you cunts. What do you think's going to happen? There's literally no helping some people. And again, it's not a race thing. It's a stupidity thing. I'm willing to be called a racist and to risk it. I've been called racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, all the ists, all the phobes. And that was just because I didn't like Star Wars, the fucking sequel trilogy. Never mind the fact that I say nigger. I don't call people it, but I say the word. Because I have the right to say the fucking word and don't tell me I can't. I said earlier I wasn't going to say it, but sometimes it just enters the conversation. Because it's part of the conversation. Any black people, orange people, yellow people, non-white people out there, you know, I'm fine with you. Just don't rip the infected Ebola carcass out of the fucking lead-lined coffin and start passing it around the village. The fuck kind of retards are you? Here endeth the lecture. Anyway, today's supposed to be about me. Isn't every stream about me? Let me just check. That was, I can't see the little grey writing with the timestamp. It's not there. I don't see it. Okay, I got away with that time. That's nice. It is unclear. I've got no clue what time that was, Robert. Is that a recent message, that last one, or do I need to go looking to see if chat is frozen? I only just got down to the bottom of chat. We are on 15:14. I started at 11, so I'm 4¼ hours in, if that's right. I'm going to do top chat and then back to live chat, just in case chat froze. Okay, Madagas. How do you keep cool when it's too hot, DM, says Tara? The appliance of science, as Zanussi would tell you back in the day. Excuse me. Is that still, does Zanussi still exist? Oh look, I've asked myself a question, now I must answer. Zanussi, folks. How do I get there? How do you spell it? Double N, single N, double S, single S? I'll go single N, double S. Zanussi. Washing machine. Okay, Zanussi oven manual. They still exist, yeah? Zanussi España. They have a website in Spain. Hold on. Krzysztof of no, not of Zanussi. The of was part of that first word. Let me try that again. Reading. You would never put these first 7 letters together in a million fucking years. KRZYSZTOF. There's only one vowel in those fucking 10 letters or 9 letters. We could argue that Y is a semi-vowel. I had this argument, this discussion a few days ago. KRZYSZT. That's the first 7 letters. I've got no clue how to pronounce that one. Krzysztof Zanussi, director of Film Palace or Zanussi Business Italiana Electrodomesticos. I don't know what adquirada means. For okay, they're a subset of Electrolux in 1984. I don't know. Oh, acquired. I'm going to go with the adquirida. Acquired by Electrolux in 1984. So the brand exists. It's no longer under the ownership of Mighty Boy. Born in 1939. It looks like he's still alive. Old Krzysztof. 1939, that's the same year my dad. That would make him what, 87? 87. Lad's doing well. I've got no clue how to fucking pronounce that. I say pronounce ironically, folks. I know it's pronounced. I hate it when pronunciation, when people there's pronunciation for how to pronounce a word, but the word to pronounce is pronounced. I know this. I just take the piss because I like that. How do you keep cool when it gets hot? Sorry, I took a turn there, didn't I? How did I get from that to Zanussi? Oh, the appliance of science. Fuck yeah. That was clever, really, wasn't it? Tangents, so folks. Tangents from tangents. I go on these wanders every now and again, these mental these mental aberrations. Mental aberrations or mental elaborations. Either would work, I guess. Where am I? How do you stay cool? There's various ways. I mean, one is just to take your kit off. As you see me in all my glory. Lots of mash on display. That's one way. The other is to spray yourself down with water. Although this summer I can't find my spray bottle. It's actually Tina's spray bottle. But I used to cool some water down and then spray. Before I got the fridge, I used to keep food cool by wetting a damp towel, having it stand on a metal rack that I had before the police stole it. I had lift the metal rack off the ground, like a brick at either end or something. A wet towel wrapped around, food inside, in the shade, in the breeze. The water would evaporate. The evaporative process creates cooling, and the food would stay cool. That was before I had a fridge. Now I have a fridge. I can just stick 1.5 litres of water in there and make it be cold. Or drink cold beer. I mean, you know I like a drop or two. Very slow with it though. Is this my second cap? I think this is we're 4 hours 20 minutes in. It's possible it's my third. I'm not sure. I only remember going back to the fridge. I might have gone back twice. Anyway, either way, I got a fridge now. Spraying with water, putting water on, wetting your t-shirt. Put your t-shirt in a bowl of cold water, put it out to dry just for a minute, 1 minute in the sun and the breeze. Same thing, evaporative cooling. Even in the sun, put the t-shirts lovely and cold. Those are the main ways. Drinking cold water, drinking cold beer, whatever. I've got a fan. Sweat a bit and then turn the fan on, and you feel the benefit of the fan because you're all wet. Once you're dry again, the fan loses effectiveness. It's like you're in a fan assisted oven. It's just moving 40-degree hot air at you. You're just cooking quicker. So you've got to be wet, whether that's from sweat or from a wet t-shirt. But yeah, the 2 doors open on the tent create a cross draft, even without the fan, so I could just perch on this end of the mattress. Although I feel weird when people walk past and they look in and I'm sat there, cuddling my doggy. I feel a bit awkward, so I tend to sit back in the bedroom. I've got this gluier thing going on again. No, that's gone worse. Sniff. That's a little bit better. Oh no, now I've made this here do it. That's no good. I haven't got any boiled sweets to suck. That's no good. Checking on the phone, without a 23% power on the phone. How do you keep cool? Robert asks, if you was in Death Valley, would you drink your own piss to survive? Oh gosh, that's one of those Bear Grylls things, isn't it? My understanding is it's largely a myth. There are so many minerals and things in your output. You're getting rid of toxins. Putting those toxins back into your body is not really recommended. There are stories of sailors having to dig it out with a stick. I'm talking about the front end here, folks, not just the back end. So dehydrated that those toxins are coming out, but there's no water with it, and they're literally putting a stick down the urethra and pulling out the output. I got another wave, that's nice. Would I drink my urine? If I thought I had to. it's a real desperation move, and I don't think it gains you too much, and it puts you at risk, because you're putting the toxins that your body's trying to get rid of, you're putting them back in. Now, could you save a bucket full of it and then capture the evaporation? And because when water evaporates, it on the whole, not entirely, but on the whole, it leaves behind the solute. Oh gosh, let me get my terminologies. What's the stuff that's in a solution? The solute, the condensate's what comes away. The solution, the solute. I've lost my terminology, folks. There are these words that mean things, and I'm lost on what means what. The water will evaporate. If you can trap that condensation, make that condensation flow down a plastic lining to a central point and have a separate pot in the middle, you can capture clean water from dirty water, because the evaporative process leaves behind the nasties. On the whole, not entirely true, but as a general rule. I'd probably go that way. If I'm static while I'm in the, where did we go? Death Valley, California. What's the desert? Atacama? That might be Mexico. Oh God. Now I've got to look it up, folks, because I've asked myself a fucking question I don't know the answer to. No. California desert, Death Valley. Where do I type? California desert, single S. What's the Valley National Park? Is it not within a wider area? Oh, that is the name of the entire place. All right, bit of history for you folks. You come here for the education. You want to learn from a tramp. Death Valley got its grim name during the winter of 1849 to 1850 from a group of lost American pioneers. Oh, the 49ers, the minor 49ers. Oh, my darling Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine. Da 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 da, and the minus 49. It's that, isn't it? Is that part of the same story? The gold rush. Seeking a shortcut to the California... Okay, if I'd read the rest of the sentence. Fearing they would perish in the harsh basin, a survivor looked back as they finally climbed out and said goodbye, Death Valley. Wagon trainer prospectors tried to use an unproven shortcut to reach the gold fields. They became trapped by the steep mountains and winter conditions. Despite the terrifying name, only one adult in their specific group actually died in the valley before they were rescued. And then we've got some indigenous history with the Timbisha Shoshone, I'm guessing at the pronunciation again, folks. Timbisha, Shoshone Native Americans lived in the area for over 1,000 years. Their traditional name for the valley means rock paint, named for the red ochre found in the region. Is that a plant or is that a rock? Ochre. It's a plant, isn't it? I've got to ask myself the question now, haven't I? Red ochre. Fuck. Sometimes my brain is just fucking my worst enemy. If I didn't look this up, natural earth pigment. Oh, it is a rock. Fuck. Look at that. Red ochre is a natural earth pigment made from clay and iron oxide, specifically hematite. Hematite. It ranges in colour from light brownish red to deep orange red. Humans have used it for over 300,000 years for cave art, body paint, sun protection and burial rituals. Isn't there a plant called ochre? Am I just making that shit up, or am I making a connection? Okay, in this instance it was a rock, and I went the other way. I went for plant, but it turned out to be rock. Ochre plant. I'll let the AI correct me. Okay, OKRA for the plant. Ochre. It is a plant. OCHRE. It says it's a common misspelling or phonetic mix-up for the ochre plant. So OKRA, that's the different ochre, also known as lady's finger, and ochre rock. The mind makes fucking connections, folks. Can't always get there. It doesn't always make the right connections, but it makes connections. I'm down to 20%. Actually, the spot where I would put the EcoFlow is now in the shade. So if my lady, hey my lady, Three Musketeers, D'Artagnan more importantly. All for one and one for all, musket hounds are always ready. Let me just put the EcoFlow on the table and plug in the phone. How many of you, Tina? Let me move your leg a little bit, darling. You're on my wires. Here we go. How many of you remember D'Artagnan? Kind of gonna bet not many. Oh fuck! How long's that? Have I just unplugged that, or did you when you had your foot on the wire? I'm not sure. That might have been disconnected for ages. Oh, come on, folks! Come on. Let's get this party started. While I'm on my feet, I'm gonna go get another beer. 30 seconds, folks. If that. I'm gonna move these panels up because that shadow's gonna get you. Shadow's gonna get you. Like the Reebok advert. Benny's gonna get you. No. That went wrong again. Okay. Now we're beer. And now we're in the fucking thing. Oh shit. The job keeps getting bigger. I gotta move this panel. Put this through. It wasn't turned on. Come on. The people are waiting. Talk to the people. Oh. I can't leave that home. Okay, I'm coming back now. Hey Tina, can I come past? Good girl, stay nice and still. Sorry folks, the job got bigger. I walked over there thinking 30 seconds, realised I had to move my solar panels. There was a shadow from the chair starting to encroach on them. Then I got inside, and the towel that had been keeping the sun off while the sun was over here, now the sun's over there. I had to move the towel the other side, keep the sun off the fridge. And then I had to get my beer. And I'll tell you what, my fridge don't half stink of those chicken carcasses. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay folks, where are we? Only 7 of you. All this time I've been online, I only get 8 thumbs ups. Fuck you lot. D'Artagnan was more my brother's era. Oh, I was an adult, don't get me wrong. Fuck. No, I was there. I was watching kids TV well into my 20s. I don't know why. Yeah, no, it would have been my younger. Maybe that's why. Yeah, my brother's 7 years younger than me. Could have been that. I've got a suspicion I was still watching it when I was married and at uni. Is that bad? What year was that broadcast? Let's find out. Hold on. Not what year was it made or originally broadcast. When was it broadcast in the UK? Dog Tanyan. My lady, she was a cat, wasn't she? I wonder if that's the part of the... Is that the beginning of the furries thing? Dog Tanyan, UK broadcast dates. Original broadcast dates. Let's get the years and then we'll see how old I was. I'll do the maths in front of your eyes. Started in 1985. Oh, I was only 17. Until 87. 17 to 19. Alright. It's not as bad as I thought. Why was I not down the pub like a real man? I was. From 13 onwards, but shush, don't tell anybody. I'll be honest, back then we all were. I was in nightclubs from 15 onwards. I walked into the Blue Rhapsody in Morecambe to book my 18th birthday party. And they were like, but you're a regular. How can you only just be... Shh. How can you now be having your 18th birthday? Booking the nightclub for a private do. After you've been a regular in there for a couple of years. I had the full moustache. I got called out by the headmaster in front of the whole assembly at school, and he examines the tash and tells me to get rid of it. We had a little discussion about there's nothing in the school rules that says you can't have a moustache. It was a whole thing. A little bit of drama. It was the tash that allowed me to walk into the same pub as the teachers. So Morecambe High School, you come out of the driveway, it's quite a long driveway, you come out, you jink right, so you kind of carry on forwards, but a slight jink right to the next road. And at the top of that road, or maybe the next block, there was a bar, a hotel, the Broadway, which is the name of the road, the Broadway Hotel. And I'd go in there at lunchtime sometimes from sixth form or from school, and the teachers would be in there, fucking smoking away, pint of beer in front of them. They knew they shouldn't be there, so they probably couldn't do anything about the fact that I was there. And occasionally we'd meet at the bar and have a little laugh. I don't give a shite about Dogtanians, but millions must go. 20 million minimum. Fuck, we're diving right in with the politics there, Tim Timony. Dogtanian. I like Dogtanian. All for one and four for all, says Robert. Shall we do a roll call? Who's actually here? Dogtanian and the Musket Hounds. Always ready. Chilled out wanderer that doesn't need to stir it up, in my humble opinion. You're a chilled out wanderer. I don't need to stir it up, but you know, things happen. No need to mention words that may provoke people. Well, I got asked earlier whether Jesus exists and stuff, you know. There's lots of things that stir people up. Go back to 1911. It was hot as now. No mention of global warming. Go figure. I've mentioned many times, for a man of science, I am skeptical on the global warming thing. Undoubtedly, we're going through a warm period. Whether it's some cyclical thing that we don't understand, don't know about, I'm not convinced by, and remember folks, government statistician once upon a time. Not convinced by the graphs. Now you might ask why I'm not convinced by the graphs. Because the data has been adjusted by people with a vested interest. You make a graph and a model that says the weather's going to do this, and then you say more research is indicated, which basically means I've been paid to do this research, but now pay me to do some more. Well, you're going to come to whatever conclusion gets you more money. You're always going to go for the solution that says pay me to do more. David Bellamy didn't believe in it, got ostracized until his death. Now David Attenborough does believe in it because he travels around and he sees it's warming. I think we all agree it's certainly warming. Is it man-made or is it part of a cycle? You hear all sorts of stupidness like, oh, it's warmer now than ever before. No, it's not. In the Jurassic and Triassic period, we had insects that were able to be, see, I can't even keep my hands in. We had dragonfly like yay big because it was warmer and there was more carbon dioxide in the air. This is where all the coal came from. The big trees. Fuck off big trees. The Carboniferous era or period, within whichever era it was. There have been periods in time when there was more carbon dioxide in the air. There have been times when it was hotter. Okay, it's warmer slightly than before. But you start showing me graphs of trends, but it's where you've adjusted the data down at one end and up at the other. You're creating the line. You're bound to have a line that goes upwards if you've pushed it down at one end and adjusted upwards at the other, because tarmac and concrete and airports and whatever else you want to fucking blame it on. A hockey stick graph. I'm not persuaded. In the 1970s, all the data from the 1940s to the 70s indicated it was getting colder. You now look at the graph for the same period and they're showing it getting warmer because they've pushed it down at one end and lifted it up at the other. We were headed for right. We had a downward trend. Now the same data says the opposite to what the same data used to say. Oh, we've adjusted. What we didn't realise was that those weather stations were on concrete or on tarmac or in an airport, or so we've adjusted this way on that way and up on the other. We pushed it down in the past and lifted it up now to adjust for fantasy. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm not saying humans aren't doing it. I'm saying I'm skeptical. To me, it's unproven. Some of you will disagree with me. That's okay. You're allowed to. And I allow that. Please allow me my own opinions on the matter. Don't unsubscribe because I'm some kind of fool. In general, I'm a science guy. Which is why I'm skeptical. How did the data from the 40s to the 70s go from being a downward trend and we were headed for an ice age? And now you look at if you look at that same graph from the 40s to the 70s, it's going upwards. How did a downward slope become a fucking upward slope for the same period from the same data just later on? I'm gonna shut up because I'll start ranting. Tim Timoney, enjoying listening on the move. Much respect to you and yours. Cheers, Tim Timoney. Always happy to see you, oh my darling Clementine. I did burst out in a song, which is not something I do too often. We're all your greatest fans, says Robert. Alright, back to the Death Valley question. We've moved on since then. We had an education. I didn't know it was to do with the minor 49ers. And oh my darling Clementine. Enjoying listening on the move. Go back to 19... Jumped. How far back? Go. Okay. It was as hot as now. No mention of global warming. Go figure. That was Robert. I agree. There's no need to mention the words, or mention on words that may provoke people. I do anyway though, mate. It's my right. But yeah. A chilled out wanderer that doesn't need to stir it up, in my humble opinion. In general, I agree. But every now and again I'll say the words, all the words. Musket hounds are always ready. Is that what it was? D'Artagnan was more my brother's era, said Tara. All for one and four for all. Or all for one and one for all. I don't give a shite about D'Artagnan, but millions must go. 20 million. 20 million's a lot. I would have thought between 5 and 10. Just not even that they're automatically the problem, although we would start with the problem ones. We start pushing them out, they'll stop choosing to come here. Just cut off the benefits. You don't come here and get a hotel, a phone, a fucking cash card, dentists the next day. No. What we will need at the same time is for our hospitals. We might, and I say this really, and I couch this, we might need ID cards. When you go to casualty department, see, a lot of them don't go to doctors because they're not registered, but they'll go straight to accident and emergency, what the Americans would call ER. We need to start checking that people that go to ER are registered citizens. In my opinion, it should be a temporary measure for a maximum of 5 years, the ID card thing, until we turn things around. But yeah, so true, Tim Timony, said Robert. I'm just going to check that my chat hasn't frozen. It's gone a bit slow again. But then again, there's very few of you here, folks. We're down to 5. Shall we end it soon? When's the hour? My timer says I'm on 2 hours 54. That's bullshit. That's because I got disconnected badly. Let me just check something else while I'm here. Okay, Tara. And I think Tara's my only donor so far today. I'll be honest, I thought I might have got more. What with it being an anniversary? But small audience, folks, I know. Short notice and all that as well. But 4 years of Tramp today, 4 years homeless. Cheers to you guys that have helped me pass some time. I probably am going to call it quits. I might go until the top of the hour, 13 minutes from now. Because I'm going to go live again later tonight. I'm going live at 10 again for my normal Friday night shenanigans. But cheers to you guys. Cheers to Tara for the donation. Again, never apologise for how small the donations are. Especially if you need the money more than me, then keep it. You know, don't be giving it away. I got enough to get by. I'm all right for now. If I needed to go out and buy a new solar panel, I've got enough to do it. That's probably the biggest like emergency I could imagine right now, and I've got enough to cover that. Could I go out and buy a new EcoFlow now? No, that would need some serious saving up. But for now, the biggest emergency that I could kind of anticipate is solar panels. Although I might get the money back for these ones. It depends how much hassle I want to put Karen through. See, there's the other thing. when someone else buys something on my behalf and then I give them the money, but they're going through the hassle of taking delivery. They're putting in the order, taking delivery, making the payments. If we end up having to send shit back, they're the ones that have to bundle it up and wait in until the courier or whatever comes to pick shit up, wait 3 days, take the money back, buy a new whatever, and then bring it round to me. It's all a lot of hassle to be putting on other people for the sake of 85 fucking euros. I have to be careful about the burden that I put on other people. Be mindful about is probably a better phraseology than saying be careful. I have to be mindful of what I'm putting other people through who try to help. Okay, Tim Timony, if you play this stream back, I said exactly the same thing. You're not a tramp, mate. Tramps travel. To tramp is to wander. It is to step around. To tramp from place to place looking for work. Hello, missus. Can I do any work on your ranch or in your garden or on your house? Willing to work for food and lodging. That was a tramp. Absolutely. I know I'm not a tramp. I use the term figuratively. Absolutely, and I know this. I know I abuse the term, but it's a colloquialism. I'm a resting tramp, yeah. Sometimes I'm an arrested tramp, but that's a different story. Only ever overnight. Only while they process some paperwork and let me go again. Didn't have a criminal record. Now I do. Hey. Arresting tramp and an arrested tramp sometimes. Never with any additional charges. God, can you say I usually only get arrested for? It is a paperwork thing. They don't tell me there's a court case. They've set a court date. They don't tell me. They're supposed to give me 2 or 3 different forms of proof that there's a case coming up. And then if you don't attend, if you've signed the paperwork and don't attend, there are extra charges and higher fines. That never happens. They arrest me, keep me in overnight, find out they've got no paperwork that proves I've been served with the date and time of the court case. They know where to come and find me after I don't attend. Yet somehow they don't know where to come and find me when they're supposed to bring me paperwork. Bureaucracy, folks. It's the same all over the fucking world. Actually, it's not. Germany, Sweden, Norway, they love their bureaucracy and their paperwork, and they're really shit hot at it. Spain are deliberately, and I say this to you now, they are deliberately bad at it because it keeps you coming back to the office multiple times. Makes more work. It's make work. It's how they keep each other employed. You need twice as many staff if you make the guy come back to the office twice. You need 3 times as many staff if you make the fucker come back 3 times. It's that. It's make work. It's busy work. Vogons. Poetry. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. How does that go? H2G2? Hitchhiker's Guide Galaxy. Yeah, H2G2. Vogon poetry. Don't forget your towel. That's kind of South Park and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, isn't it? What was he called? Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent, maybe? Oh, the trousers are stuck to me every time I sit down. Hello, Fabrizio. You've got out of bed at last. Ferdinand the Bull. I watched a cartoon of it not long ago. It's a big thing here in Spain. Yeah. I don't know how true the kids' cartoon was to the full story. I don't know the proper real full story. R2D2. No, H2G2. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. To the disappears. like in most acronyms. The little words drop out. The little, yeah, the letters that, you know what I mean. Out of the initial, it's an initialism rather than an acronym, isn't it? Oh, there was, okay, I didn't see Farmer arrive. Welcome, Tara, Stephanie, Christina, Andy, Tim, Zamia. You've gone way back there. If like you've made a full list of everybody. Timony. Did someone mention Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, didn't they? I glimpsed at it and it passed by. I think I've made the same comment, a Chimney kind of comment. It wasn't Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, was it? It was Mary Poppins, was it? Chimney. The chimney sweep, yeah, it was Mary Poppins with the chimney sweeps. I made the same mistake and got called out and corrected for it way back, so possibly by Christine. I'm not sure if it was Christine, or it might have been. Call blimey, Mary Poppins. Dick Van Dyke with his Cockney accent. He's still with us, isn't he? What is he, about 103? Let's check. No, he's at least 100. I think that was last year. He might be 101 by now. I gotta go. Dick Van, that's all I'll need to type. Dick Van Dyke. There he is. 100 years on the 13th of December, just gone, so he's 100 and a half. 12 stepper, I believe. A member of the Proper Real Drinkers Club. Well, I guess an ex-member. Turned his life around. His son was one of the guys in Airwolf when Airwolf became crap. He was also in Battlestar Galactica 1980, which was when Battlestar Galactica went crap. Has anyone seen the pattern? Barry Van Dyke. I wonder if he's related to Virgil Van Dyke. Van means from, if I remember correctly. Denise Get 'em Outen, Denise Van Outen. She is Denise from Outen, which must be a place in the Netherlands. Have we got any Dutchies in the house? Pass the Dutchie on the left-hand side. Josie's not here. Josie and Peter. Maybe you're lurking in the background. Maybe you can step forward. Is there a place in Holland called Outen? And is there a place called Dyke? Well, the little boy with his finger, with his thumb. I'm not going to say that one because I might offend Tara. Shh. Schoolboys. We never grow up. There is a joke to be had there somewhere. I made the same joke when I was at Customs and we had an outing to Office Dyke. But schoolboy humour and a work environment don't always mix that well. Let me just... No, it doesn't make me a fucking homophobe. Shut up. Where was I going? Dutch place called... We'll go with Outen first because Denise Get 'em Out and Denise Van Outen. Dutch, that's not how you spell place. Put the right letters in the right place. Houten with a H is a municipality and town in the Netherlands. So the names become corrupted over time. Just outside Utrecht. Utrecht. Famous for its innovative, traffic-calmed urban design, extensive bicycle paths, and frequently been named a top cycling town. Houten with an H. Is hers Denise Van Houten? Is there a H? I didn't spell it with one. I might have to just go check. Just because now you've raised the fucking question and I need to know the answer. Denise, but no, there's no H in Outen. Is it a corruption? Maybe she's not Dutch. Oh, well, she's not, but maybe the name's not of Dutch extraction. Van Dyke. Let me go back to the original question because it was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And do you enjoy the magical mystery tour that I take you on sometimes, folks? Fucking toot sweet. The whistle. The sweet that whistles the whistle you eat. Toot sweet. Toot sweet. Dick Van Dyke. I'm going to go Van Dyke Place. I'm sure there's a place called Dyke. There is a Van Dyke Street in Detroit, Michigan. That's not where we're going, or at least it's not where I was going. I'm going to go just Dyke. The Van just means from, so Dick from Dyke. Dyke Place. Sorry, I hope no one's been offended by the word. It's, you know, it's a water maintaining barrier as well as everything else. Let's have a look. Place in, it's got to be Holland or Netherlands. I'm going to say Holland, but I use the two terms interchangeably. A famous major dike in the Netherlands connects North Holland to Friesland in the Asvloot flood dike. It is a 32 kilo. I don't think that's what I was after. It has got dike at the end, but with a J, because a J is a Y in Dutch, unless it has a D in front of it, in which case it becomes a J. I'm going to go just Dyke place name. Can I add the word name to the search? Just Dick from Dyke. I mean, it's a literal translation of his name. I mean, Dick is Richard, obviously, or usually, but the Van Dyke. Many place names in Holland and the Netherlands use dike as a suffix or root for the town and villages built along water embankments. Okay. Let me just check my power levels. 64 on the tablet. 28. We're not climbing, folks. I can't read that. We're only drawing 6 watts. Really? Is that 6? We're only drawing 6 watts. We're supposed to draw 14. It does reduce with heat. It does reduce, but I can't say reduce properly. Let me see whether I can make it take more. 8. Well, it's better, but it's not much better. Alright, how far in are we? Jesus, we're going on. If we carry on like this, I'll just pick up at 10. I'll still be here at 10 o'clock at night when I start tonight's stream. There was Tara with the cheers. Farmer, pound. I am way behind. I've gone off on one about Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That was Robert. I still think that my correction is valid. I think the chimney, I'm assuming it was the chimney that sent you off on the chimney. And it is Mary Poppins, undoubtedly. Dike is an enclosure as in dam. Yeah, a water retaining wall or bank. You see, I'm not just a misogynist, homophobic. I'm not just. I'm also a racist, sexist. I'm all the ists and all the phobes. Fuck it, why not? See, these words have become so devalued, I now laugh in their face. Which is a shame. Because it used to be, you would never want to be called a Nazi or a racist or a transphobe, but now I just fuck it. Call me what the fuck you want, I don't care. I'm like Batfink. These wings are made of steel. Your bullets will never harm me. There's a throwback. Another kids' TV throwback. Don't start me. or we'll spend the rest of the day talking about the flumps and Trumpton and the soup dragon and Itsy and Bitsy, Swap Shop and Tiswas and Pob. Have we said flumps? I don't know if I said flumps already. Alberto Frog and Bod. We're not going to go there. We've done that conversation to death many times over. All Aboard the Skylark with Nora and Nelly. Rhubarb and Custard. Mr. Ben. As if by magic, the shopkeeper appeared. Tara's not easily offended. You're funny, mate. I'm funny, but only to look at. Virgil. Hold on. Where did we go there? The gay one out of Star Wars. Thunderbirds. Fuck. How did I get to Star? Virgil was definitely gay on Thunderbirds. They did a show together. Diagnosis Murder. They did, and it was. It's like Murder, She Wrote. It's very entertaining. I mean, it's total tosh. It's total, but it's very entertaining. If you're flicking through the channels and it's on, you'll watch it. They did indeed do that show together with. It wasn't, was it? It's that lad that looks like. Hold on. What was he called? The guy out of the Fonz, the young lad that was always trying to date Joni. Not Tony. Not Tony Danza. Younger. Can't remember. But he was in it as the doctor. He was like the young doctor. I'm scrolling back. You should be sponsored by Red Bull, a hardcore chatter. I should be sponsored by somebody by fucking now, I would have thought. Then again, I can't even. Dick was Cockney Mary Poppins. He was. Call blimey Mary Poppins. That's my best Cockney accent. Up the apples and pears. No Pearly Kings and Queens. I think, were the Pearly Kings and Queens in there? There might have been. It's mainly chimney sweeps. Dum 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 dum. He was a good dancer and singer, I'll give him that. He was entertaining. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I was asked last night, wasn't I, what were favourite films? I would put the first Chitty Chitty Bang Bang film inside my all-time top 10, I think. If you give me a list of all films, I would put it at least in a list of consideration. It would be a runner for all-time top 10. I'm not sure how that list would quite shape out or shake out. But yeah, it would be in contention. The second Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, the sequel, that was the one with the German submarine or something, wasn't it? Not so sure on that one. Enjoyed it as a kid. At Christmas, every year they would get the projector out, the reel-to-reel projector, and this was before VCRs, folks. You know, 73 to 79 when I was in infant school. Infant and junior. Primary, let's just call it primary school. Put those two categories together. Every year we got served coffee at school once a year. One plastic cup once a year on the day before we broke up for, I think it was the day before we broke up for Christmas. And then on that final day, we'd all get in the hall and they'd get the projector out. We'd get some jelly and custard and watch a film. Basically, the teachers had given up. Put them all in a big room, give them some food, let the dinner ladies look after them for the afternoon, and one of the teachers was assigned to run the projector. And that was, I guess the rest of them had been off down the pub. Whoever drew the short straw got to be with us and run the projector. Or maybe it was just the one techie guy who knew how to run the projector. I'm guessing all the other teachers just fucked off down the pub. Because why wouldn't you? Thumbs up, folks. A little reminder. I don't ask too often. I don't ask for too much. If you're in a position to, if you've got it, if you want to, I am a tramp. Let me show you. I am a tramp living in a tent with no roof. You can see the rips in the roof probably from here. Not from here, then from further over, where I've put a blanket over the roof, not to stop water or anything, but just to shade me from the sun when it gets high in the sky. I am living in a field. Look, there's an actual real fucking field in Spain. I got a dying dog. That's just me trying to tug on your heartstrings. She is, I mean actually, she is weeks away from the end. Probably. Although I got it wrong last time. The last time I tried to predict it. She was in a declining spiral. And then she stabilised a little bit. It stopped getting worse. It was getting worse like week by week or day by day even. And then it kind of stabilised a bit. It didn't get better, it just stopped getting worse. And but having told you that I've got enough to get by, it's a bit difficult now to say, hey folks, there's the link, send some pennies. I know, I got the grift on, it's just me being a grifter. You should be sponsored by Red Bull. You have a wide, interesting knowledge of a lot, says Tim Timony. Yeah, unfortunately. Broad but shallow. If you want to make money in life, you need narrow but deep. You learn a topic and you learn that. So Big Clive, he learned electrical and electronic. He learnt those and went deep. And he's now like one of the internet's foremost experts in all things electrical. They have a meetup show with some air conditioning guys and electro boom, and they do a show together. So you've got like the world's biggest electrical engineering YouTube channels doing collaborations together because he learnt one topic better than anybody else, or better than 99.99% of everybody else. Me, I know a little bit about everything, but only shallow. We can talk quantum mechanics, we can talk physics, we can talk astrophysics, we can talk astronomy, we can talk chemistry, not so much. But then again, chemistry is just physics by another name, to a certain extent. I can talk to you about. I'm going to talk to you about bricklaying or building dry stone walls, or I'd talk to you about anything. I've watched every episode of House, so I'm almost a fully qualified doctor. Joke. Tina's pushing her water away, but I don't know if it's by accident or if she's trying to grab it. Give me a second. I don't know if she's trying to push it away or if she's trying to get it to it. Are you wanting it or not? I'll pull that into there. She hasn't stuck her face in it. I'll give her 10. Sometimes she's a cussed little monkey. I'll give her a few seconds. If she starts to drink it, fine. If not, I'll pull it away again. She probably pushed it away by accident. She isn't bothered about it, so I'll move it away. What she does do, she puts her hand in the water, a front paw, then puts it on the muck, and then accidentally puts her mucky paw back in the water, so the water ends up all muddy. But I can't just throw it away. It's too precious to be throwing away. Now she's trying to get under my chair again. Okay, but okay. Same reason as last time, folks. The sun's moved around, and her front paw is in the sun, so now she's trying to bend her body this way. Give me. I'm going to say a minute. It shouldn't be. It'd be a relief to pull the creases out the back of my legs, not out of my arse, but out the crotch. Ouch! Jesus. I'm just going to move the big concrete block. Guesstimate 50 kilograms. Let me move this. It needs to cover Tina. That doesn't do it. But it also needs to keep the phone covered. Okay. Here we go, Tina. I'll lower this. I can't move it any further across, darling. There's a table. Whoa! Is that... Alright. 50 kilogram block. It's not going to blow over. I'm probably going to be sitting here now, folks, with my head with a fringe. Yeah, I am. I've got my head with a fringe on it. That's actually not going to work for very long. I might have to hutch it another... I can't go more than another foot that way. Now, see, we were talking before about metric and imperial. There isn't like a metric equivalent of a foot, is there? I mean, you can say 30 centimeters, but there's no set unit. Sometimes you just need this much. You haven't got it. 3 decimeters. Doesn't work. If you said a decimeter to most people, they wouldn't have a fucking clue. You've got decimeters and decameters, but that goes the other way. Scrolling, wide range of knowledge and interesting knowledge of a lot. It's kind of, but it's shallow knowledge, which gets you nowhere in life, folks. If I could have a conversation with 7-year-old me. Who was that? Was that Socrates or Plato? Give me the 7-year-old boy and I'll give you the man. Let's find out who it was. Now that I've raised the... You know how I am. Once you've raised the fucking question, I'm going to go Plato, to be honest. Give me the 7-year-old. Not give me the 7-day forecast. Give me the 7-year-old. I'll give you the man. I might be off. I'll give you the... it was there. It went. Give me a 7-year-old, I'll give you the man. Was Aristotle. Okay, folks. There was Socrates. His student was Plato. His student was Aristotle. I mentioned Socrates and Plato. It was fucking Aristotle, wasn't it? Tramp gets it wrong again. I was wrong once in 1979 and I've just been wrong again. I thought Jim Callaghan was going to win that election. Those are not the only 2 times I've been wrong in life. I just like to pretend they are. I'm wrong once every 50 years, folks. Alright? I'm sat here. Is it Socrates or is it Plato? Fucking Aristotle. Alright. Still not far off, right? And I know the order of those 3 guys. Because it's spelled Spa. There's the mnemonic you need to remember. S-P-A. Or you could stick the R on the end because Aristotle. So it could be Spa, like the supermarket in England. Oh, Tina, you've laid another little egg. It's a little brown one. Sorry, folks. She doesn't know. She won't even know that's happened. It used to be she would whimper and tell me when it was time or when she needed to be taken for a walk. God, it even looks like me. Oh, hey babe, you're okay. Let's just move you a little bit, shall we? So we can do a clean up. Get rid of the flies as well. Let's get rid of the fucking flies. Hold on, please. This is why you have a daddy to look after you in these awkward times, in these empty times. Yes, okay, babe. Can I come and cuddle? Can I come and get a cuddle? Hello, you. Let's get a kiss. What? Thanks. Thank you for the cuddle. Giving them to me. Oh. Is that? Alright, there's a bag of treats. There's only one in the bottom. I've got a bag of treats on the bed I could bring out. Here we go, sweetheart. That's for you, look. Look at a treat for Tina. There we go. Alright, folks, where are we? It says 3.5 hours here, but we know that that's bullshit. I'm going to catch up with chat. We might call it quits soon, folks, because I'm back on again tonight for my regular... So this, I don't know how many of you have been here and for how long. This is a commemoration, I guess. We're marking the fact, it's not really a celebration, we're marking the fact that today, 11 o'clock this morning, when I went live, was exactly the time I was supposed to leave a friend's house 4 years ago, walk down the steps into the wilds of Torrevieja and become homeless. I'd stayed with a friend, I'd outstayed my welcome, I'd misbehaved a little bit, I now recognise with hindsight. I stayed underfoot, stayed in the house all the time because I had no money. I should have got out of her house and given her her life back a bit more. She didn't give me a key or anything, so it would have been, whenever I did go out, it was always awkward arranging getting back. I was sleeping on a 2-seater sofa with my legs hanging off the end all those months. She didn't appreciate it when I got one of those myoclonic jerks and my leg kicked to the shelf of her knick-knack trolley shelves. Didn't break anything. Oh, I did break a glass one time. That was in the middle of the night. My arm was there and it just twitched and it knocked my glass of water onto the floor and that shattered. She went absolutely fucking ape. And then my glass became this really tall, thin, really unstable glass. What do you think happened then? That broke within days. Because it was really tall and fucking unstable. Couldn't do right for doing wrong. Tried my best to be a good house guest. When I first moved in, I offered to cook every night. She would never, ever, ever let me. And then at the end, she threw it back in my face that I never cooked. I don't want to speak ill of the dead, so I'm going to show. I liked her. She was a friend. She did me an enormous favour. She went overboard. Certainly initially. She got a bit nasty towards the end. But she had other people bitching in her ear about how I was a liar and a schemer and a this, that and the other. I lost that entire circle of friends. Everybody I knew got contaminated with the rumours. I've met one or two of them since. Oh, I've heard all sorts of rumours about you, and I'm just like, yeah, I bet you have. Now fuck off, I've got no time for you, go away. I'm not like going to try and persuade them that I'm not the guy I think that they think I am. Just fuck off, go away. You turned on me, fuck off. I've said about the guy I used to share the apartment with. comes here when he wants help. I'm living in a fucking field with nothing. He's in an apartment with €800 a month benefits. And he comes here for help. Fuck off. He has a spare room. I used to live in it. If any one of us could help the other, which way round would it be? "4 years in a fucking field." October the 10th, folks, we will be back here and celebrating 4 years in this specific field. My first 2 months were up there in a different field. And then I came down here and got flooded out on the first day. And a month later I got flooded out again. And then they dug a drainage ditch, a drainage channel. I was worried I was going to get bulldozed out when the bulldozer's running up and down the fucking field. And I had to go and talk to the men and ask them what the score was. What's the word for size in Spanish? Tamano. I think that means size. Tamano. I was asking what size? Zona, area. Que tamana la zona? What size the area that you're working? Trabajo. Trabajando. I was pidgin Spanish trying to put it together. We got some level of communication. I said, it's me, acampaña. It's me camping down, el camping, yo camping, aquí, or allí, here or there, whichever word you want to use. Pidgin Spanish, that's all I've got. But I made myself understood. I asked the question, I found out what was what. But that was in the December. I moved here in the October. After being flooded twice, they dug a drainage ditch. Not to save me, it's to do with the houses that way. Scrolling, wide and interesting knowledge. Bull, says Farmer. I don't know why. Oh, was that? Hold on. I'm assuming that's because of Ferdinand, maybe. Arthur Denton. Oh, the infinite reality machine. Infinite improbability drive, I think is where you're going, Tim Timoney. Infinite improbability drive. Infinite improbability, no, infinite reality. That would be more, what was his other work? The Detective. It's been done twice. Once by Peter Davidson and once by, oh, what's the character? The other one was a comedian who drank himself to death. I'm not going to get his name. Dangerous Davis is the character, isn't it? Peter Davidson played him in one incarnation and the comedian played him in another. And then the Americans had a go at it not long ago. I didn't really like that one. I'm looking forward. Sorry if I've missed you. You are a favourite. Take care, said Robert. You have a wide and interesting knowledge. Dick was Cockney, Mary Poppins. Call blimey, Mary Poppins. He was indeed. Well, he was meant to be. I mean, he was. The accent wasn't. Van Dyke. They did a show together. Diagnosis murder. That's correct, Tara. I'm working forwards. Then he says Tim Timoney says Virgil, and I don't know why. Are we talking about ancient Greek poets and philosophers, Virgil? Or are we talking about the gay one out of the Thunderbirds? I'm not sure. My favourite film. Okay. Robert. You're funny, mate, says Tim Timoney. I'm not easily offended, says this is the Dyke thing because, well, I'm not going to say why, but yeah. Not my story to tell. I keep a sense of humour. Tim Timoney. I try to as well. But I also push the boundaries sometimes with the words. What do you call an immigrant with a gun, sir? Thank you, Robert. Until he turns his back and then you clobber him over the head with that baseball bat that you just bought out of that sports shop that's still got the packaging on it. Tim Timoney, I think he was leaving. All the best, Chief, and all. Dike is a closure, as in a dam. It is. It's a bank, an embankment. Hence, the little boy saw a leak in the dam and protected the whole village by sticking his thumb in it. Old Dutch story, I believe. And the word dike is derived. It is a Dutch word. D-I-J-K. But the J is a Y, dike. Unless you put a D in front of it, like in Django, the DJ becomes J, J, instead of just Y. So they have people called, running around called Jan. A friend of mine I met on honeymoon. Guy was on holiday on his own. Me and my wife kind of took him under our wing and spent a lot of time with him. You wouldn't think, would you? It was a 2-week honeymoon in Tunisia. Port El Kantoui, if I remember correctly. Don't ask me how it's spelled Kantoui. Port and L, I can get you close. Had an argument with a guy one day about the name of the Queen of England. Fuck. This was when I learnt this. This was new knowledge to me. Some languages translate names. The Spanish do this as well. The Spanish, the French, and by extension, like Moroccans, Tunisians, etc. Queen Isabella. I'd never fucking heard of her. Who the fuck's Queen Isabella? Elizabeth translates to Isabella in some other languages, and some countries translate names. So we were always hearing about King Juan Carlos when we were young. The Spanish king as was, the one before, this is his son now, Philip. Felipe. But they translate names. Queen Elizabeth. If you'd shouted Queen Isabella, she wouldn't have known who you were fucking talking to. So yeah, I had this guy, he was asking for beer it was Christmas morning. Or was it Christmas Eve? We'd walked around the port to the, we'd walked around the harbour to the local shop and bought a 12-pack of beer, because, why wouldn't you? 2 of us, 12 beers. That'd be a nice afternoon, I sat on the balcony in the sun. December, this was Christmas. Like I said, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, one or the other. And this guy, they're all Muslim, but they're all after your beer all the time. Oh, hello, English, oh, the Rolling Stones, Beatles, oh, Queen Isabella. I'm like, no. Yeah, Queen Isabella, I've never heard of her. Who the fuck's Queen Isabella? Queen Elizabeth. And we're arguing. It's only later that you go and look it up and find out that they translate names, and Elizabeth translates to Isabel or Isabella. Who knew? Not me, I was 27 maybe? What year would this be? Oh God, now you're asking me what year I got married. What year did I get married? Was it 96 or was it 98? 96. How old was I in 96? 28. Just turned 28. A little bit late getting started, folks, a little bit late. 28. After we've been together all through uni and what have you. Arguing with Abdul. He wants a beer, he wants to be friendly and ask for a beer. And so he's just trying to tell me everything that he knows about England. And then we end up arguing about the name of the fucking Queen. We gave him 1 beer anyway just to fuck him off, because they're quite persistent. Beer's haram. They're not allowed alcohol. Allegedly. They're all really devout when they want to blow you up or stab you. but when no one's looking, oh man, we got pestered for the porno mags. They really wanted the porno mags. We went around the, hold on, what's the word I'm looking for? Sousse was the name of the city. The Medina, the market, the Medina in Sousse. And if I'd known, back in my younger days, ladies and gentlemen, you might not believe this, I had quite an extensive collection of magazines. With my wife's permission, and you know. In fact, I used to send her to buy them sometimes for a bit of an extra thrill. Shush. This was back, like I said, we're in the 90s. This was when porn was not digital. Porn was analog back in those days. It's still better in some ways. A really crisp, clear photograph up close. You don't want to know. Testosterone, I'm sorry ladies, I apologise. But anyway, if I had known, I could have taken a suitcase full of magazines out of there. I could have walked around that Medina. I could have walked around that marketplace. I could have got anything, anywhere, anytime. They were mad keen for, they'd always be asking, you got magazines? You got magazines? Every stall. You got magazines? You got magazines? All the leather stuff, the leather jackets, the belts. We bought a chessboard and all the pieces, and we sat there playing chess. Here's the thing, you just got married, you're on honeymoon, and you're either out in a bar or you're playing chess on the balcony at night. Strange times indeed. That is a quote from Yellow Flash. Check out Yellow Flash, people. He comments on topical media, so new films, new TV programs, all of that. But he also occasionally gets involved in some extended court case kind of stuff as a journalist, kind of reporting on things. Yellow Flash. Is it Yellow Flash? Or is it Tug? Well, you know what, it might be Tug. Strange times indeed. That umbrella guy. Possibly that umbrella guy. They both got that southern drawl, and I mix them both up in my head quite frequently. Random YouTube channels you might like to check out one day at your leisure or pleasure. You know what, I never finished that coffee that I made at the start of the show. I currently don't have a beer in front of me. I'm scrolling, it's 16:36. I started at 11. That means I've done 5.5 hours already. Let me just check on. There was Tim leaving and Fabrizio Farmer saying goodnight. My favourite was Tom Thumb, closely followed by Mary Millingot. Millingot. My favourite what? Tom Thumb a film or Tom Thumb the real world person? Because he was based on an actual real world. Millington, Mary Millington. I don't know that name. Is there Amazon lockers near you, DM, says Tara? No. The nearest Amazon approved lockers are about 1.5 kilometres up a big hill and over the hill that I can't get to with Tina. There are lockers. They're not Amazon lockers. There are lockers just here at the garage. In my, what's the company called? Post something or something post or post. Post. In my description, I give the address of the petrol station and the name of the lockers. Is it? I think it's It Post. It Post. So there are lockers. If someone wants to send, nobody ever has. People kept asking and asking and asking, so I posted the fucking details, and it turns out nobody was real. Everybody asks just for the sake of asking. You pay a different fee based on the size of the box. It's not about how far you're sending it or anything. It's just about the size of the mailbox at the other end. You would need either my phone number or my email address. You'd have to contact me directly beforehand to set it up. And then I give the address and the setup for the boxes. Amazon approved ones. Once Tina's gone, I'll be able to get there easily. It's pretty much next door to where I used to live once upon a time. So from here you got to go up a big hill and down to the bottom of the hill, and then next to the Lidl. I used to live halfway down that hill on the way to, you see, there's another thing, Tweetish fish and chips. I don't want to say, can I say this in front of Tina? Tina, close your ears. I'm kind of looking forward to going to Tweetish. But it'll be sad because she won't be with me. Who wants to live forever, folks? I want my doggy to. We got to do work. Forget the fucking Methuselah Mouse project. Aubrey de Grey, get your fucking act together, lad. Cats and dogs. Triple their lives, not the fucking mice. I know there's a science reason we use mice, but, you know. Dogs, cats, that's where we need life extension. Cats, dogs, and then people. In that order. I was always a cat person. We could go dogs, cats, people, but, you know. Make dogs live for 30 fucking years. I've been offered another dog for after. Looks like a lovely dog. He's just not Tina. It's also a he. That whole cock and balls thing when you're stroking your dog, I'm not sure how that works out. I don't want any rutting. Tina's never done any of that. I think because we got her, we got the op early. I'm told both girls and boys do it. You know, rubbing up and down your leg and what have you. It's just messy with boys, isn't it? I don't want that. Keep that away from me. He does look like a lovely dog, and I appreciate the offer, Roger, and I have kind of said yes. I'm wondering how long Tina's going to last. I want to keep her here as long as I can, but I don't want to be unfair to Tina if there's any kind... There is no sign of any kind of pain or anything, but you got to look at quality of life. She's peeing and pooing and laying in it. Her back legs don't work, her front legs almost don't work. I'm carrying the back end and I'm having to hold up the front end. There's a limit on how much I can carry her, how far we can go, how far we can walk, how often we can walk. But once she's on the bed with me and we're cuddling, she's Tina. She's my Tina girl, aren't you, babe? Look now. Hey. See? Let's get rid of the flies off your face. We don't want the flies, do we? It's okay, babe. You're warm. Oh, the sun's starting to come around again onto your paws. Yeah? Let me know when it gets too warm and I'll move the brolly again. Which way do I need to move it? Down, across, around? It's getting awkward. Okay, folks, I don't think we're going to go on much longer. I'm scrolling. Start me up, says Farmer. That sounds like a song. Kiss, kiss, bang, bang. That's a different thing. Coffee. Irish. No, it was just coffee, coffee. Powdered, polvo. Where's the... Is it this? Yeah, it's this. This is just supermarket's own brand, I think. I don't know which supermarket. It might not even be that. I might have refilled Cafe Soluble in Portuguese. The coffee experts, I think it says Barissimo. Oh, we're trying to sound Italiano. Barissimo. But it says in English, the coffee experts above me. I think I've refilled this from another jar at some point. I have got a couple of jars inside the tent somewhere, but don't ask me where. I think I've been sat down too long, folks. Narrow and deep. That is usually the best when she walked. That's not what you meant. Eclipse, said Farmer. The eclipse the other night. Bit of a disaster, wasn't it? Bit of a washout. Partly just me chuntering through it and not realising it had been and gone because it just didn't get that fucking dark. Farmer posts 3 or 4 links and then says music I can't follow, so I've got no idea. Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum. Don't forget the fulcrum. Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum solid enough and I will move the earth. The world, yeah. Socrates, maybe. It's either him or Plato. Unless it's one of the mathematician ones. I'm going to go Plato for that one. Shall we see? I'm assuming you've not already answered this in a later post. Let me dig in. It's one of them guys. It's one of the gang. Lever long enough. Fulcrum. Move world. I didn't put the question mark in. Oh, did you mean lever? I typed L9G. Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it and I shall move the world. Archimedes, was it really? Oh, when was he? When was old Archimedes? Come on Archie, where were you? Now I've got to type my fucking pin. What's my pin, folks? You all know my pin. 9939. I've said it often enough. When was Archimedes? Come on Archie, where were you? It's about moments, isn't it? Moments are it's the length multiplied by the force. The length of this side and the length of that side, the ratio of those two lengths and what you're trying to do and how much force, these are called moments. The amount of force applied. Archimedes, where are you? Oh, on Britannica.com. I haven't been here in a while. Archimedes, born when? 287 BC to 212 or perhaps 211 BC. I don't believe in BCE, this before the Common Era, fuck that. I'm not Catholic, but they did modernise the calendar and so therefore they have the right to list how we name time. I am with Neil deGrasse Tyson's a bit of a pussy in a lot of ways. And he demoted Pluto, so fuck that guy. I am with Sheldon from the Big Bang Theory on that. Fuck that guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson. But also that thing where, oh, I wake up some days and I feel more masculine than others, and then I wake up one day and I'm very feminine. Dude, if you don't know whether you're a dude or not, just, you know. Shall I go off on a rant, on a tangent here? Or shall I keep... Because I could offend some people. I don't believe there's an LGBT community. I believe there's an LGB community, and that the T's are a tack-on, an add-on, and that they are the antithesis, really, of the LGBT community. They're controversial, in your face, and I don't think that the one's got anything to do with the other. I don't believe that chopping your genitals off has got anything to do with your choice of whether you want to sleep with men or women. Controversial, that's me, that's my take. I'll draw a line under it here and we can say no more about it. I honestly just don't believe there's such a thing as LGBT. Once you start adding on all the other letters, and if you stick that M on there, then we're going to really fucking fall out. MAP, fuck off. Minor attracted persons, fuck right off. That would get me real angry. But like I said, that's my take. You're welcome to your take. Please give me the freedom to have my opinion. I'll give you the freedom to have yours. We can discuss it without falling out, but don't like unsubscribe or don't try and cancel me because I said some words or whatever. Just, that's my opinion. I've stated it now and we'll move on. It's okay. Tara left. I can't read at what time. I think it says 16:18. Probably quite a while ago. Fucking over half an hour ago. I'm off DM. Might catch you later. I'll be back on tonight at 10 probably. If an animal was going to kill you, what would you choose? Tiger, cow or grizzly? Cow. I fancy my chances against a cow. Unless it's a bull. But a cow? Lion. I can take a lion. Don't know if you know this about lions. Really weak skulls. Romans used to stage fights between lions and bears. And so did cowboys in early America. And the bear always won. So the bear has really solid paws. Not some, well, claws as well, but the paws. Because the bears dig in the ground. They dig through stone. The lion has a really weak skull. Top of the skull. This was why Samson, you know, the guy with the hair and Delilah. My Delilah. All that. She cut off his hair because of his strength. And he used to beat them with the jawbone of an ass. Basically take a donkey's jaw. Any kind of club. Smack a lion on the top of the head and it's dead. I choose lion. So I know that you gave me a limited choice. I'm extending my choices and I'm choosing lion. Tiger would win every fucking time. No idea how you would take down a cow other than laughing at it. Don't people punch? Don't some cowboys punch cows and bulls? Isn't that a thing? Is that a thing or is that just a meme? Give me a second. I think you can punch a cow. Am I just falling for like an internet meme? Or some kind of, hey babe, are you struggling or are you deliberately laying down? Can you punch a cow? I know you can't, I mean obviously you can punch anything, but punch a cow. Ah! Shit moved and my clicks didn't go where I wanted them to go. Can you punch a space cow? I don't know about I wasn't meaning to death, but just can you punch? Is cow punching a thing? You can physically punch a cow, but it's a terrible idea. An adult cow weighs about a ton, well, between 3/4 of a ton and a ton, meaning a human punch will not hurt it, but the cow can easily injure or trample you. Hey babe, you've fallen over. Let's get you upright. There you go. Daddy, you see, this is why you have a daddy, isn't it? She was sprawled out on her side and struggling to try and get upright. Something she can't do nowadays without help. So like I said, you can actually... Okay, here's the better question that I probably should... Can a human win a fight against a cow? An unarmed human would almost certainly lose a fight against an average 1 ton cow, or 3/4 to 1 ton cow, due to the massive weight, immense thick skin strength, power. Victory is only possible with sharp weapons like a spear or sword, or through extreme endurance tactics over it. That whole chasing, what's that called? Endurance hunting, where you just chase them down until they get weary. Where were we? Cows are lethal in an open field. Cows are bastards, said Sammy. A strong take, but yeah, okay. You could definitely take a lion. I mean, you've got to avoid the initial charge, haven't you? When they pounce and they jump and you've got half a ton of meat in midair leaping at you, trying to bite at your neck. You got to avoid all of that. But if you can do the Samson thing and clobber them over the top of the head with the jawbone of an ass, biblical reference, folks. Shall we find the passage in the Bible? I think it is biblical, isn't it? The whole Samson and Delilah thing. Let's find an actual reference. Samson. My granddad's name, Samson, on my mum's side. Samson. Samson, jawbone of a donkey, of an ass. It was ass, I'm pretty sure. Bible. Samson, jawbone, Bible. In the Bible, Samson used the fresh jawbone of a donkey. He was an ass. Is ass a separate animal, or is it just a synonym, for a donkey? I thought it was like mule. I thought it was a separate animal. I'm going to have to look, because this cropped up the other day. Samson used the fresh jawbone of a donkey to kill 1,000 Philistine men who came to attack him at Lehi. After the battle, God miraculously caused water to spring from a hollow place in the ground to save Samson from dying of thirst. Didn't he fight lions as well? Have I made this up? Now you've got me worried. Have I invented the whole lion thing? Hold on. Now I'm worried. Have I had this wrong my whole life? Samson, jawbone. I'm going to type lion. In the Bible, Samson is a famous judge and strongman known for 2 major violent feats involving a lion and a donkey's jawbone. Empowered by God's Spirit, he tore a young lion apart with his bare hands and later killed 1,000 enemy soldiers using a fresh animal bone. The Book of Judges, chapters 14 and 15. So I've mixed 2 stories together. He killed the lion with his bare hands, and he used the jawbone of a donkey to kill 1,000 men. I had him killing the lion with the jawbone. This is another one, folks, where I've jumped universes. When I was a kid, he killed the fucking lion with the jawbone. I know he did. I watched Victor Mature do it. Didn't I? Is this, oh, not there, sorry. Is this, am I getting this from TV? That's anything. It was Victor Mature, yeah? Have I got the right guy? Victor Mature film. Samson, lion, jawbone. Have I been lied to by Hollywood again? Or have I switched universes? The film you're referring to, classical biblical epic, Samson and Delilah, Cecil B. DeMille, Victor Mature, Hollywood tough guy as Samson, Hedy Lamarr as Delilah. Didn't Hedy Lamarr only die a few years ago? She lived a long life, I think. While both the lion and the donkey's bones scenes are famous highlights of the movie, the behind-the-scenes reality of filming them with Victor Mature became legendary Hollywood trivia. The lion fight. In the film, Samson famously fights and kills a lion bare-handed. Despite the muscular build, Victor Mature flatly refused to wrestle the tame movie lion named Jackie. He was a stuntman in the end used for the wrestling shots, with intercut close-ups of Mature wrestling a fake lion skin. Well, well, Samson was a pussy. You come here for the education, folks. I'm sure you do. And my ADHD or whatever it might be, we're going to get a beep here. Oh no, we just got a wave. That was Miguel. Apparently the name Miguel doesn't exist. Although he introduced himself to me as Miguel, I'm told, oh shit, hold on. I'm told that's the Spanish attempting to anglicise the name. There's no such name as Miguel. It's spelt that way, G-U-E-L, but it is just Miguel. But they think that we have the name Miguel, so he anglicised it. I didn't have the heart to tell him really it's Michael, but you know. You could definitely take a lion. I don't know, mate. Cows are bastards, that was Zammy. Cows are legal in an open field. Cows in my pub car park are fighting everywhere. Actual cows or just fat women? Oof, did I say that? Sorry, ladies. Your dog seems to like being alive even though it's not in its first flush. Yeah, no, I think she wants to stay here. I think she wants to stay with her daddy, don't you, darling? Do you want to stay with me or do you want to go to heaven? I don't know. And I'm an irreligious atheist, I don't know. But that doesn't mean that there might not be an afterlife. The idea of an all-knowing, all-powerful, omniscient... Let's not get into it. I said earlier, if there's a God, he's a bastard. Sorry, I shouldn't say these things. I shouldn't say these things. It is basically, it's a Stephen Fry argument. If there's a God and he's omniscient and omnipotent, if nothing happens without his will, then some of the things that happen in life, you'd have to be a total bastard to allow to happen. Not a God I would want. That's a story for another day. Let the Fraggles play down at Fraggle Rock. I've been sat here for ages, folks, without a beer. Where are we for time? I've been going on forever. I've been twattering on and on and on. I'm back live again in another 5 hours. If we carry on like this, it's 5 o'clock. God is a pain in the ass. Yeah. So is a proctologist. He's got a proctologist. Good word, folks. Go look it up. It's a bum doctor. Tina girl. Oh, you're trying to age up. Alright, folks, hold on. 2 things again. This was the same as last time when I went to get a beer. I have to reposition the brolly. Tina's trying to push under my chair because the sun's encroaching on where she's laying. At least I presume that's what it is. The problem is, she's under the chair, and so I can't easily move. I have to move her into the sun. I've then got to somehow, as the sun's working its way around, I have to move the brolly that way, but there's things on the floor that way. I might have to go beyond and then raise the brolly up. So that's 2 jobs in one. My solar panels are about to get the sun on them. I might have to take one over the field. Did I leave the... Where are we with the fridge? Just give me a second, folks. Sorry. I need to know where's my fridge? We're way... Last time I looked, it was in the teens for degrees. It's refusing to open the app. Probably means the fridge is not turned on. Which probably means that one of the EcoFlows lost so much power it turned off. Let's have a look. This one's on 62%, the other one's on 21. It's got no, we've only got 80% between the two. We've only got 80% of a solar panel. This is why I need another fucking solar panel. If anybody wants to buy me one, 12 volts, nominal. It's probably 18 volts open circuit with MP4 connectors on the end. In case there's any kind soul out there that wants to donate a fucking... If you've got a used one and you're in Torry, I wouldn't say no. I've got to get my grift on, folks. I'm a tramp in a fucking field. I've only got 24 watts coming in now. Look, I don't even have the 30 watts that I normally would have. I'm going to have to take one of these panels over the field and take the EcoFlow with it. Not the one I'm using, obviously. I might set the other one up to face the other way, lift it off the ground and put on a chair. Now that the sun is getting lower in the sky, having it flat on the ground is less than ideal. I've got a few jobs to run and do, including getting a beer. I've still not had a wee, have I? Have I been for since we started? Have I been to the loo? I don't think so. How long are we in? It's 5 o'clock. I came on at 11, so that's 6 hours. Without the toilet. While drinking coffee and beer. Okay, darling. You're out from under my chair. That's a good move. Give me 2, maybe 3 minutes, folks. I've got, like I just said, I've got a couple of jobs to do. I'll be right back with you. Toilet break. If you need the loo yourself, go do it now. Run around now. Mike Reed. Run around. 1970s. Maybe the 80s. Oh, hey Tina. Where are we moving this for, darling? How are we going to do this? I can either just lower the brolly, maybe. Can I lower the brolly? Oh, not enough. No, that's not going to work. I can't lower it enough to make that much difference here. There's no way to put it further away. How's about here? Oh, that works for you, but not for me. I've got to bring it back a bit. There is no in between it. The phone's in the sun, that's going to get too hot. I've got to bring it, I've got to have it here, and then can I lower it for you? And will it still... I can't do both, darling. I can't have you and the phone in the shade. I'm trying. You're not in the shade enough. There's some shade. Let me move that brick out the fucking way. Let me move stuff out the way. I don't know what to do, darling. You're my priority. The phone can fuck off. That's you covered, but only just. I guess we have to bring it down. That's you more, but me less. Phone's in the sun. Let me do what I've got to do. Solar panel, folks. Go over here for one. I'm going to grab a beer for another. Wow, it's moving plugging in the tree. Hold on. Wait a minute. Alright. Let's go, go, go! Go, go, go! Here, what can we do here? Let's have a look at this. Pick that up. Oh, of course, tent thing. I didn't know it's okay, I'm back. And he's back. Hello, babe. We're sprawled out on the floor. Do you need some water? I want some water. Maybe some waters if you want it, as and when. You don't have to. Oh. Okay, folks. Probably, oh, she's drinking. Probably an unfortunate flash of man boobs again just then. Where are we? Okay, most of you stayed with me. I did lose a couple there while I was away, I'm sorry. Maybe bored you. My fridge still stinks of that chicken carcass stuff that Tina just had earlier. Oh! Where am I for power? What does that say? 49 maybe? Okay, 49%. Scrolling. Your dog seems to like being alive. I think we all like being alive. God is a pain in the arse, like a good proctologist. Top chat. Live chat, just in case I've missed anything. No, we're all here still. I've got all the messages. All this time live, folks, and only 11 thumbs ups. I'm sorry. I must be letting you down in some way or boring you. Let me do my intro. Just in case there are people lurking who have just arrived and have no idea what they're watching. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. It's a fake name. Who knew? Nobody's called Delta, for fuck's sake. NATO phonetic alphabet. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf Hotel India Juliet Kilo Lima Mike November Oscar Papa Quebec Romeo Sierra Tango Uniform Victor Whiskey X-Ray Yankee Zulu. That is your NATO phonetic alphabet. Each letter in the alphabet gets a word to ease radio communications, so that when someone says M, it doesn't get mixed up with N. So when they say T, it doesn't get mixed up with P, etc, etc. So my initials are DM. You don't need more details than that. If you want my actual name, you've got multiple options. If we converse by email, I'll give you my real name. If you send a donation via PayPal, I will usually, if I remember, sign off with my real name. Or you can go to my hater channel. He likes to throw my real name around as if he's doxing me and as if he's clever and found out something no one else knows. Or you could watch TrampCast 001, my first ever live stream, where I dox myself about 6 times while talking to the dog. Every time I stroke the dog, I say, "Come to daddy," and I give the name. It's a thing. So that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. Like the George Orwell book, down and out in, which way round does he do it? London and Paris, or Paris and London? Also down and out in Beverly Hills, Nick Nolte. Down and out, homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, a bum, some might say, someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, in a field. There are some guys, or it's a couple, over, I think they sleep on the roof of the Grand Bazaar El Zocco. It used to have a road up there. The car park, basically, you could park on the roof. They've blocked it off now, but some people will walk up there and kind of stay up there. They'll often be seen getting cardboard out of the recycling bin for their bedding at night. Total druggies. They get the shakes and they leave it until late at night and then try and find a place late on, I guess. Not judging, well, a little bit, but not, you know. I'm a rarity, folks. A homeless person who doesn't have a drug, alcohol or psychiatric problem. I only know of one other. I don't mix with homeless people in general. I tried, but they turn on you, especially the ones that have got the psychiatric problems. They're going to turn like that. My mate Josie, what's he called? Joby. Fuck, sorry mate. My mate Joby. He mixes with them, and his life is just full of fucking drama that I could do. I couldn't live his life. He's in, on and around them, and it's constant fallouts. Couldn't do it. He lives in a place, he shares space with them, and then they decide to turn the fucking radio up to 12. 11's not enough, they turn it up to 12 and then fall asleep or whatever. All night long he's got this, it might even be one record, one song repeating all fucking night. He comes out of his tent and they just squat down and lay a turd right in front of him and leave it there. They're not bagging it and binning it, they just leave it there. I couldn't live with those people. It's not me. Will you travel when your dog passes on? I was discussing this earlier, I'm not sure. I'm very much in a holding pattern where I am. Even before Tina got ill, I was just hanging on, I'm just surviving. Biggest channel ever, you know, it's only 1,800 people. But I could move on. But every night you'd be open to attack by randoms. You'd be open to the police trying to move you on all the time and demanding ID and papers and all the rest of it. And I haven't got that. I'm unsure whether I would sit tight and wait for some other opportunity or some other change in circumstances. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. I haven't got a... I've said all along, it's survival. I've got to keep an eye on the temperature of this phone. It's... I'm unsure. I don't really... Like if I travel, let's say that I walk north and I find myself in France or whatever, what does that change? The gendarmerie are probably the same as the fucking Guardia Civil. I'll probably still get clubbed with a truncheon every now and again. See, here, I'm safe. I've had those arguments, I've proved myself right, I've proved that this is private land and got nothing to do with them, and they now leave me alone. To the point that the other day I was having a piss in the bush and the cops drove past. They must have known what I was doing right behind that bush. They must have known, but they left me alone. If I'm moving around and I'm somewhere new when that happens, I'm going to get shit for it, aren't I? I'm in a holding pattern, I think. Let me see whether I can just move this stand further this way and keep it in the shade a bit. Turn it more that way, look. And then I've changed the setup of the tabletop, but I think that puts the phone back in the shade. I know that the word tramp means to travel, and I know you had a go at that earlier. How did you make your way there? Well, I flew here. I flew direct to Alicante, and then I caught a bus. There's a €7 bus from Alicante to Torrevieja, and that's 10 years ago, 2016. 2016 was the year everyone was dying. I know everyone thinks 2020 was when everyone was dying because the coof, the virus of formerly disputed origin, but now not so disputed. We go back to conspiracy theories, don't we? I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I'm a conspiracy analyst. So many conspiracy theories turned out to be true. It is now widely accepted that it was a lab leak. You couldn't say that on YouTube 6 years ago. That would have got you banned. Not a big believer in mRNA vaccines either. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Vaccines are one of mankind's greatest achievements. Proper, real vaccines. Have there been accidents? Have there been vaccines with too much aluminium or too much, other, fillers? Absolutely, there have been. But in general, vaccines are wonderful. mRNA vaccines are new, untested, were rushed out at a time of a kind of what looked like a world crisis, with fudged or fake lab results. I've said before. So mRNA vaccines have a certain amount of DNA that they were allowed to have. And they breached that. They didn't just double, treble, quadruple. They didn't just have 2, 3, 4. They had fucking thousands of times more DNA, extraneous DNA that should not have been there. Fucking thousands of times more. What is the point of setting a limit and then ignoring it to the tune of 1,000-fold excess? Then we had the whole thing about whether or not you, what's the word they used? When you put the needle in, you're supposed to pull the prong back. And if it fills with blood, that means you're in the wrong place, and you throw that away, and you get another dose. You put it in, it's not expirate. Is it expirate? I think it is. Anyway, for once, they've changed the rules on how to do injections. When you do an intramuscular injection, you always pull that plunger back a little bit to test that you're not in a blood vessel, because if you push that stuff out and you are in a blood vessel, you're mainlining it. It shoots around the body, you get a metallic taste in your mouth, the heart gets a quick boost of it, and there's all sorts of shit that can go wrong from that. We changed the rules on how to do an injection just for COVID, because we wanted untrained people doing injections so that we could do millions quickly. Billions quickly. Can you believe it? New technology, new science, new vaccine, and a different way of doing the vaccine. Avoiding the safety protocols that we've always had in place for vaccine injections. I've gone off on one again. I've gone off on one. But it's true. So yeah, I came here by plane. going back to the original questions, I believe it was, how did you get there? I flew here with a passport. We were in the EU. It was all legal. It was all above board. I'm not an invader, although when Brexit happened, I was granted a 3-month visa nominally, like everybody was, and I have technically overstayed that visa because they arrested me when I went to the airport and tried to leave. So it's on them, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? I tried to leave the country, they didn't let me. Is it my fault? Is it their fault? I've still got this thing with my ear. It's been fine all night. Now it's like I'm underwater, but only on the right hand side. Ever fancied a blow up Robert? You ask the strangest questions, mate. No, blow up doll, never. Blow up doll for company. A Del Boy one could go down on you. I remember Only Fools and Horses. Were you a tramp before you got there? No, I was a normal bloke with 50 grand in the bank, running a business. I still employed people when I got here. No, I told this to you, might not have been here. I was still running a company back in the UK, but I needed some time away, and I came out here because I'd been out here with the wife and her family in the past. Loved the place, so I came out here. No, I wasn't a tramp. I spent 6 years living in apartments and houses. I was a normal person. Picked up a dog along the way. About 6 or 8 months into my, no, 10 months into my journey. So I came out here on February the 17th. I got Tina a couple of weeks before Christmas. There's another one that I didn't get an exact date of. If you find the real me and you find me on Facebook, I did a picture of Tina. I announced to the world that Tina was there, but I think it was a couple of days after I got her, 1 or 2 days later. Some friends had taken us to a Christmas shop at San Luis, which is a village up between the lakes. There's 2 lakes in Torrevieja, and up on the left-hand side, I guess the north of the east. You kind of travel east, and on the left-hand side, on the north side, San Luis. No, west. Fucking hell. God, that's a mistake, isn't it? East that way. That's the sea. West, but fuck, the south. I'm totally turned around. Go west, young man, and on the south side is a village called San Luis, and they have a Christmas shop. Some friends took me to the Christmas shop, and then I published pictures of Tina with some Christmassy stuff. Do they have beachside water points? They do, for washing feet. They have foot wash points, but some of them are infected. The one I used to go to and used to get my own water from, I had to use water purification tablets because both Tina and myself would get the shits after drinking that water. Other people tell me that they drink from the other ones and they're fine. The one that's nearest me, 500 meters that way, neither myself nor Tina can drink from there without getting the shits. So I have the water purification tablets. But since then I've made friends, and friends bring me water when they're passing by, and especially now that I'm housebound, if you would, I don't get out and about much. It was quite the adventure last week when I had to walk 500 meters that way, basically opposite the water point, to go to the phone shop. My phone, I'm on 28 days pay as you go, Normally they send me text messages to warn me when it's about to expire 3 or 4 days beforehand, and then the day before I didn't get the messages. And I think I was in the middle of a live stream. 12:15 it cut out. If you look back just a few live streams ago, I came back on the next night to explain what had happened. My provider cut me off at 12:15. So I had to wait for the shop to open 10 o'clock the next morning. Some wonderful ladies in the phone shop, Finnish ladies, helped me out, set me up with a new package. I tried just putting money on account and hoping that they'd take it, and they did for a quarter of an hour, and then they turned it off again. So I had to go and register a whole new package. Instead of having 250 gigabytes a month plus 250 gigabytes that would have rolled over, I got 100 gigabytes, and in 1 week I've used half of it. Oops. I might have to go back and sign up for the €15 package instead of the €10 package. That's awkward. Remember when we thought Spain winning the Kiki Bowl would bring in 3 days of footing? They were loud for a long time that night, 4 or 5 in the morning, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah, fair play to them, they won. You got a right to kind of celebrate when something special like that happens. Didn't mind it too much. When they won the semi-final was over the top. We had the same amount of noise from a couple of houses down here. Kids standing out on the balcony thinking it was great to get all the cars to pip till 4 in the morning. It's a fucking semi-final, you know what I mean? Best €7 you ever spent, DM? Which €7? The bus from the airport to here? Maybe. I've done the journey a few times before. I used to go to the airport to pick up friends or family that were visiting me in the early days. I always used to rent like a 2-bedroom apartment. My idea was, friends and family, come on out, visit me. People always have, well, I'm not going to say excuses. Maybe they just dislike me. Oh, I've got work. Oh, I've got this. Oh, I haven't got enough days holiday saved up. Oh, I haven't got enough money saved up. I'm like, what money? 30 or 40 euro return flight, and you spend for while you're over here. Spend as little or as much as you want while you're over here. You want to do it on the cheap? We'll buy a crate of beer for €3 in the supermarket. You want to do it more expensive? We'll go to the local park and you can spend €3 or €4 per beer. See, here's the thing. €3.50 per beer out in public, or €3 for 12 beers from the supermarket. Pick your poison. You don't have to drink beer at all. You drink water, you drink coffee, you drink whatever the fuck you want. Your holiday. But I always had a spare bedroom. Everywhere I went, every apartment I rented, I was in a house. It was a 2-bedroom, 2 up, 2 down house. It wasn't just an apartment with a fucking spiral staircase, stone spiral staircase. I brought some friends round from another bar. We were drinking in the park, and then they all wanted the loo. So I walked everybody back to mine, and they got in and they were like fucking jaw drop. Fuck, oh my God, what are you doing living here? It's a really nice place. The one on Avenida de la Mancha. Royal Interpark Dos. Royal Interpark Dos. Fantastic apartment. Apart from all the spider bites I kept getting on my legs. which come up like volcanoes with an open wound at the top, and I still had those marks a year later. A little bit like these scratches and bites that got infected, and I've still got dark marks on my legs here now. They'll fade over the next couple of years. But there was a spider running rife in there. I got sick of it at one point, all the bites that I had on my legs. And I bought 2 cans of fly spray. And I just fucking let loose. I emptied both cans in one go, and then took the dog out for a walk, and we went off to a pub or whatever. Came back, everything had settled, never had another bite after it. That's the one where the thief was trying to reach in through the window, through the bars. I had a window open at night, and I'm asleep on the fucking settee, and this arm comes in through the fucking window. I almost snapped the fucking thing off. And then I tried to chase after him and tell him I was going to kill him. Because you've got to sound violent if you're going to deliberately be violent. There's no point being violent but sounding like a pussy about it. Told him I was going to kill him if I caught him. He was quite agile though. He was like a, what do you call it, a free runner. There's a French word, isn't there? Parkour. Whoop. Yeah. If I was young again, she didn't exist when I was a kid. If I was 12 or 13, 2 things I'd tell myself. Do parkour. I don't know about the pronunciation. Do that and focus. 2 or 3 topics in depth instead of trying to learn a little bit about everything and trying to look like a fucking smart ass. Go deep. That's where the money is. Learn something in depth. There's no money to be made knowing a little bit about everything. But if you can become Big Clive and know more about electronics or electricity than everybody else, or like Scruff Dog with forklift truck engineering, go deep. Depth of knowledge, not breadth of knowledge. Here endeth the lecture. The yellows have never denied it came from them. No, but the argument was it from the market and people just eating bats at random? Or was it from a lab leak? Vaccines are just the job, I know the game. I'm a believer in normal vaccines. I am. Save billions of lives. Proper real vaccines, where you take what's the word? There's a word. For where you take like you take the dead virus and you inject the dead virus. Why do I not know this word? I know this word. Let me get the word. Just for the benefits of my education and yours, let's do the words, all the words. Dead vaccine. Fancy word. Can you type that? Dead vaccine, fancy word. I can't get there, folks. I know it. Not inactivated, that's too obvious. It wasn't in at all, was it? I had that attenuated. Okay, live but weakened vaccine is attenuated. There's inactivated where it's dead, and there's attenuated where it's alive but weakened. You live and you learn. This is why you come and talk to a tramp. You want to learn. Folks, we'll always want to hit 20 fucking thumbs ups. We're nowhere near. I've been talking to you all bastard day. What are you doing to me? Where are we? It's after 5:30. That means I've been doing 6.5 hours. I'm back live tonight at 10. Are you going to let me go at some point? I haven't walked my dog in these, what do we say, 6.5 hours. Although she has already pissed and shit herself while she sat here. I've picked it up, cleaned it up, moved her around so she's not laying in it. I guess with a disabled dog, does it matter whether she walks or not? there's an exercise element to it. I will, as soon as we finish here, I will take her for a quick walkies. But it won't really be for the, you know, for the same reasons. She's already done it all, I guess. Can I excuse myself on that basis? I think maybe. It's ancient history, for fuck's sake, says Tim Timony. I'm amazed you haven't had thousands of non-European invaders on your patch. I don't think Torrevieja has been hit that much lately. I did once watch a dinghy arrive on the beach and 10 blokes run off into the wilderness. Not this cove here, the next one over. The one about 500 metres away, where I was saying where the footwash was. They washed up on the beach there and all abandoned the rubber dinghy, and I should have got the rubber dinghy, shouldn't I? I could have bought some, what would it be? What, outboard motor, petrol or diesel? How many jerry cans would I need to make it back to England? Would my GPS work at sea? I guess it would. I'd have to take a solar panel with me, keep a phone or tablet charged, have enough petrol or diesel to make it, or stop off along the Spanish coast as I go up and past Santander. Oh, I'd have to go around the bottom. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'd have to go down around past Gibraltar, around and up the east coast, up past Santander. What's the one in France where we had the big raid during the war? It was the first, not paratroopers, the other bunch. Santa Azet, not San Azet, oh fuck, hold on. It's a famous raid on the French east coast. So I'd have to go past Santander on the east coast of Spain, but then I've got to keep going around and past San Nazaire. I want to say San Nazaire. Is that a real place? How do you spell it? Let me check. I don't like to feed you bullshit. I will check myself. I can't get back to the... Alright. How are we going to spell it? San is spelled like saint. You just don't... The French, when they pronounce words, they slack off at the end. I'm going to go Saint Nazaire, town in France. Is that where there was a famous raid? I'm seeing water. I'm going to write the word raid as part of the commando was the word I was looking for before. Saint Nazaire raid or Operation Chariot, daring British commando attack. It was the first commando attack. We'd only just founded the commandos. On the heavily defended German occupied point in France, March 28, 1942. The obsolete destroyer HMS Campbelltown rammed the dry dock. It did. It rammed them and went up and over. They set the charges. Jeremy Clarkson did a famous documentary on it. The only port facility capable of repairing the big German capital ships. So we took that out of action, thus meaning that their other large boats couldn't do their thing. San Nazaire. I got that. I remembered that on my own. It took me a while, and then I typed in just to confirm that that was a real place and I wasn't making words up. I'd say East, Chief. It's East. What was? If you say it's East, Chief, it's East. Is this when I got my north, south, east, west the wrong way around? Fuck. I do that I have to stop and think about my compass directions. I think it's because I once watched an American kids show that got it wrong. I was under the impression that from America, east and west were in the opposite directions to ours, because I thought they were the other side of like an eastern meridian. But I think that was bullshit. I think I was just watching a bad kids' TV program that got it wrong. You know, in the same way that a whole generation of British kids grew up thinking that the plural of roof was roofs with a V-E-S. You know, like knife and knives, wife and wives. In the plural, the F becomes a V. A whole generation of British kids grew up believing that the plural of roof was roofs. And it's fucking not. Someone on Play School or Play Away or Rainbow, somebody somewhere got it wrong, and a whole fucking generation of us, it might have been someone in a teacher training college teaching the teachers, you know, teaching the future teachers, and then they all come out and they're all saying this shit, and it's wrong. The plural of roof is roofs with an FS. It's only if the F has an E after it and you pluralize it that there's a chance it becomes a V. Knife, wife, life, lives. It's only that. Probably only with an F. I don't know, are there other words? If it's I-F-E and you pluralize it, it can become I-V-E-S. You live and you learn. Sometimes you live and you learn, and then 20, 30, 40 years later, you learn that you were taught it wrong in the first place. Half the things we know about dinosaurs that we read as kids are wrong. More than half. 2/3 of dinosaurs never existed. I've said this one before. It's a little bit hyperbolic. There's a little bit of hyperbole in there. Tell me if you've heard this one before. Paleontologists, not archaeologists, paleontologists, people who study dinosaur bones, always used to wonder where the children were. With so many dinosaurs roaming around for so many millions of years, why do we never find a child, an immature dinosaur skeleton? So you've got Tyrannosaurus, and then you've got a dwarf Tyrannosaurus. It's a totally different breed, or is it? You've got a totally different breed, similar features, but things around the head and the neck and shoulders and stuff are different. And it's smaller. So it's obviously a different species. And so you've got all these different species, but you never find a child, you never find an immature Tyrannosaurus. Until you rethink the problem. Dinosaur bones are thin and hollow. As you grow, you can reabsorb a bone. So when you're a child, you want neck defenses. You want a collar around your neck so you can't be bitten in the neck and killed by, you don't want your Tyrannosaurus getting stabbed by a Triceratops. Except they never met each other because they were hundreds of millions of years apart. Here's another thing. You see, King Kong taught you that Tyrannosaurus fought Triceratops. No, he didn't. He couldn't have. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of years between them. That's not why you're called. So this dwarf tyrannosaur, where are all the children? That is the children. When they were younger, they had a collar, they had bone in, on and around their neck. As they reach maturity, these thin bones, they are only thin, because they're like birds with the hollow. They couldn't have been as big as they were if their bones were solid. It's too big. So it's like birds with thin, hollow bones. As they reach maturity, those neck protectors got reabsorbed. 2/3 of all dinosaur species ever identified aren't and weren't and never did exist. Where are all the children? You're looking at them, you just called them a different fucking species, you dumbass. Almost everything you learned as a kid about, if you go back now and read a kid's magazine, a kid's book about dinosaurs, it's totally different from what you learned as a kid. It's all very, very different. The big Brontosaurus debate. Did Brontosaurus exist? Have you heard this one? I think I've told this one before. The first guy to identify a new species gets to name it, and a guy did, and he gave it a name. And then someone else found a similar skeleton, and he put the head on from a different dinosaur or something. So decided it was a different species and called it Brontosaurus, meaning thunderous one, something like that. But the other guy got there first, and so Brontosaurus never existed. I mean, obviously the animal did, we've got the skeleton, but it should be called by the other name. But us, Joe Public, we don't accept that. Fuck that. There was Diplodocus and there was Brontosaurus. I learnt them as a kid. I'm not giving it. It's like me with Pluto. There are 9 planets. There are 9 planets, and Pluto's one of them. And fuck off Neil deGrasse Tyson. Brontosaurus exists because I read about it when I was a kid. It was one of my top 10 dinosaurs, probably top 5, and you are not taking it away from me. And so now they've gone back and said, yeah, Brontosaurus. And the other guy, even though the rule is first come, first served, first guy to name it gets to keep it. No, now Brontosaurus is back because of curmudgeons like me. You don't get to rob me of my fucking childhood. Gary, yes, I want to be in your gang. Jim fixed it. You don't get to rob me of my fucking childhood. Get out of here. Did I go off on a rant? I think I sound like I went off on a rant. Stegobiplodocus. Styracosaurus was another favourite, along with Triceratops. That's the one that had, he had a collar around the neck as well. Didn't he, Styracosaurus? He didn't have the 3 horns, I think he had 1. Styracosaurus. With spikes all around the collar, if I remember right. What were some others? What was the one with the club tail? He had spikes on the end of his tail. He might have had did he have a sail down his back? What was that about? Cooling, I think they suggested. Oh, do you know now Tyrannosaurus was feathered? He's just a big chicken. He had proto feathers. Could have been coloured. Some suspect he was red. Red, not green. Diplodocus. That was a favourite. Brontosaurus, Diplodocus. Those were the big ones. Were they was that therosaurs? I think so. I think that just means 4. Was it something to do with 4-footed? No. Most of them had 4 feet, didn't they? Like walked on 4 foot rather than like the tyrannosaurs and the others that run around on 2. The raptors. Nobody knew what a raptor was until what was the film? It's a good film. Jurassic Park. Couldn't get there. Look, the memory does not link up. 3 ceratops. Triceratops. The 3-horned one. But it never met, in its entire existence of millions of years, it never met a tyrannosaur. Totally different eras. I don't ask me which is. I don't remember I did as a kid. I knew when the Cretaceous, you got the Devonian, the Cretaceous, the Jurassic. I couldn't tell you now what was what, when was when, how many hundreds of millions of years each one was. Turbo John, what's your story, homie? Oh gosh, that's a big question. I've already covered it in this. You could always come back and watch the stream back again later. If you want a shorter version, what do I call these streams? Fuck, I've lost track. 001. TrampCast. Fuck. TrampCast, then a space, 001. 2.5 hours of my entire life story. Basically, I was living out in Spain. COVID happened. Banks went funny. One of my bank accounts ran out of money. I had a backup bank account, a rainy day fund if you like. I got in touch. I said, hey, can you transfer 1,000 over to my proper bank account? They said, yes. That's gone through, sir. Very good. Anything else I can do? And I was having an inquiry about something else. And then she said, oh, that hasn't gone through. And then she said, oh, your account is flagged as dormant. Basically, you've put no money in, you've not taken money out for a couple of years, so we closed it and stole your money. I said, oh, how do I get that back? And they said, you have to come back to Britain. Walk into not just our branch, you have to walk into your branch with your passport and 3 forms of ID, and then we'll recreate or we'll reactivate your account and put your money back. Until then, don't worry, you're not getting charged any monthly fees or anything, but you're also not getting any interest. And I said, can you do that, really? And I tried to leave the country and I got arrested at the airport. Because police, courts, bastards. So I can't leave the country to go get my money. I can't get my money to clear my legal trouble. And it's all a catch-22. And that's... I stayed with a friend. I got ejected, obviously. I couldn't pay my rent. I got ejected or evicted illegally from my apartment. I went to stay with a friend for 3 or 4 months. Eventually... Obviously, having someone else in your house isn't ideal. And eventually she said, look, if you can't get this sorted, you're going to have to fucking go. And so I fucking went. 4 years ago today, I walked down some steps from her house and lived in the park just up the way there for 2 months. And then the council came with chainsaws, cut down some trees and made me move. And this was the only other place I could find. That's the potted history. Like I said, if you want the more extended version, TrampCast, all one word, and then a space and 001. A Brit trapped in Spain by circumstance. When I did go to the airport, I got arrested because there was a bench warrant for me. They have a habit of setting a court date about this thing that went on. It's something and nothing. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, or it shouldn't have been. But they'll set a court date and not tell me, and then come and arrest me when I don't attend, and then realise their mistake and release me the next day. No further charges, no punishment. It's an administrative error on their part, and they realise that, and they let me go, and it just keeps happening. They have left me alone now for about 2 years. They also used to come and tell me that I'm camping on public land and that they're going to make me move away. And I always argued it was private land. An estate agent had been approached by some local people to get me moved. So she researched the land. And she said, you're really lucky it's private land. And so whenever the police came, I said, privado. Or tierra privada. Or parcelo privado. It's a private lot. It's a private parcel of land. And they never believed me until the head of the Policia Local came down one day and spent 3 hours trying to arrest me. On with the land registry, trying to research. And then I think he got on to, I heard immigration be mentioned in his phone call. They were trying to get rid of me one way or another. As far as I know, you tell me if I'm wrong here, since Brexit happened, and we were all given like a 3-month nominal visa. You got 3 months. If you're not a resident or you don't own property, you gotta go. Nobody has been, what's the word? When they evict you from a country. Deported. As far as I understand it, to this day, they haven't started deporting Brits. Maybe if you commit a serious crime, you know what I mean? If you're a drug-addled rapist or something, then when you get let out, they're gonna get rid of you. But if you're a guy who just had an argument in a bar one day or outside a bar one day, it's no skin off their nose. Scrolling. Are you a citizen of the UK? I am. Why can you not go back? Yeah, for the reasons I just said. There was a court case. Get this. This is the beginning of the whole thing, and it's before I was homeless. I was in a bar one day with my dog. You had to walk in the bar, and I had to get permission. You go through the bar with your dog, and then out into an enclosed terrace. I was the second table, 15 or so tables. I was the second table. There's going to be some live music, so the other tables fill up. The next people in, the third table of people, so they had a choice of like 13 fucking tables. 13 orders of freedom to choose from. They sat next to me. They waited until the place filled up and there were no tables left. And then they said, "You'll have to move. We don't like dogs." And I said, "Get fucked. Fuck are you talking about? You had 30, and I was just like that. I was swearing, I was loud, a little bit rambunctious, not threatening violence or anything. I was just like, get fucked. You had a choice of 13 fucking tables. You've waited until there's no tables left. And now you say I have to move. You fucking move. I was here first. You don't like dogs. Why did you sit at the next table to a dog, you dumb motherfucker?" They reported me to the manager. I tied my dog up, I went to the toilet, and when I came out, there's a bloke blocking the doorway. If you know toilets in Spain, it's not like in England where you walk in and there's like 6 urinals. It's just a toilet, a single one you're straight into a one room. And when I walked out, there's a bloke in the door, and I thought, "Oh, sorry, mate." And I tried to go that way, and he went that way. I went, "Oh, sorry." And I tried to, and then I thought, "You're having a fucking laugh, mate." And I got my fist ready, and I'm a former boxer. And I thought this was like going to be like a sex assault or something. There's a man in the doorway playing funny buggers right in the toilets. And then he said, "I'm the landlord." The other cunts have grassed on me. Said how I'm being loud, obnoxious, whatever. He said, "You're going to have to leave. I'm the manager. I want you to leave." "Oh, all right." And I put my arm out, like to go past. I said, "I'll just have to get my things. I've got glasses, keys, coat, and dog." And he grabs my arm, puts it up my back, and I didn't resist, because there's no point trying to fight the fucking pub manager. I could have taken him probably, but that's not the way this is going. And he takes me to the doorway. There's a ramp down, and at the bottom there's a table of his customers. He pushes me right into a table of his customers. And because I didn't leave, they called the police. Remember, sunglasses, keys, coat, dog inside. I couldn't leave. If I'd gone home without my keys, what am I going to fucking do? If I'd gone home without my dog, I'd be reported to the fucking police. So when the police finally arrive, I'm glad. Hey, glad you're here. And I start, you know, mi perro es en la terraza encerrado. My dog's in the enclosed terrace, is what I want to say. I don't get a chance. These two cops walk up all moody. One comes towards you slowly, one walks on the other side of the road fast and goes around behind you. Pincer movement. And the cop who comes up to me doesn't say a word. He just waves handcuffs in my face. And I say, whoa, there's no need for that. Then he gets the baton and extends it and shakes it twice. And I say, it's some broma. It's a joke, you're joking. Smack, smack, twice on the arm. Smack, smack, twice on the leg. And then his mate comes in and rugby tackles me from behind. On the police report, somehow I punched him in his bulletproof vest and bruised his ribs. Fucking Mike Tyson here. I'm going to punch you through a plate carrier and bruise your fucking ribs. Really? I'm good. Oh, well, I was when I was a kid. But I'm not that good. Okay, folks. That's the potty. That's the beginning of my legal troubles. That's the thing that they keep not giving me the date for the court case and then arresting me for not attending the court case. That's the reason I got arrested at the airport. What do you do? Something and nothing. Two fucking Danes who didn't like dogs but sat next to one, waited till the place filled up and then told me to fucking move. And I said, get fucked. That, combined with my bank being a bunch of bastards, is why I've spent 4 years living in a bastard field. Do I get angry about it from time to time? Yes. Do I swear? Abso-fucking-lutely. But in general, I'm a nice guy. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the thumbs up. Have we had an outage? The counter for a number of viewers has just dropped massively. We're going to call it quits soon, folks, because I'm coming back at 10 o'clock tonight. I've got to walk the dog, I've got to feed the dog. I haven't fed Tina, have I, darling? Still only the one donation, though. Okay, folks. Where are we for time? It's after 6 o'clock, so I've been on for 7 hours. We're going to call it here, folks. I always like to go over by a few minutes. It covers, we did have a few outages, some of which were 2 or 3 minutes. I think we're all right. I always like to hit the 4-hour mark, but we're going to call it here. Thumbs up if you haven't already, and I'm going to leave you. I will be back at 10 o'clock my time, 10 o'clock Central European, 9 o'clock UK, 4 o'clock, is that Central or is that Eastern? I can never remember your Yankee time zones. Give me a second. Work it out for yourselves. It's not my job to work out the times for you. I'm going to leave you in the manner to which you may become accustomed if you've been here for a while. Okay, folks. Let me just check that chat didn't freeze. Top chat back to live chat. So that was Turbo John. You're a citizen. I am a citizen of the UK, absolutely. Born in Barnsley, South Yorkshire. Lived most of my adult life in Morecambe and Lancaster area, and I've told you why I can't go back to the UK. It's to do with bench warrants and courts. Okay, folks, I am about to leave you. We will do it in the style to which, if you've been here a while, you may become accustomed. Here she is. Here's my girl. Hello, Tina, doggy darling. Can I do this? I've got to try and see the screen. Here she is. Look. Hello, you. Here's my dying doggy, Tina. Only got a few weeks left, probably. Maybe a couple of months at most. Get the flies, get rid of the flies. Back legs have gone, front legs are going. She's doubly incontinent, but she's my love. Aren't you, babe? Let's get rid of these flies. Okay, from Tina. From Tina. And from me to Mike. Out! Until 10 o'clock tonight, folks. 9 o'clock your time, maybe.